at 75.84. One of our new entry motorcycles. A little tardy on the tree. That's okay for right now. 248. And then runs a 751 at 100.75. Attention pits, attention pits. Double entered pro. Double entered pro. Your final call. All pro. All pro. This is your first call. So double entered pro. You should be in the lanes. All pro. All pro. Come on down. Lanes 3 and 4. A couple of our junior dragsters already chopping the tree down. Wow. Over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Goes at 009 on car number 755R. Here in the left-hand lane, the 92.9, the bull lane, goes at 14 green. Wow, it's 77 miles an hour, 8.3. To the right lane's 69 miles an hour on 9.5. And I believe our last of our new entry time runs. This is a junior dragster, car number 7239. Of course, you're probably guessed already that it was a junior. So, if nothing else, by the sound. Junior dragster, left-hand lane. Don't have the information yet, but we'll get that because it's new entry. Normally, our junior dragsters will go to that turn one that's real close, just past the finish line. But right now on our new entries, we're sending them up to turn two. As the little junior goes down there, 79 on the tree. And through that Raymond Dixon half track goes at 12.3 at 52 miles an hour. Little junior, they're not used to going all the way up to turn two, so might have to get out and push it for a little bit, but it looks like it's still rolling. As of course our safety crew stands out there, directs our junior dragsters into turn two. All right, looks like we are going to head right into eliminations. Pro category. Double entereds will come out first, and then we'll go right into. So all pro. You should be in lanes 3 and 4, or the spillover of all pro into other lanes. Not sure which ones, but right now Double entered pro in 3 and 4. Paul Coleman, left-hand lane. Was out playing all. Paul was out playing all day yesterday. Went several rounds. Comes up out of Rio Rico. Little 64 Chevelle, right-hand lane, or American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. We'll get you some ETs here in a minute because we are going right into eliminations. So Paul usually down in the 9s through the quarter mile and the 6s through the 8th mile. Yep, 6:15 for Paul. Scott Taylor in the Chevelle looking for a 6:75. So once again, round 1 eliminations. Hey, there are buybacks though, guys. So if you do happen to be runner-up in round 1 and stop by and see Fred over at the buyback trailer. Better reaction time. See if that takes it away. Paul has a win. Goes nice. Goes a 0.21 to Scott's 58. So had 3 stuffed away. Goes an 18. 3 above on the 15. Paul Coleman with the win. Here's Regan Walcott, left-hand lane. Andy Kadar. Boy, Andy was double entered in 2 categories yesterday and went rounds in each one of them. So I think he made it to the semis in Super and at least the quarters, if not further, in Pro. So here's Regan in that Corvette. That's a Z06 2001, I believe it is. Yeah, it looks newer than that. In the Corvette. She's got a 710 on the window for Regan. Andy looking for a 663 in the Pontiac. Again, double green light start. One of them's got about 3 put away. See if it holds up at the big end, and it does. And the big end to what, 660 feet. Kadar takes the win. Dialed a 63, had a 20 light, so is about 3 better than Regan's 58. Regan goes 40 on a 10. Andy, he goes 92 on a 63, so both of them stretched out a little bit on their ETs, but hey, when you just throw it on the window and come out going racing, not too bad. Here's David Trammell. Here's David Trammell. Comes up out of Casa Grande in the Shoebox Nova. Left-hand lane. Right lane. Little S10 pickup truck. Looking for a dial-in. Don't have a dial-in on it. And once again, guys, this is round 1 eliminations. We're jumping right in. There is no run for the money. Again. There is no run for the money. This is round 1 eliminations. So you need numbers on the window. right, here we go back into eliminations again. Sir Kid, left-hand lane, 669 on the window of the S10. Up against Mark Johns, fastback Mustang, 723 on the window of the Mustang. Gets the lead by half a second before Sarah. Sarah's got to chase him down with that 669. 1969 fastback Mustang for Mark Johns. Both of them roll in. Oh, Sarah. 51 on the red side. Mark's got a free time run. Looking for a 23, goes to 30. With 94 miles an hour. Brett Spence, left lane, 652 in the 67 Nova. Up against Diego. Diego, again, .38. Gets the lead first. Diego's looking for a 690 against Brett's 652. The American Walk-In Coolers lane leaves first. Mustang. 92.9 the Bull. Will chase him down. Car number 401E for Brett. I believe comes out of Washington. So we'll check on that just to make sure. Diego's in. Pre-staged and staged. Here comes Brett, bumping into the beams. Tree comes down. Goes green on both sides. Ooh, Diego, a little tartan. Diego soft coming out of the hole. Had a better light, 14 to Brett's 37. But Diego was way soft coming out. And goes in 8:52. So Brett will take the win and come back. Not have to go to the buyback window. Tracy Snodgrass, 77 Vega, Roswell, New Mexico, left lane 602 against Cole Roos. Oh, Cole in the El Camino, 1/1000th red. He was squeezing on a bulb, and he broke it. 1/1000 red. So Tracy gets the win in the Vega. Good looking late model Corvette, right-hand lane. Hey, here's one of our Bag of Donuts winner from last night, the Parasitic Psycho, AJ Crater. 8:44, left-hand lane Mustang gets the lead by 2 full seconds. Oh no, Corvette red by 2:33. Wow, 2:33. AJ says, well, I like that. I can go some more rounds today. So ended up going a whole bunch of rounds yesterday. Looking for a double 4, goes 34, but hey, he's looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. Here's Wes Millward on the Hayabusa, 572, the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Here in the left-hand lane, or the tower side, D771X, the Chevelle. Right at the moment, don't have the info for you, the driver's name, but we'll get that. It's all coming forth soon. 5 full trees, green lights up here. One of them's got about 4 put away. Will it hold up? Yep. Because it looks like the Chevelle took too much tripe and goes under the 603 with a 599. Wes on the bike, nice 19 light at 123 miles an hour for the win. Kurt Zenzalita and John Cavalejo, 642 for John, 67 Camaro. Out of Modesto, California, got a spill plate, wheelie bars, parachute That's a fast ride at 6:42. Zenzalita in the backup, Roadrunner, 6:78. So he gets to leave not a little, about a quarter of a second or so first before John. As they roll up into beams, 3 beams on. Here comes Zenzalita. The Roadrunner's in. And again, both of them go green. One of them's got 2 put away. See if it holds up through that 660-foot mark, and it does. Zenzalita was about 14 above. Dial to 78, goes to 79. John gets the win, goes 40, goes dead 7 after a 36 light. Joe Kidd driving Fred's old Nova. That's a big bumpered Nova, almost a full second head start against the Bob Glidden. So Evan Graves in the Bob Glidden Pinto clone, 6:20 to Joe Kidd's 7:11. Oh, better light gets it. Evan Graves 23 light to Joe's 104. Joe is never late, and he's pretty tardy on that one. 104. Graves gets the win. Jimmy over there in the right-hand lane in the green Nova, 1855. Car number 640 dial. He gets to leave first by 7 hun. Up against Juan Carlos Ortiz in the Grand Prix. This Grand Prix with Luis driving it, picked up Division 7 wins and the Division 7 championship. So Carlos going to take this one though. He has a 001. Wow. 001 light, and then goes 42 on a 33, but right lane gets the win. Has a 47 light, and then goes 13 above at 102 for the right lane and the win. Here's a single. This is David Tramble. So a Trammell out of Casa Grande, 63 shoebox Nova. 6:46. Now I understand it's a competition buy. So the opponent did not make it. It looks like Trammell's going to go 2 above, 48 on a 46 at 105. Here is Chris Stout. 706 on the window. Left lane Vega out of Idaho up against Cade Renault. Cade gets to leave about 17 before. Chris? Cade with a 723 in the 1980 Malibu. The Boo in the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Only gets to leave about, that much sooner. But looks like Cade red light 18 to Chris's 47 green. Chris got a free time run out of that one. Goes 95. Woo, he had it really dialed up soft. Dialed to 706, goes a 695. Here's Mike Reed and Mike Bolton. Bolton out of California, Placerville, California, calls home. We were speculating this was an old sand drag Jeep. Kind of looks that way, doesn't it? Put some paddle tires on it, and you got a sand drag. It's a 1950 Jeep Willys, 532 cubic inches, 641 dial, left lane, up against Mike Reed's D50, 702 dial. Now Reed comes out of Peoria in that D50. A little tire shake for the Jeep. Jeep rattled tires just a little bit coming out of the hole, and that cost him the run because he was way tardy on the starting line. 187 to Mike's 29. Mike goes a 704, 2 above the 702. At 88.40 miles an hour. Henry and David Labaugh, Arizona differential specialists on the side of this 1970 Dodge Dart. He gets to leave almost a full second before Slade Bogle. Slade in the altered T-Bucket, 1923, with a 377 cubic inch small block Chevy out of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Henry, green light. Slade, green light. Better, green light. Goes to Henry, and so does the win. Henry dialed at an 89, goes a 90. So only about one above. Margin of victory, 62 hundredths of a second, goes over to Henry. Jeremy Plyer, Jessica Robinson, pair of good-looking bow ties. Bow tie on the left, that belongs to Jeremy, and he's got a 583 on the window. Bow tie on the right, that's Jessica. Jessica's out of Mesa. She's got an 832 on the window. Now she gets to leave 2.5 seconds before Jeremy goes. 832 against a 583. Wow. Jeremy, can you be that patient? First one out of the trailer. Yep, can do. Almost identical reaction times. 6 thousandths separated them, but Jessica takes the win. She was closer to the number. Had a 0.77 light. Jeremy had a 0.71. Jesse goes only one up on the dial and takes the win. Cliff Hall. Mike Heath. Heath in the Camaro. Hall in the Falcon. The Falcon 660 on the window. Heath, the Camaro, 652 on the window. 67 Camaro against a 64 Falcon. Falcon comes all the way out of Carmichael, California. Wheels up launch for Heath. Better light. Oh boy, better light. See if that's going to win. Oh, Cliff out towards the center line a little bit. Has to drive it back in the middle, and a win light comes on for Cliff. Wow. Margin of victory, 44 hundredths of a second over to Cliff in the Falcon. Jason Bateman. Shoebox Nova, 63 Chevy 2 up against Brandy Card. Brandy in the Maverick. That's a 1975 Maverick. Clarksdale, Arizona, what she calls home. 715 to Jason, 757. So Jason goes red. Squeezed that bulb just 18 too much. Hands a free time run. Oh, bag of donuts. Look at that already. Brandy, 0, 0, 0. Way to go, Brandy. Then she goes a 19-4 up. So Brandy will get a bag of donuts right out on first hit. Here's Ron Height, Jeremy Holder. So Thad, make sure Brandy knows she had that perfect light. Of course, gets a bag of donuts from Alan. Jerry Holder, oh, Jerry, 29, red light start. Ron Height. Height will take the win after a real tardy 148 reaction time in that 2000 S10. And goes dead one after a 148 light. But hey, you're looking at the green win lights on your scoreboard, just as well run it out the back door and go 1-1 or dead one. Zim, how about Kim Zimmerman and Ryan McCammon? McCammon, 745 in the little Oldsmobile Omega. Kimmy, she's looking for a 736. Oh, green win lights come on for the for sale 70 Dodge Dart. Kim Zimmerman behind the wheel. Kim looking for a 36, goes dead 9 after a 68 light. About 7 thou below with the Omega. Had about 7 thou put away, but Kimmy made it up at the big end and goes for the win. Matt Hawk, right lane, Maverick, up against Jeffrey Edwards, left lane, turquoise, 649 dial on the 66 Nova. So the bow tie against the blue oval. The blue oval, that's Hawk Family Racing, 730 on the window. The Nova, the bow tie, that's Jeffrey Edwards, 649. Jeffrey, can he make it up at the big end? Oh, Matt Hawk way off the throttle. That's a little unusual. Hawk Family Racing. Matt is normally dead on, but had a 92 light. But the Maverick kind of laid over right about 200 feet, maybe, or 300 feet. So the win will go to Jeffrey Edwards in the turquoise Nova. Dialed to 49, goes to 63, but was looking over his right shoulder and could not see Matt. So lifted, takes the win. Wes Snodgrass, another one that went many rounds last night. I think we ended up with about 7 or 8 rounds. And I believe Wes was either in the final or the semis in this Camaro, all the way from Roswell, New Mexico, up against Trevor. Trevor out of Julesburg, Colorado in the Challenger. That's a 1972 Dodge Challenger. Wes, again, chopping down the tree, taking the win. Down to 17, goes to 31. But Trevor, way tardy on the starting line, 164 to Wes's 80. Here's Amy Rogers, a long-roofed Chevelle Malibu. That's an 82 Malibu wagon. Amy Rogers out of Butler, Texas, here in the left-hand lane. And Howard the Hound Dog DeVore, Flagstaff, Arizona, calls home. Put a 690 on the window in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Again, left lane all the way from Texas, Butler, Texas. So we're going to have to be a little patient as the Hound Dog gets about 3/4 of a second head start. So again, better reaction time. We'll see how that plays out. The wagon had a better reaction time by about 12, but it didn't matter. Goes under by 1/1000th of a second. Win goes the Hound Dog, takes it away in the Nova. Here's one of the Lee boys. This is Brian Lee, coming out of Vail. 67 Ford Mustang. American Walk-In Coolers, 638 on the window. Up against Kurt Reif. Kurt in the Camaro. That's a 73 Camaro. Ooh, 666 on the window. But he gets to lead first anyway. About 1/4 of a second, 0:28. He can get out first and hang on to it. But he's got to go against the Lee boys, but hey, it doesn't matter. He's got green win lights on his scoreboard already for Kurt Reif, as Brian red light by 31. Looks like Kurt would have gone under. Down 666, goes a 65 and a 3, about 7 thou on the backside. Here's Jerry Holder Jr., another S10 pickup truck. That's a 96 S10 up against Stephen Lee. Stephen in the Mustang. Lee Brothers Automotive, 1965 Mustang. Comes out of Vail, 680 on the window for Stephen. And a 759 for Jeffrey. Jerry, red 28. Stephen, green 30. And goes above, about 86 above, at 99 miles an hour for the win. Here's Thad Card and Randy Lee, the only fastback in Lee Brothers Racing. Looking for a 614 American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Thad Card. Pair of Mustangs, a little evolution for you. The Mustang 2, 79 Mustang left lane, 69 Mustang right lane. Thad in the Mustang 2, got a 708 on the window. No, 2 of Lee Brothers Racing have gone red. But Thad says, okay, that's good for me. Down 708, I'll go under 707. About 3 thou under at 95 miles an hour, but looking at the wind lights on his scoreboard, Thad takes the win. So both Brandy and Thad back for round 2 and not at the buyback window. Here's another one that went many rounds last night. Stan Hammond up against Heath Hawthorne. A pair of 63 shoebox Novas. Right lane, that's Heath. He's got a 704. Left lane, that's Stan. He's looking for a 616. Stan's all the way from Artesia, New Mexico. And Heath, he comes down out of Mesa. Another red light by 18 for Heath. Stan goes 20 green and then goes dead 0. Wow. Dial to 16, goes a 16 with a 0. A 20 light gives him a 20 pack. At 110.15 for Stan and a win. Anthony Blanco. Vega. Notchback, 636 left lane. Brad Hawk in the Mustang. Hawk Family Racing, 653 on the window. This one's a double green light start. Brad drifting way towards the center line, looking over his left shoulder, but he had a whole bunch stuffed away, about 400. A 005 to an 048. Brad Hawk with a win. Dial 53. Was about 6 above with a 59, but that 005 got him the win. Here's four-door Claude. Left-hand lane, Fairmont. Four doors looking for an 681 in the Fairmont. Left lane up against Mike Passerby in Ken's old Nova. 712 against the 681. .681 left lane. Blue oval against the bow tie of 712. Passerby and four-door Claude. Both of them get away with a green light start. One of them's got a couple put away, see if it holds up, and it does. Wow, 57 to a 38. Four-door Claude takes the win. Dialed an 81. Goes an 85, about 4 above. But a 38 light got him the win over 57. Nothing. Here's Jeffrey Cox. Jeffrey comes out of Sierra Vista in the Falcon Sprint. That's a 1964 Ford Falcon Sprint. 729 dial. Right-hand lane. Up against Shelby Williams. Shelby, 688 on the window in the 1970 Z28 Camaro. Got to chase down Jeffrey. Jeffrey, a little less than half a second head start. Win light goes to Shelby in the Camaro. Attention to pits, attention to staging, attention in the area. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please do not cross in front of the race cars. And please, please, please make sure that all of your safety equipment stays in place while you're on the racing surface. You're more than welcome to remove any of your safety equipment once you clear the racing surface. But right now, please keep all of your safety equipment in place until you clear the racing surface. Michael Munoz takes that one away as it looks like Aaron goes red. Here's Bob Loam. Camaro, 654 left lane. Steve Watkins Corvette. Now, Steve used to come out of the Phoenix area, but he got transferred in his job to, I believe, Oregon? Hillsboro anyway, so said early on that he may be coming back. So maybe get to see him more often. He used to run a red Corvette. Figured this one out, but uh-oh. Out of the box goes red by 14. Bob will take the win. Looking for a 54, goes a 60 after an 89 tree. Looks like the blue oval bullet in the far lane. That's Marco Campo. 658 on the window at the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane for Mark in the bullet. Up against Dale Hicks. Dale in the good-looking 68 Camaro. 624. Well, I'm guessing right away that 004 that the bullet put down is going to take the win, and it does. Dial to 58 at a 004 reaction time, and then goes to 62. The bullet takes the win. Marco Campo. Eric Holtzley in the Firebird, the Trans Am. Chris Doctor, 62. Chevy, that's like a big Bel Air. I think the Green Boys used to drive that. The John Deere Green when it belonged to them. But right now, Chris has taken it over for a couple of years, and he's going to go into round number 2 and not have to go to the buyback window. But Eric will. Eric goes 10 on the red side. Yahoo! Dialed a 10, goes an 11. Doctor dialed a 7, goes a 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior dragsters 6 to 9. Junior dragsters 6 to 9. We also need double entered 10 to 17. So if you are not double entered 10 to 17, stand by. We'll call you in a short. So junior dragsters 6 to 9 and double entered 10 to 17. Here's Adriel Lopez. Now, I tell you what, guys, if you've got cameras, check out that right-hand lane. Adriel carries the front end at least halfway through the signboards. Wheels dangling up in the air. That front end, last night he almost stuck it on the bumper. That's how good the Tucson Dragway racetrack is. He's got a 656 on the window. Up against Rob Khalil, the big back-windowed Barracuda. That's a 1966 Barracuda. Rob Khalil, red light. Gonna have to go to the buyback window. Here's Charlie Germain. tardy on the starting line, so he handed the win over to Brad Fisher in the 4-speed long-roofed Fairmount wagon. The win goes dialed there. Dialed in 87 and goes at 99 for the win. Here's Mr. Passerby. Ken Passerby got out of the Nova into the Vega and has been winning races ever since he got out of his winning Nova. Here's Chris Citro. Oh, no! Passerby goes red by 11. Citro goes green 73. Citro takes that win. Speaking of that, if you're interested, and if your youngin is interested in junior street or high school, that's the guy to see. So he runs the auto shop up in Marana at Marana High School. So Chris Citro will take that win, come back. Oh, here's another one of the Mopars. Now, remember Mopars, they had all those colors. This is lime green, the left lane 729 of Raymond Pauchek up against Derek Fisher. Derek, who could not get around. He had, wow, it was way tardy, 132 on the tree to Derek's 58, but Derek could not make it up in 660 feet. It looked like Raymond dialed to 29 and goes to 34, but wow, Derek was way off in that Fairmount. Tyler Sally. Boy, I tell you what, for a young kid, this kid came up out of junior dragsters. He got in this dart, and every time you pull up next to him, everybody goes, oh no, it's Tyler. He wins and wins and wins in this Dodge Dart or in his junior dragster. But Tyler, just recently up in Phoenix, picked up the win in this dart. He wants a 726 here. He gets to leave about 9 hun before Carson Heath. Carson with a 717 in the Nova. 92.9 the bull lane. 717 for Carson. 726 for Tyler. Tyler red 12. Carson green like 101. Left just a little bit early. But he's only 1 thou above. Goes dead 1 for Carson. Left a whole bunch at the starting line, but it didn't matter. The green win lights were on for him, and he was dead 1 for Carson. Peter Noyen in the aluminum Plymouth Duster. Now, these are kind of neat production model dusters and darts, and I believe they had an entire aluminum front end, so they were a special order, and Peter's got a couple of them. This one's the Duster. Attention pits, junior dragsters 6 to 9, junior dragsters 6 to 9. The Insidious C10 pickup truck of Bob Cohen, 28 reaction time. Looking at the win lights on, goes about 4 under and takes the win as Peter goes red by 47. Junior dragsters 6 to 9 and junior dragsters 10 to 17 double entered. Double entered at 10 to 17 juniors and 6 to 9. This is your second call. Steve Lackey, Tony Marconi, 76 Plymouth Arrow Roadster up against the Boo. That's 79 Malibu. Left-hand lane. Steve's got a 672. Marconi wants a 582. Just Marconi drifting towards the center line as well. Right at that 660. Marconi's got to drive it back in the middle, but he'll pick up the win. Goes 591. At 105 miles an hour. I think this is Scott Oxford. Scott in the left-hand lane in the Camaro. and we'll get the numbers on the Ranger truck in a minute. Oh, that's William Moore in the Ranger pickup truck. 759 on the window. And Scott Oxford, 690 in a good-looking silver and red Camaro. That's a 68 Camaro left-hand lane. And the green win lights come on. And a breakout win goes to Scott Oxford. Coming out of Maricopa, William in the Ranger truck. Broke out. Goes under his 59 with a 55. Next pair coming to you. Danny Andragno. Well, now Danny said that they just put this Camaro together. We saw Danny yesterday in his Corvette. But Danny Andragno, yesterday we saw him in the Corvette all day long. So he's got a pair of the Camaro today, the Corvette yesterday. So he went several rounds with the Corvette. But today, let's see how far he can go. And he said, this is pretty much a brand new car. When we teched it in, he said, go over everything with a fine-tooth comb. And so we went over it. Everything is gorgeous, just like the Corvette. Up against Marv Wolfmeyer, Mr. Wolfmeyer. And a long Danny. 166 red Marvin free timer looking for a 10, goes 4 above with a 20 light at 95 miles an hour. Attention to pits, Junior Dragster 6 to 9, Junior Dragster 6 to 9, your final call. Double entered 10 to 17, your final call. And let's go ahead and get all of our juniors. So Junior Dragsters 6 to 9, Junior Dragsters double 10 to 17, Junior Dragsters 10 to 17. All Junior Dragsters, come on down. There's James Foley and Tatum Marconi. I just gotta love these 66, 67 Cornettes. I really wanted a 426 GTX many years ago, and now you can't even think about buying one of them. Not on my salary anyway. So Marconi looking for a 699, picks the front end up and gets a win as Foley goes red by light yesterday. You see on the screen LB third left before the third light even came on. So Foley, Marconi goes 007 to take that win. Down to 99 goes dead 2. So a 9-pack over to Marconi. Not too bad right out of the trailer at 96 miles an hour. Here's Tim O'More. O'More in the Camaro left lane, 567 on the window against Scott Taylor. Scott Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana. The 65 Chevelle. Right lane, 678. Now he gets a full second head start up against Tim O'More. Big bumpered 73 Nova for Joe Kidd Jr. in the left-hand lane against Andy Kadar. Like I said, Andy has double entered usually in 2 categories, and he went rounds and rounds and rounds. We thought he was going to race himself in the final last night. So he's going to go another round today as Junior goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. Down to 77 was 2 above with a 79, but Kadar takes the win. Down to 666 and goes dead 2. So not bad, an 87 pack, but here's Joe Cox Jr. in the Valiant, coming out of Peoria, up against Craig Sauerbach. Craig in the Pontiac Firebird, right-hand lane, 690. And the green win lights come on for Joe Cox Jr. The Valiant picks up the win. Down 11 goes 6 above with a 17 at 88 miles an hour. Here's Mark Johns in the Fastback Mustang, up against Corey Oxford. Wow. One Hun separates them here at the starting line. 729 right lane, 730 left lane. The Camaro up against the Mustang. Blue oval bow tie left. Blue oval right. Both of them green light start. One of them's got about 12 stuffed away. Oh, a double breakout win goes to Mark Johns. Mark dialed at 29, goes 2 under with a 27 at 93 miles an hour for the win. Here's Chuck Hawk Jr. Now, wonder if they got the truck fixed last night. It looked like something happened to his Super Pro truck last night. So here he is in the Mustang today, though. So we'll see if he comes back up in the other category with the truck. But right now, he's got a 703 on the window for the Mustang. Hawk Family Racing up against the Corvette. 794A in that Corvette. So, wow, grabbing gears. So it must be about a 6-speed in the Corvette. But Hawk wins 4 better at the tree. 47 to a double 8. And then Hawk goes 704, 1 above, well, almost 2 above. 49 on an 03. Hawk at 93 miles an hour into round 2. Here's Regan Walcott in the left-hand lane. Regan in her Corvette up against the Chevelle 417C, the Chevelle number. Again, don't have much information for you, but hey, that's all forthcoming throughout the day. So 673 for the Chevelle, 710 for Regan. Double green light start. One of them's got about 16 put away. See if it holds up. Yep. It does not hold up as Regan. She'll take the win. She was a little bit behind, about 16 behind, but she'll take the win. Dial to 10 was 3 above with a 13. Regan Walcott left lane win in the Corvette. Here's Danny Valvo and Jimmy Southwick. Southwick comes out of Flagstaff in the S10 pickup truck. That's 1989 pickup truck, right-hand lane, 721 on the window. He gets to leave a full second before Denny Valvo. The Chevelle with a 601 on the window. Whoa, that Chevelle is moving, but could not get there in time. Wow, looks like Southwick down to 21. He was only about 7 above with a 30. I'm sorry, about 9 above with a 30, but takes the win because he won right here at the starting line. Paul Coleman, Paul's back up. Must have double entered the Chevelle. Gonna go up against Kyle Fritz Pinto, the borrowed Pinto for Kyle Fritz. Now normally we get to see Kyle in his, what's he call it? The Firebird? Fire chicken, fire something. Dirty Bird. That's what he calls his Firebird, the Dirty Bird. But don't know where the Dirty Bird's at right now. He is in the Pinto with an 869. Wow, here comes Paul. Hold on to the doors as Paul blows it by him and takes the win. He was about 17 above. Dialed to 15, goes to 16 with a 7 at 105 miles an hour. 25 light to a 56, so already had 3 put away. Coleman with the win. Here is Big Joe Kidd, 637 left-hand lane in his S10 pickup truck up against Evan Graves in the Pinto. So 2 Pintos in a row. How is that for here at Tucson Dragway for the Hangover Nationals? 2 Pintos in a row. I believe we've got like 3 or 4 on property, but the tribute. Oh, another bag of donuts goes out to Evan Graves. So Evan Graves 0-0-0. Evan Graves takes that one. Then he goes 1 above, well, 16 above to take that win away from Joe. But yeah, when you got a perfect reaction time, it's not hard to get the win, and when you're only 16 above. Wow, we're starting to give away many bags of donuts already today. How is that? So Brandy's already got one. Now Evan's going to get one. Here's Kurt Zenzalita. Kurt in the Roadrunner out of Flagstaff, 679. Little Vega here on the tower side. Car 4X77X. I believe this is one out of New Mexico. Well, we'll check on that here in a little bit, but we are into our double entered, so occasionally we won't have the info for you, but in their main run we will. Attention to pits. All junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. All junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. 6 to 9 in front. Double entereds 10 to 17s, and then regular 10 to 17. So all junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Wow, the Vega's going to take it as wow, that doesn't happen too often. Kurt goes red, and by 35 hands the win over to the Vega. Here's Billy McDaniel in this neat, a pair of 66, 67 Novas. Chad Sandlin, left lane, 624 on the 2-door. 67 Nova up against Billy McDaniel's long rough, 66 Chevy 2. Gets the lead by just a little, about half a second, give or take. So McDaniel coming out of La Paz, New Mexico, right-hand lane. And Chad, well, I wonder how many times these guys have run each other, as Chad is out of Roswell, New Mexico. So 624 against the 670. Double green light start. Uh-oh. One of them has a 1 in front of it, and that's not going to get the win. Trying to catch up, goes about 6 thou under. Left a full 10th at the starting line. Win goes Chad Sandlin. Chad dialed to 24. Goes a 27, 3 above at 102, but a 33 light gave him the win. Jacob Trammell in the red Nova comes out of Casa Grande, 647 left-hand lane. Allie Strader, Allie goes red. Wow, by oh geez, yesterday 308. Allie, where'd you go? 308 red. Thumb off the button and away the truck went. So Jacob will take the win. He was way tardy himself, 234 on the tree, but Jacob takes the win. Dial to 47, goes at 43, would have gone under, but it doesn't matter as Allie goes red at the hit. Here's Diego and Eric. Diego left-hand lane. And Eric in the left-hand lane. I'm sorry, duh. Right-hand lane in the Firebird or Trans Am. Diego, they're checking the bottles, making sure everything's good to go for Diego here in the Mustang. Diego looking for a 6.90. Eric wants a 7.12. So about a quarter of a second head start for Eric in the Pontiac. $19.99. Oh no. Oh no, Diego. That's what happened to him prior to the X run. Now this is his double up run. Eric's going to take that win. He was looking over his left shoulder going, I don't see that Mustang. I'm going to lift and go 57 on a 12 after a 007 reaction time. Nicely done. Here's Parker Theobald in the snow job. 60. Yeah, the Pontiac Trans Am, about a 1983 vintage in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. 632. Ooh, that might be our last one in category. .28 reaction time for Parker. Down 32 goes a 24, so had it down a little soft. Luckily on a buy run, he'll come back for round 2 and not have to go to the buyback window. All right, I believe that was your final one this round of pro category. So all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hey, you have seen there on the Fast as Heck, or Fast as Arizona podcast. Anyway, Randy is here to yak at you for a while.
Right lane, Alea Grotto out of Gilbert, dialed in an 1190. Right lane, Jada Tonneson, dialed in an 1193. It's our junior dragsters, 13 to 17. Alea is out with a .059 reaction time. Jada with a 1.57. In left lane, Jada gets the win. Left lane, Gracie Slade with a 1167 dial. John Brewer in the right with a 1280. He's going to leave first by just over a second. John with that .012 reaction. Gracie with a 313. And John gets the win. Left lane, Harlan Gibson dialed in at a 1230 and Hayden Rohel at a 1263. Harlan with a 026 reaction time, Hayden with a 138. Left lane, Harlan wins, although Hayden got the tree. Left lane, dialed in at 890. Alexis Kesterson in the right lane at a 796. Right lane, red light. Left lane gets the win. Up next, Jace Renal, dialed in at a 790 in the left lane. Caden Keys at an 815. Caden with a 005 breakout. And he gets the win. Left lane, Jace Ryder. Right lane, Brett Gonzalez. Dialed in an 812 and a 797. Jace red lights. Brett gets his point, or 008. Brett Gonzalez goes ahead and takes the win there. Left lane, Hannah Thompson, 811. Right lane, Mason Tuck, 792. Hannah with a 0.40 reaction time. But Mason with the breakout. But Hannah gets the win. Left lane dialed in at 835. He's going to leave first. Colin Myers in the right lane dialed in at a 790. Left lane with a 002 reaction time. Colin red lights. Left lane gets the win. Mackenzie Raider in the left lane, 802. Kagan Buddha Cleveland in the right lane, dialed in at 830. Right lane gets the win. Kagan's going to go on. Hole shot and first to the tree. Left lane, Emily in with a 791 dial in. Right lane with an 890 dial in. Emily with an 068 reaction time. Right lane with an 056. Left lane, Emily gets the win by 0.042 seconds. In the bull lane, Shane McKinney with a dialed in a 790, and Blake in the right lane also dialed in a 790. Shane with an 0.35, Blake with an 0.68. And the left lane takes the win. Great job, Blake. Sorry, Shane. Shane takes the win. Left lane, Cole Thompson with dialed in a 9.0. Brooklyn Fultz with a 7.90. Brooklyn, red lit, 008 in the right lane. Cole takes the win with an 0.62 and a 9.03. Doubled entered, Sportsman cars, lanes 3 and 4. Double entered, Sportsman cars, lane 3 and 4. Up next, we've got Allison Bull dialed in at a 7.95. And Presley Kinman dialed in at a 7.90 in the right lane. And Presley goes red. Allison with an 0.39. Allison gets the win. Fun fact about Allison is she's been winning a lot of stuff lately. Alyssa Moody coming up, dialed in at 8.90 in the left lane. Carmen Nelson in the right lane at a 0.09, both of them out of Texas. Alyssa goes red, Carmen with an 0.25. Right lane, Carmen takes the win at a 8.064 at 83.25 miles an hour. Weston Moody up next at an 8.70 in the left lane. Miss Aubrey Keller in the right lane at 9.25 dial in. She's going to leave first by just over half a second. Weston with an 0.22 light. Aubrey with a 122 light. Aubrey gets a double breakout and the win. Actually, they both broke out, but Aubrey gets the win. Up next, Hutch Harge in the left lane out of Florida. What a drive. And Riker Rohel from right down the street. Dialed in an 896 and a 948. Hutch with an 091 reaction. Riker with an 025 in the breakout, though Hutch gets the win. Cade Renault in the left lane, 790. Gabriel Sandoval, 813 in the right lane. Second call for double-entered Sportsman's lanes 3 and 4. Double-entered Sportsman's lanes 3 and 4. Cade Renault with the win, 791 with a reaction time of 045, and Gabriel also with a breakout. Up next, Parker Schroeder dialed in at a 790 in the left lane. Selena Millay and is also at a 790 in the right lane. Parker with a win, 7.955 with an 055 reaction time. Selena is 7.942 and an 086. Up next, Sarah Kidd. I think this is actually one of her last races as a junior with 7.98. Kathy Waters is a 9.03 in the right lane. Sarah Kidd with the win and an 8.002 and an 056 reaction time. Kathy with a 151 reaction and a 9.037. Up next, Hayden George, left lane dialing in an 890. Avery Bolding, 793 in the right lane. Avery is out of Rock Island, Tennessee. What a drive. And Hayden red lights. Avery with a 041. And the win. All sportsmen's lanes 3 and 4. All sportsmen's lanes 3 and 4. Left lane, Madeline Smith, dialed in a 792. Dawson Rogers at a 796. He's going to leave first by just a touch. Madeline with an 050 reaction time. Dawson just behind her with an 051 and a breakout, but Madeline gets the win at a 7925. Abram Grotto out of Gilbert, Arizona, dialed in an 890 in the left lane. Right lane dialed in a 790. Abram's going to leave by just a second sooner. Abram, .042, right lane, 025, and they both broke out, but the right lane is the winner. Colin Myers up in the left lane, 790, Memphis Schofield. Oh, my little Memphis, with an 898. Memphis with an 055 reaction time. Colin with a 10. And left lane takes the win. Good job, Colin. Mic check, mic check.
Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention to pitch. Sportsman, come on. We need you, all of you now. Sportsman to the staging lanes. Round number 1. And because so many of the pro guys seem to forget this, put your dial on the left side of the car. Left. Windshield is okay. Back window's okay. But we can't see that. Put it on the left. Thank you.
Left lane, Jace Raider takes the win with an 0-10 reaction time to Mia with a .246. Jace is an 8.394. Mia with an 8.993.
We're working on a microphone level up here, gang, so excuse me if we're talking over each other a little bit, but just trying to get the sound set for both the live broadcast, the folks at trackside. What time did you guys go on overtime last night? You were overtime from the time you started? I need your agent. Holy crap. I did that poorly. All right, well, hopefully we'll got everything squared away today.
Left lane dialed in an 8.10. Haley Martin in the right lane with a 10.20. Haley goes red, left lane, .060. So go right lane, red lights, left lane gets the win. Unfortunately, I don't have any. Right lane, Malachi Phillips, dialed in an 890. Left lane, dialed in an 810. Malachi with an 0.16 reaction time. Right lane 0.34. Left lane broke out, but Malachi gets the win at an 890 and an 8.070 for the left lane. Macy Coleman in the right lane with the best name ever of a car, Daddy's Money Racing. Dialed in a 790, right lane 821. Or left lane, sorry. Macy takes the win, left lane with a red light. Macy runs a 7903 at 82.44.
Just about wrapped up with the first round of juniors, so hopefully we've got all of our sportsman cars in the lanes. That is all of you. Final call. Attention in the pits. Final call. Sportsman, you should be in the staging lanes.
Left lane, Shane McKinney out of Odessa, Texas, dialed in a 790. Maddie Kruba out of Mesa, dialed in also to 790. Shane with an 078 Maddie. The red light, unfortunately. Left lane, Shane gets the win. Emily Galindo out of Midland, Texas, dialed in at a 790. Right lane, also dialed in at a 790. Right lane going red. Left lane, Emily gets the win with a 784. Left lane dialed in at a 790. Right lane, Christian Pridgeon dialed in at an 890. He's going to take off a second early. Christian takes the win with a .030 light, 139 for the left lane. Left lane, Brake Foltz out of Chino, California, dialed in a 790. Brett Gonzalez at 797 out of Texas. Brett with the red light. Blake at a 044. Therefore, Blake gets the win. 7.861 and an 82.92. Carmen Nelson out of Pearland, Texas in the left lane, down in 809. Mackenzie Rader, 806 in the right lane. Mackenzie with the breakout, but Carmen with the win. Reaction times of 060 for Carmen and 013 for Mackenzie. Attention in the pits, double entered Super Pro, lane 7 and 8, double entered Super Pro, lane 7 and 8. Right lane goes red by 02. Left lane 036 in the win at 81.64 and an 8034. Right lane with the win and the breakout. 056 reaction time, 8297. That was the last set of juniors. Up next, Sportsman double entered.
Hey, Sportsman, if you're not here, you are definitely in the wrong place because we're pulling the first pair out right now. And our double-entered Super Pros need to be rolling this way. Hey, here's the deal, gang. Remember last night? Yeah, so do we. You want to do that again? Neither do we. So let's try to keep this thing rocking along today. Being ready when you're called and being in the water box ready to go when the first pair in front of you goes down. And let's see if we can keep this thing moving along. And maybe we can all get out of here before Waffle House closes. Because I hate when Waffle House is closed on the way home. And I don't really know why I'm whining because, hell, I left at midnight. Bruce, however, if you don't know Bruce, love Bruce, wonderful guy, but he really can't afford to miss any beauty sleep, you know what I'm saying? So, well, that's why I left, because I can't afford to either. But when he's got to be here at 3 o'clock in the morning, then he's got to be back. Well, not only is he, well, not as pretty as we would like him to be, but he also can double down on a grump. So our goal tonight, get Bruce home before Waffle House closes. Please, please, please. Don't forget a bag of donuts for a bag of donuts. We've given away, what, 2 or 3 already this morning. We what? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you don't love the pink window chalk, then something is wrong with you. Because we can see that. The problem last night when we got into later into the evening and everybody was coming up with this invisible window chalk. It's like, what's the dial in down there? I don't know. Is that a 750 or a 2.6? I do like the Mustang GT. I have a Mustang GT. Mine's not quite as new as this, but so we're going to start off with about a bull head start. The Mustang's going to be off and running. Then we're going to send a little Nova after him. It is round number 1. And remember, left side racetrack, folks. Left side racetrack. Make sure that we can see the dial on the left side of the car. Both drivers. Clean, green, down and away. We're going to see a win light over on the right side, an 8:16 on the 8:01. Wow, tight race down at the finish line stripe. I mean, tight race. Came down to 15 ten-thousandths of a second. Next up, going to be Mark Clayton and Cole Rouse as they're rolling back in. What do you think of the Roadster? Now, remember the pink window chalk a minute ago? Look at the Roadster. That thing's got invisible window chalk. And oh, by the way, it hit the gas and it like fell on its nose, which is never good, especially in elimination. So Cole going to take this one easily. He eases off the gas, looks over his shoulder, doesn't see the coupe. Goes 830 at 66 miles an hour. And for Mark Clayton, they're going to have to figure out why that thing coughed and spit and stumbled and did all those kind of things. Or at least 3 of those things. AJ Crater coming up next. The Parasitic Psycho. I mean, once you're psycho, does the rest of the adjectives even matter that much? What do you think of the Mustangs here? Now, this is what the, that's like the great grandson, right? Is that 4 generations different? 67 model over on the right side is Keith Dunbar. I know what you're thinking. Wow, that car looked awesome with a hood. It did yesterday, and then, well, it left with the hood, and then it left the hood out there about 300 feet. Fortunately, didn't smash the windshield out or do any other damage to the car, but Dunbar is going to come out here and try to win enough money to buy a new hood. First thing he's got to deal with is AJ Crater, leaving first by a little less than a second. The 67 on one side and the, what is that, 04, 05 on the other? No, not 05, 03, 04. They're in, they're set, they're ready. Red light start by 0.05 of a second. The red light's on, and AJ will be headed to the buyback window. Keith Dunbar gets a free ride here in round number 1. Goes 752 on the 54 on the dial check. Crater goes 41 on the 42. Crater's entire margin of error on that run was 0.07 of a second. He was 7 thou away from being absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, 5 thou of that was red. That'll bring up the smart car. Now, I don't want to cast aspersions or anything, but whoever looked at that and said, wow, that's a really smart car, that's a really dumb person. I mean, they have their uses. I'm not saying it, I'm not saying anything. I'm saying the guy that named it. The guy that named it. What are we going to call that? Let's call it a smart car. How about a 4-second head start in an 8-mile race? Christine Fife, driving the pickup, dialed in at 9:10 and giving up a 4 Mississippi head start, okay? You're going to have to help me count here. Ready, set. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Come on, Christine. Both drivers off on the green. The smart car is way on out there. Boy, that thing is really wound up. It's going almost like 8 miles an hour. Check it out. Wasn't that fun? It's just like a drag race, only slower. Christine is going to get the win on the double breakout. 907 on the 910 is under by 3. The smart car ran under by an hour and a half, even though it was on the brakes. Had the bulb, got there first by a mile. But, I mean, you know, when you're only going 12 miles an hour, how do you snug the other guy in? Okay, quick quiz. Not counting yesterday, when's the last time you saw a Torino? 76 Gran Torino. Jeff Holtzman, Jordan Hart over on the right side, and Little Red Corvette leaving first by about a bulb. Oh, and the red light comes on for the white car. It's red light left side, it's wind light right side. Jordan Hart gets a free ride down the old 660. The American walk-in cooler scoreboard says 816 at 86 miles an hour. 773, 88 miles an hour for Jeff after he's 033 R-E-D. What do you want? I mean, I'm sorry, Bruce, what can I do for you to make your day better? That's what I meant. You need what? Okay. Yes, we do. Go ahead. Super Pro. Come on down. I'll take all of you. Super Pro. Armani Slade on the left side. Zach Morris on the right. Zach did pretty good last night, didn't he? Didn't he? Zach was the last one in bed because he was up here collecting a check. Both drivers leave too soon. Zach gets the nod. I can't read that without a microscope. I don't know what to tell you. I've talked to the sound guys 100 times. Both drivers leave early. Zach comes out on the better side. When both drivers leave early, the true start excuses the smaller foul. You know, it's kind of like, well, I committed a felony. Well, I just committed a misdemeanor. Okay, you'll be all right then. Don't worry about it. That'll bring up Denise Heath. Driving the second-gen Camaro, 75 vintage. Over on the left side, Ginger Vaughn on the right. In the Challenger, 1320. Easing their way in. About a bulb and a half is going to be the handicap head start. Camaro's going to be off and running. And here comes the Challenger. Here comes the Challenger. Jennifer closing in on Denise at the finish line stripe. No, not going to get her. 8:55 on the 8:53. Boy, Denise missed the tree a little bit, but she runs closer to the number. Ginger Vaughn goes 8:07 on the 780. The Challenger looked like it kind of just eased off the starting line instead of snapping off the starting line and cost her. Doing a quick little job with the mops out there on the starting line. I had this idea yesterday, and nobody took me up on it. But after the 3 a.m. start, I bet I can drum up a little more. I bet I can drum up a little more support. This is what I'm proposing. Anybody that drips any liquid on the starting line gets tased.
Let's do it.
Just to keep the program moving along. Just to keep it going. All right, now the S10, if I'm not mistaken, that is that may be a new entry here. Came up earlier this morning when we called pro, but a little late for the time run. So this is going to be first time down the racetrack. Got Steve Watkins on the other side in that. What's that? Gen 7 Corvette, right? Gen 6, Gen 8, Gen 4. I don't know. It's a new one. It's a new one. Corvette pulling up alongside the S10, waving as he goes by. Thanks. Bye. See ya. Watkins goes 793, easing back 67 miles an hour. The S10 came in basically dialing blind and then runs 961 at 73 miles an hour. Now you got a time run under your belt. You can go to the buyback window and be ready to go for round number next. That'll bring up the Dodge. Now here's what I'm curious about. Did that fender come off of another truck, and I'd like to see what that whole truck was painted like, or did they just start blacking out the truck and they haven't quite got to the fender yet? Got to be one or the other. Got to be one or the other. I do believe the guys from Hawaii, however, wow, started doing the burnout, shattered the tire. It says book 'em, Dano, on the tailgate. Fun fact, did Steve McGarrett ever actually say book 'em, Dano? Got to love the Dart over on the other side. That thing's got full exhaust, got license plates, got a vinyl top. Oh, and the pickup gets a free time run. And then it didn't shift. And then it finally shifted. And then it, well, you saw it, 890, 74 miles an hour. But he got a freebie because Kenny Vaughn smashed the gas too soon. He's 107. That is way, way, way on the red side. So both of those pickups now have a time run under their belt. The S10 will have to go to the buyback window if he wants to keep playing, and the Dodge won't. I still want to know the story on that fender. Maybe they started custom painting at one fender at a time. Here comes Melissa Citro in the left side. Husband Chris standing alongside the car. Chris very active out here at the racetrack. He is a high school shop teacher up in Marana. Teaches auto shop. Not a whole lot of high schools still have auto shop. And he brings students out here and does contests and does racing and does all kind of wacky stuff. That's Dave Muller over on the right side. As we revive the long-lasting Mustang versus Camaro head-to-head debate. Not a whole lot of handicap right here, but this one's over. Over early. Red light right side, wind light left side. Oh, that's Kyle Vance? I thought that was Christine. Wow. Wasn't Melissa driving that car yesterday? Well, it says it's Kyle Vance in it today. Anyway, Kyle wins it. It was 827. Off the throttle after Dave Muller went red. And then, of course, runs dead 5 after turning on the red light. Dead 5. Oh, this is Melissa. Okay, maybe we just swapped cars around. Melissa rolling up now in her little Fox body Ford. Joe Willis in the right side. So let's see. The last time the handicap was 008. That was too much, so we're going to cut it in half. This time the handicap is 004. Another Mustang versus Camaro. Pairing rolling in now. Joe's in. Melissa's in. Joe's red. Didn't we just see this movie? I mean, didn't we just see this? A Mustang on one side, a Camaro on the other, a very slight handicap head start, and a Camaro going red. It's like an instant. Replay. Joe goes 769. 88 miles an hour, but that race was over 6/100ths of a second before it was scheduled to start. That's when the red light came on. How about Nick George and his little pickup over here in the left side? Jessica Robinson and right. Jessica rolling down here from Mesa. So let's see, we had an 8, we had a 4, now we got an 18. Hut! No, I'm sorry. Right lane going to leave first again. Let's see if we can just get 2 green light starts. It's way, way, way more fun when we get to decide it down at the finish line stripe. Kind of like that. Both drivers away on the green. Jessica out there. Nick pulls up alongside. Will it be the truck? Will it be the boo? It's going to be the boo. 834 on the 831. That's a winner. 798 on the 813. And Nick George got there first, but he had to break out to do it. Missed the tree. As a general rule, not the first time I've said this, if your reaction time starts with a 1, your time ticket usually starts with an L. That brings up Angel Rivera. And if you don't think that is a beautiful Hugger Orange 1970 Camaro, then you need psychiatric help. Even if you don't like Camaros, you got to admit that's a beautiful car. Kyle Swain over on the other side. The S10, he's going to leave first by a little more than a bulb. And then Angel will try to run him to ground. They're in, they're set, they're off on the green. Well, nobody's going to get in the reaction time Hall of Fame here, but Angel's going to get the win, 718 on the 705. Kyle goes 770. He dialed a 69, he ran a 70. That part, good. Reaction time started with a 4. That part, not so good. Brings up Double Trouble Dan in the Falcon over here on the left side. That is a street legal car that has literally been driven from coast to coast. I've seen that thing on a highway in Florida. I've seen it in Seattle. Saw it in New Hampshire. Well, the repo man's after it because there's three more payments and it's his, but he's got to keep it away from the repo guy. Tim DeBrock over on the right side. We're still trying to figure out the origin of the Pinto's taillights. I think it's truck and trailer parts. Down there on... It's not Irvington, is it? This one's going to go Double Trouble's way. He goes 782 at 83 miles an hour. 885 comes up for DeBrock. Dan had 5 hundo in his pocket on the reaction time, and that he will almost always turn into a win light. Brings up Lou Hermosillo. The Dart. It's at about a 74 vintage. That thing's sweet. Marco over on the other side. That's a 1970 Dart. That thing is really sweet. Remember, as long as I got the microphone, everybody the vinyl top goes 1 point up on the coolometer because I like vinyl tops. And I'm making the rules. Well, until Bruce gets back or until Brandon gets back on the microphone. But at least for now, I'm pretending I'm in charge. So a little Mopar on Mopar activity going back to the 1970s, and the guy with the vinyl top is going to carry the day. Finish line stripe, are you ready for this? 2 thousandths of a second, but that race was really over on the starting line. Marco had a 21 light and then ran 768, and that locked out Luis. Mike Gessick now, the 1973 model Nova. I love the patina. I don't know who came up with the word patina, but it definitely has the patina. And I'm trying to figure out, I mean, would that top open, or is that just covering up a chunk of glass? There was such a thing as like a soft, not quite convertible, but open top back in the day. Russ Lindsay on the other side, the 1977 Olds Omega. How many people do you know? You can email me the answer if you want to, but how many people do you know that would see a 1977 Olds Omega and go, okay, I got an idea. Order me some headers. Let's get this baby going. We can speed it up. 3.8 seconds to handicap head start. Michael Gessick, and I got to find this out. I think that's a 6-cylinder car. To be running 12s in the 8th mile, if it's a 396, it is really anemic. But I think it's a 6-cylinder car. If somebody knows, shoot me a text, shoot me an email. I am dragannouncer@gmail.com. Here comes Russ Lindsay. He's reeling, rocking, and rolling right on by. Not often do you get to watch a guy close in like a missile at a speed that wouldn't even get you pulled over out there on Interstate 10. 845 comes up for the win. Russ Lindsay. Guess I missed the tree a little bit and paid for it down there. Is that Hampton? Really? Really? Gary Hampton's here? Ooh, I love it. That little Cavalier over on the right side, that is a class legal stock eliminator car. No kidding. 4-cylinder. No, 6-cylinder. 977. Going to get the head start over Jerry. Boy, look at those two just humming on down there. You got time to go get popcorn before they get to the finish line. Wind light's going to come on for Hampton. 984 on the 977. Both drivers, again, note not going to make the Dean's list on reaction time. Jerry Roja actually had the better light. And then he ran 77 on the 80, getting there by a pretty good chunk. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to get out the train horn. Darn it. I'll get the train horn out a little bit later on. I'll bring up the purple Camaro. I should know who that is. It's killing me that I don't know who that is. That's what's his name? Oh, 6 thou, too soon. The red light's on. The Camaro's headed to the buyback window. Rob Martino is headed to the next round in that 1974 Nova. Goes 50 on the tree, goes 19 on the track. 31 on a 27 for the Camaro, but unfortunately for him, that pesky little red light. Here comes the Ranger out of Mammoth Towing. Look at the logo on the side of that truck and tell me that you don't love that. I'm stuck. What should I do? Here, tie a rope around a woolly mammoth. We'll get you out of there. El Camino over on the right side. Easing on up in. Handicap. About 3/10. Less than a bulb. It's going to be the little Ranger off and running. I wonder if this Ranger either used to be or still is a shop truck at Mammoth Towing. You see that? Yeah, I need you to go pick up some parts for me. No, take the truck. Both drivers away. The crew does not look overjoyed with Steve Shoemaker's reaction time. You can see the reaction down there when the light turned green. That one, no. How about 1,000th of a second at the finish line stripe? And how about the El Camino taking the win? Had the reaction advantage. Goes 15 on a 98. Came within a thou of giving that thing back down at the other end. But hey, you don't have to win by a lot. You just got to win by, well, in this case, a thou. I'm going to bring up the Challenger, and this was a new entry. Rolled in today, first time we saw it. Does that thing say for sale on the back window? What do you want for it? Give me a price. My Barracuda's lonely. Let's see, it says $53.06. I hope that's not the price, because I'm not paying $53,006 for it. That thing actually, I think my Barracuda would like that car. Not crazy about the headers coming out of the fender wells, but... Hey, tell the guy in the Challenger when he comes back up next time, put a price on it, and I'll help him sell it. Just remember, I'm in for 10%. Wampata, wampata, wampata. Jordan Hart going to take the win. 819 on the 818. Had the reaction advantage. Runs one above the dial. It's going to be a 757 on the 754. Coming up for the Challenger, and the only way he'll have another shot is if he heads to the buyback window. Hey, Super Pro. Oh, attention in the pits. Hey, Super Pro. If you're not in the staging lane, you're in the wrong place. Everybody should be there. I do believe that's Miss Bollet on the left side, right? The Cadillac wasn't here yesterday, was it? I don't remember the Cadillac yesterday. They're in their set. The Cadillac is off and running. Here comes Ms. Boley. Let's see if she can catch the caddy closing in down at the finish line stripe. Looks like she's in pretty good shape. She's in pretty good shape. 781 on the 750. Had the bulb as well. 961 going to come up short over in the right lane. Mark Clayton rolling in here now. Wasn't Mark Clayton just here a minute ago? I'll help you with that. Yes, he was. Christine Fife over on the other side. Wasn't Christine just here a minute ago? Yes. Christine, as a matter of fact, raced the smart car. And Mark Clayton, the last time when he stood on the gas, the thing like fell on its nose right out of the starting box. We are into our double entries, and that means we are getting close to being ready to go for Super Pro. Well, Clayton's car this time, at least continuously accelerated, if not violently accelerated, and down to the finish line stripe. This one's going to go Christine's way. She goes 9:21, 74 miles an hour. Reaction time for Mark Clayton was 1:23. Not what he was looking for. The Mustang coming back one more time. The two Mustangs, as a matter of fact. The early gen and the latest gen. I don't know if you ever read my National Dragster columns back in the day, but I did one about old cars and new cars. It's like, is this like, your grandfather? Back in my day, we didn't have enclosed trailers with air ride. We had to sit out in the rain, and we liked it. The new GT is off and running. The 68 model is closing in. And at the finish line stripe, give this one to Dunbar. He goes 762. That's 2-4-2 at 85 miles an hour. And the black machine goes 848 at 84 miles an hour on the 840. Give up a couple Hun back here, and then 8 above the dial, left the door wide open. Wide open for Keith. I think we got just a couple more of these, and then we're going to be headed into Super Pro. Is that going to bring up Kenzie Jones? It's going to be the last car in class. The Gen 4 Firebird. Now, call me crazy. Did I miss it? Did Zach Morris run and I missed it? You telling me Zach Morris won yesterday and didn't come back today? Maybe he figured, okay, I got enough money, I can take the day off. I'm going to take a nap. Kenzie Jones. Off and running. We're running a little early, but we're not going to hold that against Kenzie with nobody's in the other lane. 8:02, wow, dead zero on a bye run. Kenzie Jones throws an egg on the scoreboard. Kens, save that for later. You might need it. That minus reaction time, throw that away because you darn sure not going to need that later. And we should be ready to go. Super Pro Racing. All righty, getting things swapped around back there. We're going to turn up the heat a little bit. We're going to bring Super Pro out a little bit. Want to jump back in for a little Super Pro stuff? You guessed? You sound so enthusiastic about that. All righty. Well, Randy made her way down from the other end of the interstate overnight. When she heard Bruce had to work until 3 o'clock in the morning, she said, that guy's probably going to need some help tomorrow. And that Reinhardt guy, he's not really that much help. So Randy rolled on down here, and she's going to take you through a little Super Pro round number one.
That was actually all a lie. I heard Alan was here and said I wanted to come down and meet him. Left lane, we've got John McDaniel in his Chevy 2. Danny in his Spirit window. I will say, Danny's car, I have never seen anything like it. I'm a Chevy girl at heart, so my hopes are obviously I'm going with New Mexico, even though it's New Mexico, but it's a Chevy 2 for John McDaniel. Holy moly. That split window Corvette of Danny's taking the win. 0-1-2. Oh, you're right. It does say, it literally says split window on the computer. Up next, Scott Taylor in the right lane in his Chevelle. Then we've got the dragster in the left lane. Scott's going to take off a second faster.
It's one of the Downing cars. I don't know if it's one of the Taylors driving. I'm certain.
Think,
One of the Downing cars.
I think the left lane is driven by one of the Downing family.
Had a couple good drivers in it yesterday.
Scott taking off first with that double 05 reaction time to the 049. He gets the win at a 6.821 to the 5.763. Up next, Brent Spence in that Chevy Nova with the crazy paint job. I wonder how many hours are actually in that. Versus Andy Kadar in his 70 GTO with a sweet little wing on the back. Not even sure what color I could call that. Nude, maybe? All right, now that that dial-in's fixed, we're going to get going. Andy with a little jump there. 013 reaction time. Brent's 026. And he runs him down. Andy takes the win. Left lane, Christian Contreras, 70 Camaro, full of Lexan, absolutely beautiful car, even though it's not my favorite year. Next to one of my favorite midgets, Leroy Duran, maybe small people. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the video we made of him dancing next to a Buick. We like to call him Mini-Me on the podcast. Dragster dialed in at a 493. Camaro at a 630. He's going to leave just a little bit sooner. See if Leroy can run him down. Camaro a little herky-jerky there. Leroy, though, 001 red. So Christian gets the win at 108 to Leroy's 140. Little Sarah Kidd driving the S10 in the left lane. She's going to leave about a second before Tony Henderson. Driving a borrowed car this weekend from Zimmerman. Sarah's going to take that win. Tony jumped a little bit with a 003 reaction time. Sarah at 101 at a 6.699 to Tony's 560. Up next, Matthew Bong in the right lane, driving his 89 Mustang. He's going to leave a second faster. Versus the dragster that's currently getting pushed back to the line. Left lane, Jimmy Kelso. Matthew Bond with the win. 0.047 reaction time to Kelso's 1.55. Kelso ran a 5.61. Bong ran a 6.4. Up next, Tanner Theobald in the left lane driving his 87. Tanner with his Trans Am in the left lane. Matt Marbach and his dragster in the right lane. A shorty little rear engine dragster. Tanner's going to leave a little over a second beforehand. Tanner's lifting that button. The dragster's off. Tanner, though, with a reaction time of 0.003 to Pat's 0.23. Both of them get the breakout. A 6.251 for Tanner. 5.088 at 135 for Pat. Pat gets the win. Up next, Vito Dominguez leading just over a second and a half first versus Dylan Moody in his dragster. Beto is driving the 1998 240 SX that looks like he's Lightning McQueen. Speaking of Lightning McQueen, I wonder if he has a Lightning McQueen Crocs that match the car. Jetta was off with a 002 to Dylan's 014. Beto gets the win at a 6.293 to Dylan's 4.682 at 105 and 148. Lucas Makovica in his dragster dialed in at a 503. Alan, I don't want to slander his last name, Zasha, at a dialed in at a 525. He's going to take off first by a quarter of a second. Lucas, 005 in the red. Left lane, 053 at a 527, 126. Colby Fuller, left lane, and then his dragster dialed in at a 489. Jerry Jacobs dialed in at a 482. Jerry's going to take off just under a second first in the right lane. Off with a 018. Colby with a 002 reaction time. He gets the win. 4.910 to a 5.83. Colby running a 137. Shad Sandlin's going to take off a 10th before in his 67 Nova. Tony Pescara in the right lane in his Camaro, dialed in at a 612. Tony with a 008 reaction time. Chad 026. Tony gets the win. 6.156. Chad 6.245. Tony running a 111. Tati Zarmenta dialed in at a 6.58. Gonna take off just under a second before Scott Hess and his not in his dragster, which is what it's listed. Tati's with a 050. Scott 002. Scott takes the win with a 5.644. Tati's at a 6.605. Scott running a 120 to a 104 for Tati's. Left lane, Hector Hernandez Jr. out of Hermosillo, dialed in at a 6.13. KJ Dessa in the right lane, dialed in at a 4.97 in the dragster. Hector's going to take off just over a second beforehand. Hector 027, KJ 03 red. Hector's going to take the win. 6.137 to a 4.995. Hector running a 107, KJ running a 135. Up next, Gabriel Hernandez, also out of Hermosillo, with a little S10. Ken Passerby in his 71 Vega, dialed in a 688. It's going to take off just under a second before Gabriel at a 617. Mark, Ken Passerby, the 000 on that reaction time, getting the win over Gabriel. Ken running a 6.891. Up next, Wes Snodgrass going to leave just over, almost a second and a half before Dustin Townsend. Wes. 67 Camaro for Wes Snodgrass. Dustin running his dragster. Wes out with a 009 reaction time. Dustin redlining with a 003. Wes running a 6144 at 111. Dustin 64792, 145. Bill Bollock in his Camaro, left lane. He's going to leave a second and a quarter before Kiyoki Dessa. Kiyoki dialed in at a 461 in the dragster out of Vegas. Bill's dialed in at a 587. 009 reaction time. Kyoki, red lit, 002. Bill with a 587.5. Kyoki 4639. 114 and a 148 for Kyoki. Left lane, Rodney Ward. Dialed in at a 629. Michael Zimmerman, 490 in the dragster. In the right lane. Zimmerman, 009 red. Left lane with the win. 01664 reaction time, 627 and a 110. Stanley. Stanley Hammond left lane. See you later. Dragster in the right lane. Gabriel Hernandez dialed in at a 485 in the dragster. Right lane, Martin Corella, 535. He's going to leave half a second faster in that Roadster Corvette. Corvette Roadster from Martin. 007 in the red. Gabriel 012 in the win. 4833 ET 143. Up next, Curtis Zinzaletta. Gonna leave just under a second beforehand in the 68 Plymouth Roadrunner. It's a beautiful car. To the 72 Nova of Jeremy Pyler. Also a beautiful car and probably one of the most vibrant oranges I have ever seen. Jeremy doing a nice little wheel stand there. The reaction time of 025 in the win. 588 at 113. Curtis 798 at 101. Joe Kidd Jr., team better than average, is going to leave 0.36 before John Carvalho in the 67 Camaro. Joe with a reaction time 0.047. John 038. Joe gets the win at a 679 at 96.66. John 644 at 104. Nacho Rivera in the dragster, left lane, dialed in at a 470. Dave Johnston, 548 in the Beretta. It's actually a pretty cool blue color. Something you don't see every day. He's gonna take off about 3/4 of a second before Nacho. It's off. Nacho in the red, 003. Dave Johnson, 055. Running a 5.547 at 125. Nacho with a 4.678 at 148. Up next, AJ Crater in the left lane. Gonna leave a 1/4 of a second. Dialed in at an 8.44 before TJ Ward dialed in at an 8.20. Going red when he lifts that front end at an 057. AJ with a 000. Wow, AJ. And the win, 8.451 at 79. TJ 7, 951 at 84.95. Up next, Dylan Smith in the 05 dragster, dialed in at a 5.0. He's going to leave a second, a little over a second after Brian Lopez in his Camaro. Hard to tell from here. Brian Lopez, 036. Dylan Smith, 031. And Brian gets the breakout, but Dylan gets the win at a 5.038 at 133. Dylan 6.11 at 112. Up next, Nick Downing in his 93 Daytona. Left lane, dialed in at a 5.38. Jerry Duffy dialed in at a 5.11 in his rear engine dragster. I love Nick Downing's car, just the busted loose on the side. Kind of you see it, you know it. Nick Downing with a 0-1-1 and the win to Jerry's 009 in the red. Nick running a 5.368 at 130. Jerry 5.125 at a 134. Up next, Tony Weil, 1969 Chevelle, dialing in a 5.22. Chris Silman in his 240Z, dialing in a 5.94. Chris Silman going red by 101. Tony Wiley getting the win, 047. 5.211 at 134. Chris 5.964 at a 115. Kenny Robles dialing in a 541 in the IROC. Brittany Hinkle, 63 Chevy 2. She's going to leave just under a second and a half before dialed in at a 681. It's a beautiful, beautiful Chevy 2. She's off. Let's see if Kenny can beat. Chasing her down. Kenny with a 011 reaction time in the win. 5.435 and a 125. Brittany 6.862, 98 miles an hour. Kurt Reif in his 01 dragster, down in a 529. Don Tiola leaving a split second before at a 535 in his 34 roadster. I'm still wondering what it's like to drive one of these cars this fast with the wind in your face like that. I take it you know it. Don, unfortunately, with a red light, 008. Kurt's going to take the win with a 058, 5.251 at 130. Don, 5.359, 132. Bruce Schroeder dialed in at a 512 in the left lane. Right lane, Ken Rader, 547. Both dragsters, both rear engine. One with a wing, one without. Front early. The reaction time of 013. The win. 5.539. Speed 111. Bruce Schroeder 065. 5.5 seconds at a 129. Up next, Randy Smith dialed in a 551 in his dragster. And the 76 Plymouth Arrow, driven by Tony Marconi. Marconi with that trip zip. 036 for Randy Smith. Marconi's going to take the win at a 5.853, 118. Randy Smith 5.515. Also 118, same speed for both of them. Jacob Taylor in the left lane is going to leave 1 3/4 seconds before Jennifer Kidd in the right lane. Jennifer's driving the dragster. Jacob has got the 73 Duster. Also busted loose. Jacob the 061 reaction time. Jennifer 096. Jacob breaks out at a 6.505. But Jennifer's going to get the win at a 4.91.5 at 138. Austin Downing now, 6.5 in the left lane in the bustin' loose car, and Vito Adranya in his dragster dialed in at a 5.0 flat. Austin taking off with a 041 reaction. Vito in the red 009. Austin gets the win 6.481 at 97 miles an hour. Vito 5.162 at 133. Derek Robella's 84 Camaro, 641. Jim Berry in the right lane, 495. Attention in the pits, motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. Trip zip, Jim Berry 047. Derek's going to get the win at a 6.422 at a 106. Jim with a breakout 4.925 at 130. Tim O'More, 5.64, is going to leave 3/4 of a second before Blake Williams in the right lane in his dragster, 4.91. Tim O'More 023, Blake going red by .220. Tim gets the win, 5.639, 121. Blake 4.937 at 140. Up next, Jacob Collins is 07 rear engine dragster, dialed in at a 4.59. Michael Gardner in his 67 Falcon. It's going to leave almost 2.5 seconds beforehand, dialed in at a 6.99. Michael Gardner with a 0.29 reaction time. Jacob Collins 0.06. Jacob's going to get the win at 4.619 at 145. Michael 7.038 at 97. Brad Hawk, left lane, dialed in at a 478. Joe Lemondazzo, also in a dragster, 539. Joe Red 002, Brad Hawk 020. Reaction time, Brad's going to get the win at a 4.770 at 143. Joe 5.421 at 126. Larry Spitalian is Camaro. Tom Yenser in his dragster in the right lane. He's going to leave quarter of a second before Larry. Red by 0.210. Yenser's going to take that win at a 0.239 reaction time. 6.089 at 133. Larry 5.859 at 117. Corey Beatty 6.70 for a dial-in the left lane in his 69 Chevelle. Faustino Zaragoza and his 77 Vega in the right lane, dialed in at a 6.48. Any of Friday's winners, we would love for you to come up in front of the tower so we can get your photo. Friday's winners, if you guys can come up in front of the tower so we can get your photos. And Corey's going to go red by 0.02. Faustino gets the win, 0.33 reaction time, 6.472 at 106. Corey 6.647 at a 101. Brian Sutton dialed in at a 5.18 in his dragster, left lane. Another dragster dialed in at a 5.36. Bambi is in the right lane with that bright pink on her gray dragster. Brian's going to get that out there at a 0.79 and the win 5.25 at 126. Bambi 5.366 at 128. Chuck Hawk Jr. 5.03 in his S10. Neil Upchurch dragster 5.35. Chuck with a 0.42 reaction time. Neil double 0.2. Chuck gets a breakout at 4.992 at 135. Neil gets the win though at 5.35 at 126. Cindy Hawk. That's Chuck's mom, right? Cindy Hawk's up next in the dragster. 4.78 a dial-in. Pat Osmondson 5.17. A lot of dragsters out here today. Pat out with a 0.24. Cindy 0.29. Pat's going to take the win at a 5.17 at 133. Cindy 4.812 at 136. If you're coming up for pictures, please make sure to bring your car. Please make sure to bring your car. Winners. Up next, Kaisley Price in her dragster, down in at a 4.78. Daniel Foltz, 4.81. It's going to leave just a touch beforehand in the right lane. Kaisley's going to red light, 001, Daniel 058. He's going to take the win at a 4.795 at 144. Kaisley's 4.762 at 144.36. Joe Cox Jr., 7.13 in the left lane. Pat Neal, 6.55. Joe Cox with a 0.29 reaction time in the win at a 7.071 at 96. Pat Neal with a huge jump before that third bulb even hit. Lenny Pife with a 6.62 dial-in. Michael McBriar 6.66 in the Corvette. Lenny with an 0.40 reaction time. Mike with an 0.05. And a win for Lenny at a 6.635 at 101. Mike 6.721 at a 104. Stephen Ventabile Rosa at 5.74 next to Justin Beaver in his 65 Nova. Dialed in at a 6.20. Steven with a 1:31 reaction time. 5.75 at 1:17. Justin Beaver with the win at a 008. 6.264 to 102. Michael dialed in at a 6.54. He's going to leave just over a second and a quarter before Daniel Slade dialed in at a 5.18 in his dragster. This Pinto has the correct tail lights. Michael at a 0.73, 0.39. Michael's going to take the win though at a 6.565 at 99.35. Daniel 5.25, 129.26. Manuel Chavez is going to get a 3.5 second lead with an 8.0 dial versus Alan Smith in his dragster at a 4.49. Amanda with an 0.14 reaction time. Allen 0.37. Emmanuel gets the win at an 8.17 at 78 miles an hour versus Allen's 4.68 at 154. Ouch. Chris Rogers in his wagon. It's going to get a little over a second head start at a 6.19 versus Kristen Slade in her dragster at a 5.05. The wagon leaving with a 0.6 reaction time. Kristen with a 0.66 reaction. Chris at a 6.244. And Kristen with an issue 12.19 at 33 miles an hour. Left lane, dragster dialed in at 470. Right lane, he's going to leave 1.3 seconds sooner, is Mr. Bill Kidd, the guy that we can thank for this race. 6.06 dial in. Bill Kidd with a 005 reaction time. The dragster with a 001 and a breakout out of 469, 148. Bill Kidd with the win with a 6077 at 134.55. The 99 S10 driven by David Aramillo at dialed in at a 568. Jeff Morgan in his little Mustang dialed in at a 725. He's going to leave first by a second and a half. He's off. And the S10 004 red. Jeff Morgan 011 and the win at a 7262. 93.58. David at a 566 at 121. Zach Taylor dialing in a 577 in his 93 dragster. Andy Kadar 97 GTO. He's going to leave 0.89 seconds first. And he's dialed in at a 666. And Andy's out, 0.01 in the red. Zach 026 at a 5.714 at 121 with the win. Andy 6.665 and a 102.26. John McDaniel coming up next in his 66 Chevy 2, dialed in at a 658. Scott Taylor 679. John McDaniel in the red by 0.01. Scott Taylor the 005. Scott gets the win at a 681 at 100 miles an hour. John 6583 at 104. Left lane, Luis Ortiz 623. Pat Marbach in his dragster 508. 009 in the red, giving Pat the green light at a 024 reaction time. 5076 at 136. The Snow Performance Trans Am coming up now in the left lane. It's going to leave 0.64 before Tony Henderson, dialed in at a 562. Left lane 020, Tony Henderson 013. Tony gets the win at a 564 at 114. Left lane 631 at 105. Billy McDaniel out of New Mexico in his Chevy 2 wagon, dialed in at a 678. KJ Dessa at a 499 in the little dragster. And the wagon with a little wheel stand. But KJ is red by 049, running a 499 at 136. Billy, 001 negative reaction time at a 67 at 101. He takes the win. Jimmy Kelso up next, dialed in at a 518 in his dragster. Michael, I'm not even going to say your last name because I don't want to ruin it, at a 504 dial. Kels with that 033 reaction time and a trans brake that's working. Mike with a 004 in the red. Jimmy's going to take the win at a 515 at 134. Mike 504 at 136. Hector Hernandez is going to take off a second before Lucas Makovica at 502 in his dragster in the right lane. Junior Street and High School, you are now needed in lanes 7 and 8. Junior Street, High School, lanes 7 and 8. Hector with an 011 light. Lucas with an 042. Hector's going to take the win at a 6:12 at 108. Lucas 5:034 at a 138. Lightning McQueen's back up with at a 6:25 reaction, or dial in, excuse me. Tony Pesquera dialed in at a 6:15 in his beautiful Camaro over there. Lightning McQueen's going to take that one at a 015 reaction time, 6:2.85 and a 106. Tony in the red 006. Running a 112 and a 6144. Up next, Colby Fuller and his dragster in the left lane, dialed in at a 488. Jeremy Jacobs in the right lane in his 62 Plymouth, dialed in at a 583. Colby with the win. Jeremy breaking out at a 581 at 118 and 031 reaction time. Colby 014, 490 in the win. Tati Sarmenta coming up now in the left lane at a dialed in at a 659. Little Leroy Duran dialed in at a 495 in the right lane. And we gotta push back. Second time getting pushed off. Hopefully he can get this figured out and not have an end to his weekend. Tati's car is absolutely gorgeous, and I really want to drive it, or just look at it closer, because that red and the green just, and a Malibu, gorgeous. Leroy's going to go ahead and get a free run here. Double 02 reaction time. He's going to get the win because Tatis didn't go at a 494 at 140. It's crazy how a guy that small can run so fast. Rodney Ward in his 64 C10. Beautiful, beautiful truck, dialed in at a 627. Scott Hess Also a beautiful car, dialed in at a 562. Scott Hess is going to take that win because Rodney broke out. Scott Hess with a 006 reaction time at a 562 at a 122. Rodney 626 and a 110. Left lane dialed in at 588. Right lane's going to leave a half a second beforehand. Dialed in at a 638. Left lane with a breakout. 033 reaction time, 585 and 118. Right lane with the win, 6388 at 107. Left lane, little S10 dialed in a 613 is going to leave a second and a half before Kiyoki Dessa, the dragster, dialed in a 463. Getting the win at a 046 reaction time, 464 at 145. Left lane the S10, 616 at 106. Left lane, Gabriel Hernandez dialed in at a 484. Michael Zimmerman dialed in at a 490. Zimmerman with the win. Reaction time at 0:02. Gabriel Hernandez is 0:15. 484, 143. Zimmerman 4911. Up next, Alan Zasha out of Oregon, dialed in at a 521 and a 96 Corvette. Dustin Tonneson, 17 Dragster, dialed in at a 478. Junior Street High School, lane 7 and 8. Junior Street High School, you should be in lane 7 and 8. Allen with a 0:114 reaction time. Dustin gets the win though with a 0:15 at a 4:79, 140. Allen 5:20 at 1:28, but he broke out. Dylan Moody 4:69 dial in. Nacho Rivera 4:67. This is going to be a super close race. Is this the last bit? I think that's what they said. Do they have one race? I don't know, I think it was Cactus Clash. It was like 5 or 6 a.m.
They
Well, like-
started at 2 a.m. They started at 2 a.m. and ran till like 7 or 8. Too hot.
Oh no, this was Nacho breaking out there in 0:02 action time in the red. Dylan's gonna get the win at a .037, 466, 149.28. Nacho 148.31. High school, you should be in lane 7 and 8. Junior Street High School, you should be in lane 7 and 8. Motorcycles are coming up next.
You never have to call high school twice. Because as soon as you say, want to race a car? Yes.
That's true. That's why we like the kids, because they're always ready to race.
Right. It's like you never have to call motorcycles twice either. They're always ready to race too.
High school, yeah. There's only seven motorcycles. This should take 3 minutes.
All right, race fans, here we go. Round 1 of motorcycles. And as always, we remember Joe. I did warn you. I told you we were remembering Joe. Hey, I got a question. If I never graduated high school, can I still race high school? I mean, technically, right? When you graduate, you age out. Just saying. I can go back to high school, right? If I wanted to get my diploma, couldn't I go back to high school?
I think that would totally be okay.
Then I can still race high school.
I think they let him race regardless.
Dan Schneider in left. Wes Millward in the right. Hey, let me tell you, back in the day when I was racing, I'm not saying I was Justin Lamb or Chuck Hawk or anything, but back in the day when I was racing, I wasn't too shabby. I won Super Street at the last race ever held at the old Tucson Dragway. And you can do a Google search for Practice Tree Personalities, Alan Reinhart, and watch that and tell me if Pete Biondo cheated me or not. I'll let you make your own decision. Dan Schneider in the left, Wes Millward in the right. Round number 1. Here we go with the bikes. Left lane, going to leave first by a little more than a bulb. As soon as somebody stages, left lane's going to leave first by a little more than a bulb. Sometime before 3 a.m., the left lane is going to leave first by a little more than a bulb. Well, Wes waited that long to stage, and he couldn't wait another 14 thousandths of a second. Red light right side, one light left side, 642. On the 641, that's pretty solid for Snyder. 68 on the 77 for Wes. Wow, he was way quick, holding a ton down there. Here comes Tom Patterson. Rolling in here on the left side. Tom and the entire Patterson clan make their home right here in Tucson, Arizona. Joe Gurn over on the right side. Okay, this got to be like some kind of side bet, some kind of side hustle, some kind of something, because they're dialed heads up. I think they're funning with me. You know what you should have done if you really wanted to run heads up? You should have just dialed 4 seconds flat and then run them heads up. Let's see what you got. Like red and green on the starting line. Is it just me or does it feel like Christmas? Reminds me I got to take my tree down. .682 for the breakout. Way to go, Tom. 746 for Joe. Now, folks, anybody watching that is going, what are you, stupid? No. I talked to Tom yesterday. They've got 2 new engines. They've got a new tune-up on one. They've got 1 brand new motorcycle. He said, we came to test, period. We don't care about anything other than just making some runs down the racetrack. He said, we're going to make full runs no matter what. So, yes, he got down there by a mile and broke out, but just testing the bike. Trust me on this. Here comes the champ. Justin Willison, your reigning division champion, in the left side. Carter Millward in the right. What do you think of that stretched out swing arm Busa? Not great on corners, but hopefully keep the nose down. Oh, Nabusa spun the tire over there. He is in a whole pile of trouble now because he got the head start and was behind by 100 feet. 588. Breaking out is Justin Willison. Again, they're here to test. 809 comes up for Carter. And he's going to get the win, even though he dropped the clutch, and that thing just blew the tire off of it, wagged the tail for about the first 100 feet or so. It's like this. Justin won the championship last year in Division 7, and he intends to do that again. The first points race of the season comes up at Firebird next month. Got a new engine, got a new combination, needs to get it figured out before he gets there. So this week is just about making some runs. We got some double enters, so I think we're going to have to wait for a second while they get hustled back. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro double enters. Double entered pro. Come on down. Double entered pro. To the lanes, please. First call, second call, final call. You're late. All righty, everybody comes back and re-racks. Didn't we have more bikes yesterday? It didn't seem like we had to wait for them to all come back. I'm surprised everybody's not back today because, well, this is double purse, actually. The motorcycles last night, as it was getting late and it was getting chilly and it was getting dewy, they had a little team meeting and said, look, why don't we just take today's money and throw it into tomorrow and come back and we'll all run for big bucks tomorrow. And then they went to hot rods, I think. Or Jack in the Box. I don't know, one of the two. Double entered pro. Come on down. Hey, big tip of the cap to the guys at Trackside. They're doing a live stream for us here this weekend. If you got friends, family, folks, even if they hate drag racing, send them the link just so they can see what the weather's like here in Tucson, especially if they live in, like, well, I don't know, Wisconsin, Minnesota, New England. Someplace close, someplace cold. I keep sending pictures to my friends that are in the cold part of the world. They keep sending me pictures back of this emoji that is not quite a fist because one finger's not tucked in. You guys are familiar with that emoji, right? You can find it on YouTube. Just do YouTube search Tucson Dragway, or if you follow me on Twitter, there's a link in my Twitter account. Go to YouTube and search Hangovers Tucson Dragway. It'll come right up. But the folks at Trackside really, really appreciate the effort that they're putting in here this weekend. Working with the folks at Wrenchman Mafia and PRK Automotive, Don Davis Race Cars, the Time Bandit, Larice, Phoenix, among others. Okay, look, we got motorcycles again. Joe Gurin, didn't we just see Joe? Hi, Joe. By the way, that's not the Joe we remember. That's a whole different Joe that we remember. If you remember Joe, then, well, you remember Joe. If you don't, buy me a beer sometime and I'll tell you the story. Sean Phipps over on the right side. About a half a bulb is going to be the difference in handicap here. The blue machine should go first. Well, we rolled in deep. He rolled back in, and then I don't think he was ready to go when the tree came down. Rut row. Sean, not going to give him the free ride like he got from Patterson a minute ago. 626 on the 608, 91 miles an hour. 665 comes up for Joe. He got a reaction time started with a 3. Well, here's an interesting little matchup. Left lane, Tom Patterson. Right lane, Marlene Willison. I know what you're thinking. And? Well, Marlene, she's on the pink bike if you hadn't figured that out. She has a friendly little pet nickname for Tom. Calls him Dad. Now, he did come up in the tower earlier. He said, hey, I just want you to know I'm not stupid enough that I'm racing my kid again today. He said, we do a chip draw for round number 1. And I drew Marlene. He said, not that I'm opposed to racing her, but we normally would rather race later on in the day. Got to get the scoreboards reset down there, and then we should be set. Now, Marlene yesterday, if you were with us, she had a carburetor that was being unhappy and laid about a 4-gallon puddle of fuel in front of the back tire, and that didn't go well when she let the clutch out. It might not have been 4 gallons, but it was enough to spin the tire and kick the bike sideways. All right, now looks like we're ready to go. Father and daughter getting ready to get after it. And they sat there and got warm enough that they shut them off, so I guess we're going to back them up and well, Dave, put the motor back in that thing. You should be here. Come on. The guy sent me a picture of an engine compartment with no engine. He said we wanted to be there, couldn't quite make it. Come on down. Somebody around here's got a small block Chevy you can borrow, I'm sure. I'm positive. Okay. We're going to go back in time about 4 minutes. Let me hit rewind. Okay, coming up next, it's going to be father and daughter. Handicap is half a bulb. Tom is going to give his little princess a little head start. And then he's going to try to pound her into the ground before they get to the 8-mile mark. Interestingly enough, note where Mom is. Mom is over there behind her daughter. She's like, yeah. Come on, maybe we can gang up on him. All right, we're in. We're set. We're ready. Red light, Dad. Oh, wasn't that nice of him? 585, 117 miles an hour, 611. Comes up for Marlene. And Marlene puts a whooping on her old man. Take that, Dad. Actually, to be fair, that was Dad doing it to himself. And here comes the V-Rod one more time. All right, double entered pro. Are you here? Yay. Let's get the rest of you. Let's get the rest of you. I will take all of pro bracket, please. Oh, attention in a bit. Pro, I'll take you all. Red light start. Dave Aller was way on the red side. Way, way, way on the red side. So Dan going to take the free ride down there. Goes 642 on a 641. 85 on the 84. So both are one above the dial, but the red light meant that race was over at this end. Here comes Carter Millwood. Now, I'm thinking, look at Carter's bike. I'm thinking the worst day would be the day that it breaks a chain. Because that chain is roughly the same length as a chain on a 427 overhead cam Ford. And those things are like real expensive because they're 9 miles long. Bill Custer's over on the right side. On the green machine, the Kawasaki. Left lane going to go first by just over a bulb. Now remember, Carter was up here a little bit ago and that thing knocked the tire off of it. There we go, that's better. That's better. Got the thing to bite this time. Now let's see if he can hold on and keep out in front of Bill. Survey says, yes he can, 637 on the 630. 99 miles an hour at the stripe, 618 for Bill. His bike actually not as aggressive as he was hoping it would be the first 60 feet. And his reaction time probably not as aggressive as he was hoping it would be. And, well, that's pretty much going to take care of that. Now it's Wes Millward, and he's going to have the solo, and that's the other really long, stretched out swing arm machine. Well, the good news is the rev limiter works. The bad news is the shifter didn't. Wes, thing zoomed down there after he got it cleanly off the starting line. Hopefully. No damage was done, or at least nothing that can't be fixed up before we come back. Hey, I mentioned it earlier. If anybody's got a question, comment, or if you just want to tell me I'm an idiot, you can use the email address dragannouncer@gmail.com. And that comes to me. I do not monitor it in live time, so if you have an emergency, please dial 911. If you're trying to deliver beer to my shop and the door's locked, well, then text me. And I think we're ready for our junior street and high school program. And pro bracket, we're going to make this final call. Oh, attention in the pits. Final call, pro bracket. To the staging lanes. Hey, is it just me, or should we have a match race between the Mini Cooper and the Smart Car?
Yes, I am 100% for
I think
that.
we should do that. And then we should have a match race between the Smart Car and the guy that's got the blower on the dragster. You know, when you're looking at a difference in finish line speed of 130 miles an hour in an 8-mile race, that would be fun. Madeline Smith and Mason Tuck coming at you right now. The high school program obviously is pretty self-explanatory. We've got a few spectators out there today, the Junior Street program is a transitional program where racers like 14, 15 years old, before you have a driver's license, can start making some runs down the racetrack. It has to be a licensed, insured, legal street car. Have to have a parent in the car with you. And you stage them up and turn them loose. Just like that. That's Mason Tuck in the truck. That is Madeline in the Cooper. And how about a 10.06 on the 993 for Madeline's going to be the win. Mason missed the bulb a little bit, then runs 10.20 on the 10.25 to end up on the breakout. And the next pair is going to feature a truck and a car again, although a wildly different truck and a wildly different car. That's Nick George in a little S10. 383 stroker small block. That's a hot rod. And Alexis Kesterson over on the right side. And that, boys and girls, is a Tesla. Fun fact, if you have a fully charged iPhone, when you get in the Tesla and plug it in, it's like a turbocharger. It'll kill your iPhone, but it'll pick the car up about a half a second. Hey, man, this is racing. We can charge the phone later. Handicap head start 2.2. Why did I just have a Chuck Woolery flashback? The truck will be off in 2 and 2. There's 2. That's 2. Pickup trying to pull up on the Tesla. The thing with the Tesla is you can't ever tell when they're whomping one. Alexis goes 10 flat on the 1010. That's a little bit quick. 8 flat on the 790 for Nick George. Nick is going to get the win. Alexis got there first, but she broke out doing it. And we got a pair of pickups coming at you now. One 4-wheel pickup, one 6-wheel pickup. Hey, quick quiz. What has 8 doors and 10 wheels? Our next matchup. I could have thrown in the 2 tailgates, but I thought that might give it away. Hannah Thompson is driving the dually. Nate Renstra is driving the F-150 4x4. I don't know about you, but if I was in one of those, I'd be playing, there's something about a truck on the stereo. Something about a truck on a drag strip. I'll be right back. It's just a short trip. I'm telling you, I could write songs. Hannah, unfortunately for her, smashed the gas about a tenth too soon. It turned on the red bulb. Nate Renster, wow, a 12 reaction time in a truck. Nate, I mean, I'm not giving you donuts, but I'll give you a tip of the cap for that. 12 light and F-150, that ain't too shabby. Not too shabby. And looks like Ms. Bollet is going to have the solo in the Nova. And then I think we're going to be ready for Pro. Yay, Pro. Free time run, taking it down the stripe, 747. Connie Coletta's favorite number. 90.9 miles an hour. Couple that with an 046 reaction time. And just like that, round 1 is concluded. Man, the day's just flying by. I've got lanes full of pro bracket cars ready to have at it. And here we go, firing off with a couple of classic Chevrolets. Denny Valvo and Danny Dragna. So it's Denny and Danny. The 69 Camaro over there that's got a couple of battle scars. Please, 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 no more battle scars. And Denny, 72 model Chevelle. That thing's nice. Where's Dave Dudley, speaking of nice Chevelles? I saw him at a car show the other day.
If you have your golf cart in front of the staging lanes, you need to get it moved. Golf cart in front of the staging lanes, please get it moved.
Danny goes red. Denny smokes the tires. So Denny did a second burnout. Brett Spence left, Andy Cato right. Spence in a little Chevy too. I'm always curious about something like this. Take a look at that car down there in the left lane and answer me this question, okay? That's what you want your car to look like, okay? How do you explain that to the painter? I mean, it looks awesome, but when you go to the painter, go, okay, here's what I want. I want kind of like, can you make it like that? It'd be easy to explain Andy's car. Like brown. Brown. Both drivers away on the green. How about a 006 for Andy? How about making it happen? 668 at 102 miles an hour. 654 on a 653. Brett was only one above the dial, but he left 2 Hun back here. Margin and stripe 18,000. Winner Andy Kadar. And here comes the truck again. Sarah Kidd. Sarah, who just like ripped it up through her junior dragster career and hasn't lost any momentum whatsoever after she got into bigger cars. Scott Taylor over on the right side. I do like that Chevelle, 65 model. Handicap head start, 1/10. 1/10. They're in, they're set, they're ready. The right lane's going to jump first, but not by much. And that was not by much. Now they're side by side. It's Sarah on the left and Scott on the right. Scott, Sarah, Scott. Excuse me, Scott. Check it out, 681 on the 680. That's a winner. 669 on the 670. Sarah got there first by 2 Hun, and that was 7 thou too many. Reagan Walcott now in the Corvette. It is pumpkin spice colored. I asked this yesterday and nobody gave me a definitive answer. When does pumpkin spice season end? Like Valentine's Day? Evan Graves over on the right side. Evan won donuts with the Bob Glidden Tribute Pinto. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we give away any donuts, so let's see if we can give somebody some donuts here in Pro Round number 2. Both drivers off and away. Corvette out in front. Here comes the Pinto. Well, if I'm Reagan Walcott, the good news is I'm going to go tell all my friends, yeah, I lost to Bob Glidden. Evan Graves goes 623 on the 620, had the reaction advantage. Let Reagan have the stripe. Reagan broke out getting there. Paul Coleman now on the left side, Eric Holsley on the right. 1967 Chevelle. Really, a triple nickel from Larry's Engine and Marine? Larry's shop is right down the road from mine. When he's running a dyno, I can hear it. It annoys me. Like the old man, you know, get off my lawn. No, I'm kidding. Come on, I've known Larry for 162 years. And he was old then. Eric, off and running with a handicap head start. Paul Coleman, however, had the better reaction time, and he's going to turn that into a win light. 619 at 105 miles an hour. 715 on a 713. Eric closer to the dial, but left it back here on the starting line. That'll bring up a little Fox body Ford. And the Challenger. We talked about this earlier. That's Trevor over there on the right side in the Challenger. The car is for sale. If you would like to buy that car, I'll sell it to you for 25 grand. Just bring me cash in the tower, and then I'll go buy it from Trevor for less than that. And I'll bring you the keys. No, actually, he said 19.5. If you want that thing, 19.5, and you can have it. If you want the trailer, they'll make you a deal on the whole thing. 30 over, aluminum headed 440, 727, kind of a brand new thing. They're still breaking it in, so to speak. Trevor, who hails from Julesburg, Colorado, which has got one of the coolest drag strips in the country. It looks like he's in pretty good shape here because Madeline Smith's car, when she hit the gas, it didn't go. Trevor goes 756. That's going to be a win, 868 for Madeline. When she hit the gas, that thing was supposed to take off, and it just flat didn't. I started talking about Julesburg. You ever been to Julesburg, Colorado? Their drag strip is literally an airstrip. It's like out in the middle of nowhere, farmers' fields. They have crop dusters and little planes that land on it. And every once in a while, they have to stop racing, pick up the orange blocks so a plane can either land or take off. And then they put the blocks back down and go back to racing. True story. Tracy Snodgrass on the left side, Mark Jones in the right. What do you think of the Mustang? 69 model. Going to get a handicap head start of 2.5 bulbs, and then the Vega. We'll see if he can catch up with the pony. They're in, they're set, they're ready. Here comes the Mustang. Red light start for the Vega. He goes 033 R-E-D. Also a hit shot at Fame, Fortune, and the big bucks here in round 2. Mark Johns goes 734. 93 miles an hour. This is a fun pair. I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, but I'm thinking that white Corvette over on the right side might be the most expensive street car in competition here this weekend. Joe Kidd lined up over here in the truck. The Kidd family name is like royalty here at Tucson Dragway. All hail the king or whatever. Or Clown Prince. Yeah, the Corvette was actually supposed to leave first. That didn't work out very well for him. Joe Kidd did everything he could to give it back, taking a thou down there at the stripe, but he's going to come out with a win. The Corvette a little bit on the quick side after being a little bit late. Turning loose down here. Juan Carlos Ortiz now in the Pontiac Grand Prix. And Peter Novin. I was listening to Bruce talking about this car earlier. A pretty rare piece. The Lemon Drop 440 Plymouth Duster, vintage mid-70s. Red light start. Okay, I've had enough of the red lights. Both of them wanted to go red. Pete said, can I go red? Please, can I? And Juan said, nope. Minus 30 to minus 004, so Pete got away with one there, and then he goes 976 on the 75. That's pretty solid. 41 on the 43, a little on the quick side, but it didn't matter once the red light came on. Chad Sandlin now in the left, Mike Passerby in the right. How do you like your Novas? Second generation on the left side, third generation on the right side. Well, those two cars only separated by 3 years on the production line, but there was a generational change at the end of 67. At the end of 67, they looked like the car in the left lane. At the beginning of 68, they looked like the car in the right lane. They're both in, they're ready. They're both away on the green. Figure this one out down at the other end. Chad left, Mike right. Ooh, this might be the quietest race unless we line up the Tesla with the smart car. The wind light's going to come on over there for Chad Sandlin. 627 on the 626. Winner. Passerby goes 18 on a 15. Reaction was a 4-thou coin flip. Chad Sandlin got there first by a couple of hun. I'm in Bruce's way. I'm in Bruce's office, so I got to stay out of Bruce's way. Here comes Kurt Zinzaletta in the left side. Jessica Robinson in the right side. Jessica gets a whole Christmas tree where the head start over there in the boo. Got a couple of cars from a little bit north of here. One from Mesa, one from Flagstaff. They're in, they're ready. Just like that, they're both away on the green. The boo is out there. Here comes Kurt. Here comes Kurt. Meep, meep. Here comes Kurt, the Roadrunner. 686, 97 miles an hour. Couple that with a double. 08 reaction time. Jessica goes 837. Couldn't get there. Brings up Dave Trammell on the left and Ken Passerby. And right, well, we saw Mike a minute ago. Let's see if Ken has any luck here in the Vega. Dave Trammell, hoping no. First generation Nova, the 63 model. The second generation was the shortest Nova generation ever, I do believe. Only lasted 2 years. That thing's got a license plate on it. Wow. Keep my eye out for that thing on the street. Both drivers off and away. Dave left, Ken right. Give this one to Ken. He goes 691 on the 688 dial, 95 miles an hour. 49 on the 46 for Dave Trammell. Behind a couple of Hun on the start and behind a Hun on the reaction time, and that is the name of that tune. I'll bring up Joe Kidd in the Outlaw. And Ryan McCammon over to the right side. A 1983 Oldsmobile Omega. That is a rather interesting car slash combination. It's a rather progressive red slash light. Ryan goes red 400s. 672 for the win. And for Kidd, man, he was dialed soft, holding a bunch, a large amount. Here comes Wes Snodgrass. The silver and black 1967 Camaro. Wing windowed machine, and Jeremy Plyer over on the right side. I talked to Jeremy earlier. I asked if that was a real Yenko. He said no. I thought, oh, that's kind of disappointing. The Nova's got a license plate on it. How come I never see any of these cars at Freddy's or at Little Anthony's? Both drivers get away on a green. This end, they're separated by 1 foul. That end, they're separated by 6 Hun. Wes going to get the win. He runs dead 7. Jeremy Plyer was back at the dial quite a bit after only being separated by 1 thou in reaction time. Dead 7 carried the day. Stan Hammond now on the left side and Steve Valdez in the right. Stan's little Chevy 2 is a pretty sweet ride. Stan's car actually has a New Mexico license plate on it. I don't know if it's got a current inspection tag or not, but hey, if you got a license plate, you're all right with me. Red light start. Valdez, 1.5 too soon. Red light right side, 1 light left side, Stan Hammond. 617, wow. 004 dead 2. You don't you just hate to waste a 6-pack on a red light? 004 dead 2 and didn't need any of it. Now it's going to be Jerry Holder in the bodacious Buick. And Carson Heath. I'm trying to come up with a snappy name for the Nova, and I just came up completely short. 9 Hun, 9 Hun going to be the difference. End dial. Could be the nasty Nova. There you go. Down to the finish line stripe, well, I'll have a chance to think about the Nova again because I'm going to see Carson again a little bit later on. 13 green, 723 on the 719, and that was more than Jerry could deal with. He's 50 on the tree and locked out, and then drives her on down to a 719. Slade Boggle in the T-bucket with a small block that is no longer running. Darn it. Cole Rouse in the El Camino, which is still running, waiting patiently in the water box to start the burnout. Well, that's a bummer for Slade. I'm not sure round 1 if he advanced or bought back, but one way or another, the day's going to come to an end here. How can we make your life better? Hi there. Your dad went trip zip? Okay. Well, who's your dad? Oh, Tony's your dad? Really? Okay, I thought your dad might be Batman, judging by your shirt. Does your dad like chocolate donuts, or does he like powdered donuts? Or wait, tell me the truth. Is your dad going to get the donuts, or are you going to get them? You can take your pick, either chocolate or powdered. No. You don't get the whole box. You get a bag. You get one package. Oh, send up a cute kid. Maybe you get a whole box of donuts. Is that the plan? The whole darn box. Hey, thank you guys for being here. Okay, if we run out of donuts before the end of the day, it's Blake's fault. I can't believe I didn't see that when I went by the window. Jerry Holder's car is called Jerry Rigged. Yeah. Apparently it didn't work that time. I got the next pair rolling in the stage. Oh, that's Jerry Jr. Okay, I got you now. That was Boggle's Holder. I got confused. Well, there's a cute kid came up and got donuts. I, completely lost my train of thought. 660 on the 654 for Adriel. That's going to be a winner at 103 miles an hour. 755 for Holder. Not quite enough. Chris Stout rolled into Vega left side, and John Cavallo. 67 model Camaro. Handicap is a little more than a bulb. Chris going to be off and running. As the two classic Chevys ease their way up in. Oh, the Jeep is next. Red light start for John. Wow. That's like a third pair this round, right? Where both drivers left early. True Start picks the winner, and that's going to be Chris, because he was 003 early, and John was 35 early. So the Vega's going to advance. And here comes the Witch's Brew. I can't tell you when, I can't tell you where, but I will guarantee you that Jeep has spent a little time with paddle tires on the back of it. That is a sand dragger if ever I've seen one. Mike Heath over on the right side. The white year one Camaro. And the Camaro is actually going to leave in front of the Jeep. Now, just imagine if Michael gets beat here. He's going to have to go back and tell us what happened. Well, there was this Jeep. A Jeep? Seriously? Well, yeah, but it was a really cool Jeep. But a Jeep? Seriously? Not going to have to answer any of those questions. 657 on 653 for the win. Mike Bolton goes 33 on the 39. Wow, he got there by almost a tenth of a second and broke out doing it. Sometimes your best friend is that pedal that's under your left foot. Henry Laba now, rolling in a little white dart, and Ron Height. The S10 pickup. Handicap advantage going to go to the truck. And they are away. Down the finish line they go. Get the win light, the green truck. The green lights on the scoreboard don't quite match the green truck, but it's close enough. 722 on the 717. 696 on a 689 for Henry. We left a little bit down here and a little bit back there, and that's going to put him out of competition here in round number 2. Oh, I should know who's in that Nova. How come I don't know who's in that Nova? How come I did that? Don't worry, it wasn't mine. Hope I didn't kill that thing. Don't tell anybody I did that. Well, the green at Nova lit the red light by 18 thousandths of a second, so Cliff Hall is going to get the win. 661 on the 662. Didn't matter once that red light was on in the other lane. It's a pretty good feeling when you're cruising down Tucson Dragway and you see the green lights already lit up on your scoreboard. We got Jeff and John coming at you right now. The Z28 vintage, what, 78, 79, somewhere in there? 78. Oh, I guess if I'd have just, they gave me the information. All I had to do was look at it. Oh, and another red light. Too foul, too soon. And John will get no donuts. He will also get no win light. Jeff Edwards, 650, dead 7 for the win. After a 2-thou red light. Here comes Billy McDaniel. I spent the whole day yesterday trying to figure out who was driving that wagon. And today I know. It's Billy McDaniel. It's a really cool car. It's got mufflers on it. It's got a license plate on it. Cade Renault. And the Malibu over on the other side. Cade was a winner last night, right? The tow guy. That's what the license plate says on the wagon. I wonder what he tows. I hope it's a nostalgia something. That would be cool. Towing a fuel altered or a front engine dragster or a big beer cooler. Hopefully that would be modern. Oh, Cade Renault turns it red. And he fouls away his shot at fame, fortune, and the big bucks. Billy McDaniel goes 674. 101 miles an hour on the 70, 723 on the 27 for Cade, but he's just going to remember the red light. You always remember the red lights. Didn't you do round one? Oh, okay. Bruce just asked me if this was round two. I said, didn't you do round one? I know it was a short night, but. Here comes Brandy Batiste car. Didn't Brandy win donuts? I thought Brandy won donuts. Did she come get them? Ooh, no good here. Brandy turns the red light on the blue car. Talk about clash. Mike Munoz. 693 for the win. And 98 miles per hour. Well, at least Brandy won donuts. I know you're always disappointed about the red light, but you can make yourself feel better by going back and eating donuts. William Moore in the truck. Brad Hawk in the Mustang. The truck actually has a license plate on it. Actually, the Mustang has a license plate on it, too. Can you see the Mustang license plate? It says SPRGAS. I told the Vegas story yesterday, so save you from having lived that twice, but every time I see that car, I get painful memories. Womp, womp, womp. 662 for the win. 98 miles an hour. That's going to be Brad. Moore goes 757, but he had a reaction time started with a 1. If you're planning to beat one of the Hawks, as a general rule, a reaction time that starts with a 1 is not a great plan. Thad Card coming up now. And his Fox Body Mustang, vintage 1979. That was the run, right? 79 to 93. Charlie German over on the right side, because the 78 was a Mustang 2, if I'm not mistaken. Mustang 2, Portland 0. Well, they had dyslexic identical lights, an 031 to a 13. Down to the finish line stripe, 3 thousandths crossing the stripe. Charlie's going to get the win. He was the guy with the reaction advantage, and his 84 on the 83 carried the day. 708 on a 708 for Thad Card. He runs dead 5, but left a little bit back here. Here comes Tim O'More. Tim, I think's already got his deposit slip filled out, but he's got Tony Marconi in the other lane. Didn't Tony do pretty good yesterday? Did pretty good. Did you guys all have a El Bandito Yankee toast in the winner's circle last night? You should have. Because by the time we wrapped up, it was like too late to go get a drink someplace, so hopefully he had a toast in the winner's circle. Or maybe he decided to save it for after he wins again today. 1 thou at the finish line stripe. Tim O'More had the reaction advantage and gave the stripe back by 1 thou. Tony Marconi for the win. 585 on the 585. Oh, O'More is going to be mad when he sees that time slip. Going to be mad. Kim Zimmerman now. The vinyl top. Dodge Dart and Parker Theobald. He and Tanner are splitting time this weekend in the snowmobile. The Dart is for sale, as a matter of fact. You like the Dart? Could be yours. Hey, here's a helpful hint. If your car's for sale, put a number on it. No, actually, that's probably a bad idea. Probably a really bad idea. You'll come up here and you'll be looking at the scoreboard and go, why am I dialed 15,500? Yeah, never mind. That was not all of my ideas were brilliant. Parker, going to get the win here. Most of them are. He's 15 on the tree, 44 on the track, 39 on a 38 for Kim. That part was good. The reaction time was not so much. Rob Khalil now in the 66 Barracuda. Was it 66? I think it was 66. When the Barracuda was just like a trim package on the Valiant. The original Barracudas are actually badged both Valiant and Barracuda. I almost bought one a couple weeks ago. Jeff Cox over on the right side. The Falcon Futura, or is that a Sprint? There were two different models. The Sprint and the Futura. This is the future. This is the win light. 001 dead 7. Oh, man. That's nasty. Rob Galil, no chance. None. 0. Locked out. Jeff Cox hit him with 8 total. Okay, I got a question for you here because I ponder things. See Claude Evering down there, right? You see the Fairmont? Looks like a 4-door, right? As a matter of fact, on the window it says 4-door Claude. Wouldn't you think that's a 4-door? How you can open the back doors? If you shave the handles off, doesn't it automatically become a 2-door and he should change his name to 2-door Claude? He's got Matt Hawk over on the other side. Maverick Matt, who was in charge of yesterday's big wheel 50-50 draw. Both drivers get away on the green. Which one of the white Fords? Claude at left, Matt right. Give it to Claude. Separated by 1 thou in reaction time. Claude runs 86 on an 85. Matt goes down there and goes 734 at 90 miles an hour. I think he dumped him. I think that was the wrong choice. It was not a wise choice. That'll bring up Brad Fisher. For those of you that need more room in your Fairmont, the Fairmont wagon with a 4-speed. Howard DeVore over on the right side of the Nova. Rolling down in here out of Flagstaff. I wonder what kind of transmission is in that thing. I mean, if he had the transmission that, like I have my Mustang, no, he definitely doesn't have that. He got that thing in 4th gear before he got to 8th mile. Unfortunately for Brad, he let the clutch out too soon. Howard DeVore gets a win. He goes 691 on 691. Call that dead one. And the Fairmont. Red lights away. There must be a club because the Fairmonts all came up together. The 4-door first, or the sort of kind of 4-door. Then the wagon, now the 2-door. Derek Fisher. And as I said yesterday, that's a really cool Fairmont. They're not words that are normally in the same sentence, but that really is a pretty cool Fairmont. The SS Chevelle over on the other side. Texas license plate. That thing got an inspection sticker on it? My Barracuda actually has a Texas inspection sticker on it. 1981. That's the last time it was driven on the road. I think that was the last time they changed oil in it, too. Well, it's still good. It's still slickery. Both drivers get away on a green. The Fairmont is out there. Here it comes. The old SS 396. Wow. Double breakout. Derek, you're fortunate I don't have my train horn pulled up because you got there by 1/10.5 to break out with the superior reaction time. That was a clinic in how not to drive the stripe on both sides. Derek Fisher got there by a train and broke out. The Chevelle followed him across and also broke out, but fortunately for Chevelle, came out on the good side of the map. Here comes Shelby Williams. I can't believe Steve hasn't come up and said hi. Mike Reed, the truck over on the other side. That is a Dodge D50. I want to know what it's got in it for a motor. Somebody tell me. If it's got an LS in it, I'm going to be really bummed. If it's got a Hemi in it, I'm going to be really jazzed. If it's got a slant 6 in it, that's really cool. Really cool. If it's something else, I'll be somewhere in the middle of the road. Down to the finish line. Mike Reed going to take care of business here. He goes dead 7. Shelby goes 688. Couldn't get there. Mike Reed was 400 better in reaction time. Runs dead 7. And we got a word for that. It's called locked out. That might be 2 words. If locked out is hyphenated, is that 1 word or 2? Kyle Fritz on the left side. Ray Pacek on the right. Pacek in the Sublime Duster. Dialed in 731. So pretty sizable head start going to the Pinto here. Oh, and a red light for the green car. Red and green really clash unless it's Christmas. 200 too soon for Ray. 873 for Kyle. 71 miles an hour. Okay, what is the shade of the Malibu? Steve Lakey's car down there. Is that like gunmetal? Battleship? It's a rather deep gray. Tyler Sally over on the other side. The Swinger. That's a great car. Great car. Handicap is a little more than a bulb. Wow. By 1,000th of a second, Tyler Sally's going to win that race. They both left early. 027 to 028. Tyler Sally by 1,000th of a second gets the true start save as Bob Cohen brings up his insidious pickup. I'm just reading it off the tailgate. Jimmy Southwick over on the other side. And I'm assuming that since it doesn't say, his pickup is non-insidious. D-insidious. Southwick going to go first by 2/10. And then the big old classic C10. Well, let me rephrase that. Southwick was allowed to go first by 2/10, but he didn't. He left 1/10 of it back here. Bob Cohen's going to get the win, 7:13. 30 on a 28 for Southwick. He was way closer to the dial, but way behind on the reaction time. Chris Docker now, the High Plains Drifter. And Craig Sauerbaugh. Craig, that is a class legal super stock car, if I'm not mistaken. The Firebird over there on the right side. Every time I hear High Plains, am I the only one that thinks about Clint Eastwood spaghetti westerns when the High Plains Drifter comes up? Wasn't that a Clint Eastwood movie, or was it somebody else? See, now you're going to make me ask the Google monster. Yeah, it was a Clint Eastwood movie. Clint, Billy Curtis, Verna Bloom. Once again, both drivers leave early. This time it's not near as close as last time. Craig Sauerbaugh gets the win. Minus 008 to minus 50-something. And just like that, Joe Cox, James Foley. Joe meet James, James meet Joe. I was looking at this car earlier and I said, hey, that Valiant's got a license plate on it. That's pretty cool. And then I saw it says Streetcar Super Nationals. The Foley and Sons machine. Yeah, go ahead. And Foley lost the bonnet. You see the hood laying down there at 452.6 feet. Well, I have rangefinders. Give us a second and we'll go retrieve the hood. And then we'll get back after it. Juniors, let's get the double enters rolling this way as well as the youngsters. Juniors, double enters as well as the youngsters. Come on down. Oh, don't put it over there. Put it on this side. No, put it on this side. Then they can just come back and pick it up on the return road. I'm trying to be helpful. I'm a problem solver. I would have just carried the hood over and laid it on this side of the wall and let them drive back up the return road and get it. Or does that make too much sense? Hey, somebody needs to get a picture of that and then we can have a caption contest. I know what my caption would be. I thought you put the hood pins in. That's not bad either. Kurt Reif over here on the left side and Aaron McCammond in the right. A couple of cars from the same general vintage. The wind light comes on for Aaron. He goes 6 flat on the 597. Reaction advantage actually went to Kurt by just a little bit, but he goes 6.70 on the 666. Here's another winning cat. What do you got under the hood? My brother-in-law. Jason Beitman left. Tatum Marconi in the right. I kind of like that Dodge. 440 wedge stuck under the hood. There ain't nothing wrong with the 63 Nova either. That thing's got a license plate on it. At some point, someday, we need to have a license plate shootout where only street-driven, legal, insured cars that are more than, what, 40 years old? 50 years old? No. Jason's car rolled the beam. Darn it. I mean, Tatum's not saying darn it. Tatum's going, yippee! 703 at 96 miles an hour, 977 for Jason, who rolled the beam down here and paid for it down there. Chris Citro in the Mustang on the left side. I think that's the only car on the property that I installed the roll cage on. So whatever you do, don't turn it over. Steve Watkins driving the Corvette over on the right side. No, I'm telling you, that might be a 40-year-old street-driven shootout. I'm going to bring that up at the next meeting. Juniors 6 to 9 and double enters. Juniors 6 to 9 and double enters. Need you. Chris Citro making it happen. 653 on the 653 runs dead 5. Steve Watkins had the reaction advantage, but he got himself a little bit too big a bite of the stripe. Took 500s, needed to take 2. Here comes the Wolf. The old school Vega. Wolfmeyer actually won donuts yesterday. No kidding. The back of the car says, I might be slow, but I'm ahead of you. I saw a bumper sticker the other day. I laughed out loud. If I ever see another one, I'm going to buy it. It said, I'm really sorry to be following so closely in front of you. Hey, there's no rule that says the bikes have to run in the bike class. They can run in pro if they want. At least I hope they can. Otherwise, not being very sneaky down there. There we go. No! Didn't he do that last time too? Solid launch, carried the front end very nicely, and then zinga when it was time to shift. Wolfmeyer, meanwhile, got there first by a mile and ran dead zero. Marv, you might want to buy a lotto ticket or a raffle ticket or some kind of ticket. Got there first by half a second to run dead zero. Yeah, I trust my dial. I'm good with it. Here comes Amy Rogers and Eric Holsey. Well, the good news is the hood doesn't look like it got hurt very badly, at least not on this side. Eric Holsey goes 003, R-E-D, and Amy goes to round 3. I think I ran out of E's, but that would seem like enough of them. Amy's going to get the win, 6:16 on a 6:16, dead 4. Didn't need any of it. Eric clocked out 3 thou too soon, and that was that. Now it's A.J. Crater. A.J. was a donut winner yesterday in the Parasitic Psycho against the Corvette. A.J. Crater taking care of business. Corvette was a little bit tardy. Couldn't run him down. 650 on the 646 for A.J. Make that 850 on the 846. Corey Oxford now on the left side. Scott Taylor on the right. 67 Camaro, that would be Corey. 65 Chevelle, that would be Scott. All right, juniors, I'll take all of you now, please. Attention in the pits. Juniors, I will take you all. Win line's going to come on for the Chevelle. Corey. Ooh, Corey. Ooh. Corey, 8 thou on the breakout. Neither driver was great on the reaction time, but Corey was a little bit better. And then Corey got there first by 5 hun and broke out by 8 thou. Ugh, take 4, you win. But Scott Taylor says, nope, we're good. Thank you. Have a nice day. Here's Heath Hawthorne and his little Chevy 2. We could have a Chevy 2 car show here this week. We really could. Really could. Andy Kadar over on the other side. Team Kadar has always been Team Pontiac. License plate over there says GOAT 8U. Well, not yet, but he's going to try. License plate on the Nova, too, but I can't make it out. Division 5 car. Says he's from Mesa. I'm guessing not originally. Well, the GOAT 8U, 16 on the tree, 73 on the track for Andy. Making it work. Keith Hawthorne goes 706, but he had an 80 reaction time. Nope. Chuck Hawk in the left side. Mark Johns in the right side. In a battle of white Mustangs. The 69 model, that would be Mark. The 89 model, that would be Chuck. If you're looking at those two Mustangs and you can't tell which one's a 69 and which one's an 89, you might have taken a wrong turn this morning. Because this is the drag races, and the bird watching symposium is 2 exits down on the left. Both drivers off and away. Which Mustang comes back? going to be Mark on a double breakout. Wow, wow, and wow. Chuck had the reaction time. Got there first. Ran 7:07 on the 7:08. Mark got there second. Ran 7:32 on the 7:33. Comes down to the teeny tiny itty bitty little numbers. 0.05 of a second. Mark comes out on the good side of the breakout, and they push Anthony Blanco's beautiful red Vega back. And we got another Fox Body Mustang that looks like going to take a free ride. I would be willing to wager that the screws that fell out of that chair are on the floor somewhere, wouldn't you think? Oh, you got them? Oh, that's Diego? Okay. His first name's San? Excuse me, can we help the Vega get through there, please? Excuse me, can we help the Vega get through there, please? Thank you. $673 for the win. Wow, Diego was holding a ton. Dialed 690, had the free ride, went 673. I have about $60,000 worth of wrenches. They're all Allen's wrenches. I do not have a corded screwdriver. I never even got to see a picture of it. Scott Oxford and Dale Hicks. Oh, you won the air fryer. Who cares? What kind of air fryer? Was it a nice one? You didn't see it? Wow. So try this on for size. Blake flies in from Toronto, won the air fryer, and then sold it on eBay. Never even saw it. Now, to be fair, I think he did buy $400 worth of tickets, so I don't think he's making a profit on this deal. Scott Oxford left, Dale Hicks right. That's a couple of cars with license plates. You guys could be in my old car license plate shootout. Dad's a 68. Oh, wait, that one says Summit. I'm not sure that's... They turn him loose. Scott. Huge advantage on the reaction timer and breaks out. Scott Oxford got there first by 1/4 of a second to break out. Oh, that's painful. I mean, not if you're Dale Hicks, but here comes Brian Lee. The Lee family does like their Mustangs. That thing's got a 460 under the hood. The 67 model. That thing's sweet. I'm not sure I would trade mine for it, but I think that it'd be a great photo op if we put them side by side. Bob Lohman over on the right side. In the Camaro, same vintage. A couple of cars from 19 and 67. Both drivers are off and running. It's Chevy, it's Ford, it's Mustang, it's Camaro, it's Mustang. 6.409 on the 638 for Brian Lee. That's going to be a winner. 55 on a 59. 402 quick. And again, getting there first by a sizable margin to go too quick. Here comes Randy Lee. Now, is that right? That thing says 428 on the fenders. That thing really got a 428 in it? And I assume it's an FE, but it could be a not FE. I mean, mine's got a 428-inch motor in it, but it's a small block. No, really. It's a 289 that's bored 138 over. Steve Lee in the right side. Well, you guys did a lousy job pulling into staging lanes. The Lee family racing each other here. What, have you been following the Patterson-Willison playbook? Let's race each other. There's our idea. It'll be perfect. Nobody will see it coming. You're right. Nobody did. Ouch. Ugh. Oof. If you were watching the tree in the red Mustang, you probably saw the same thing I did. The green light came on quite some time before the car started moving. Steve Lee's going to get the win. 694. After Randy Lee was tardy. Speaking of Mustangs, here comes Mark Ocampo on the 68 model. Is that really a GT? Alley Strader over on the right side in the Ford Ranger. It does have the GT gas cap on it. It does have the GT rear valance on it. It also has a win light. Marco Campo double 07 664. Put him down for 17 total, and Alley was not going to get inside that. 39 on the tree, 701 on the track. Ain't enough. Here comes Reagan Walcott's Corvette. Now here's a question for you. Does Reagan's car have more miles on the road or on the property at Tucson Dragway? Because that thing has made a lot of laps down this track, and you figure, you know, it's a quarter mile down, take another quarter mile to stop, turn around, it's a mile a lap. So he's put, what, 40,000 miles on it just here? Denny Volvo did exactly that same thing last time. Except the guy who was racing last time went red, and Reagan Walcott didn't. Denny Volvo trying to launch with a little bit too much. I'd take that back. Denny trying to launch with a whole lot of bit too much. Absolutely annihilated the tires. And now it's going to be Tracy Snodgrass's turn. In the left side, Joe Kidd in the right. So we get to see Reagan and her Corvette again later on in the day. Joe Kidd in the truck going to get the handicap head start, a little less than a bulb, and then we'll let Tracy run on down as we are into our double entries that have rolled back around. And that means we're getting close to juniors. And that means juniors, if you're not here, you are in the wrong place. Juniors, final call. I know you're all here, but we're going to make it a final call anyway. Joe Kidd off and running. Tracy Snodgrass on the chase. Not going to catch. 642 on a 640. Put that together with 12 reaction time, and Tracy didn't have a whole lot for that. 605 on the 602. Ain't going to make it work. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double entered Sportsman. Come on down. Double entered Sportsman to the lanes. Jake Trammell. Kurt Zenzletta. No worries. Both drivers off and away. The Roadrunner on one side, Malibu on the other side. And give this one to the Chevrolet. Better on the tree. Kurt getting there first. Kurt getting there by way too much. Kurt getting the win. Jake Trammell, 650 on the 649. More than a tenth at the stripe. I need to get my train horn back out. I'm going to get my train horn back out. And I do believe this is our final pair. I do believe. Paul Coleman and Evan Graves. Paul Coleman, the classic Chevelle. License plate says Drag KR. Drag car. No kidding. Top lid license plate. 10-time champ. They're off and away, and the wind light's going to come on for the drag car. There you go. How about margin at the stripe? Half a thou. Mr. Coleman. Nice job, sir. Had a little bit in his pocket down at this end of the racetrack and got there first by 0.0005 to lock out Evan Graves. Half a thou at the finish line stripe. All righty, we got juniors warming up and getting ready to roll up behind the tower. Bruce has been on a long sabbatical, hiatus, break. I'm going to grab myself some lunch and I'm going to let him talk about some of the little cars. And once again, double-entered Sportsman. Attention to the pits. Double-entered Sportsman. I need you to lanes, please.
All right, here we go with our junior dragsters. How cool is that? Our future of drag racing. Sitting down on the starting line right now, John Brewer III. In his junior dragster. Right-hand lane, 12.66 on the car. Gonna get to leave about a half a second before Jada. Jada with a 12.05 on the window of her car. Looks almost like another Mike Boss chassis. With that monostrut wing and covered up the cockpit. So like I say, almost, it might be a Mike Boss chassis. We'll have to check with Jada and see. But it looks like Jada's going to go 12 or wants to go 12.05. I'm going to chase down the 12.66 of John Brewer III. John's out of Tucson. And Jada, well, comes out of Prescott Valley, a little bit north of here. Rolling up into the beams. Oh, John goes in deep. You see, he turned out the top bulb. Jada does the same thing, goes in deep as well. As they both get away with a green light start. Neither one of them pretty outstanding with that green light, but it's a green light on both sides of the tree. And the wind lights come on for Jada. Jada, 167 to John's 269. Well, Jada takes the win, goes about 12.07. Two above at 52 miles an hour to take the win. Here's Gracie Slade. Hey, speaking of Gracie Slade, we want to say congratulations and happy anniversary to Daniel and Kristen Slade. They're both out here on their anniversary, both in their rear engine dragsters, taking bets as to who's going to bring home the Wally. So both Kristen and Daniel's down there tuning up Gracie Slade, the youngster. She has an 11.72 over there in the American Walking Coolers right-hand lane up against Harlan Gibson. Harlan's out with a green light start. Gracie, she's got a green light as well. But again, happy anniversary to Mom and Dad. And wow, she just left a whole bunch at the starting line. Triple deuce. But Harlan, going to get the win, goes 14 green. Down to 30 goes dead 4. Margin of victory about 46 on, goes over to Harlan. Raiden Rohill out of Tucson. And Abram Grotto out of Gilbert. That's a half-scale chassis. Left-hand lane, 890 dial. 4 seconds early. Going to get to leave 4 seconds before Abram. Raiden with a 1290. Abram with an 890. Tree comes down. Well, goes green on both sides. So better reaction time. Out there at 660 feet. Abram's going to have to play catch up. Going to get there in time? Looks like he can. Goes 34 to Raiden's 278. Raiden, wow, 2/10 back. And then goes 90. Goes dead at 9, but 2/10 back cost him the race. As Abram will take the win. Abram 34 green. Then runs dead 4. So a 38 pack at 72 miles an hour. Here's Jace Renault. Left lane, 790 dial. Half-scale chassis. Out of El Mirage, sponsored by Silver State. Alexis out of Collinsville, Oklahoma. Wow, how cool. We get an Oklahoma runner in the junior dragster. In a half-scale chassis as well. Going to get to leave about 6 hun early. 796 to a 790. So Alexis will go away first. And again, double green. Both drivers. You see Jace looking over his right shoulder, looking for that for Alexis. And he'll take the win. He goes looking for a 790, goes 95. So he's about 5 above at 80 miles an hour, but at 10 light. Takes the win away from Alexis, because Alexis left 5 at the starting line. She had a 60. Jace had a 10. Dropping 5 out and picking up 1 foot at the 660 foot mark. Colin Myers. Colin in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Sorry, but I don't have a name for you. Car number 766. Left-hand lane. 890 dial to Collins 790 dial. So 766 in our 92.9, the bull lane. Left lane gets a full 1 second head start. Colin, car number 406M. Again, double green light start. One of them's got about 12 in the bank. It didn't play out at the big end. 766 takes the win. Dialed a 90, goes dead 6 after an 87 light. Colin had, like I say, about 12 in the bank, but could not run the number. Goes 3 above at 81 miles an hour. Here's Hannah Thompson. Hannah's in the left lane with an 810 on the window up against Brett Gonzalez. Brett's in the right lane with a 797. Hannah all the way from Canyon, Texas. Kind of has, Dad's got her pushed way over towards the fence, so going to get out of the groove a little bit as Hannah comes right back in the middle again. Brett goes right down the middle of Broadway. Oh, Brett breaks out. Goes 3 under 94 on a 97 at 82 miles an hour. The win goes to the Canyon, Texas runner, Hannah. Dial to 10 goes to 17, so she was 7 above at 78 miles an hour. But that breakout took a little bit too much stripe. Hannah gets the win. Here's Shane McKinney and Kagan. Kagan in the right-hand lane out of Lubbock, Texas. Shane out of Odessa, Texas. So it kind of makes you wonder if these two have met one another before. Maybe a couple of times. It's a couple of Texas runners. 790 left lane, 828 right lane for Kagan. Kagan's in a half scale. And Shane in a Mike Boss chassis. Now it's kind of interesting. Watched Shane yesterday. And he'll do it like 3 times. Shakes it, runs up a little bit, shakes it some more, and then is gone. So Shane takes the win, down to 790 at a real nice 16. So he had about 6 put away. Then he goes 1 up, 91 on the 90. So Shane takes the win at about 80.5 miles an hour. And another breakout win. Keegan goes 25 on a 28, so 3 under. 791, that's Mason Tuck, left lane, out of Edgewood, New Mexico, up against Blake Foles. Blake's with a 790, so 1 separates them here at the starting line. 100, the difference in their dials. See what the tree says once it starts to come down. 18X car number for Mason, left lane. 7444 for Blake, right hand lane. He's got the 790, so doesn't have to chase too long. About 100 for the 791 of Mason. Well, as you could tell from watching, one of them was a bit tardy on the starting line, and that would be Blake. He had a 122, and Mason had a 21. Then goes about 15 above, 92 and a nickel on 91. Mason Tuck for the win. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Sportsman. Sportsman. All sportsmen, you should be in the lane. Second call going out to you. All sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. Second call going out to you. Here's Carmen Nelson. Out of Texas as well. Right-hand lane, 806 for the dial. Emily Galando. Emily's out of Midland, Texas. So again, these Texas runners must have got together and said, hey, let's all go over to Hangover Nationals in Tucson. See if we can take away some of that cash. Emily's got a 790 on her junior dragster. Better reaction time's gonna certainly take this one away. There's about 2/10 in the bank for Carmen. 55 to a 204. Carmen goes 20 on an 06. But Carmen knew that there was a whole bunch in the bank, like 2/10 put away. So Carmen takes the win. Here's Brooklyn Folds. Right-hand lane, Chino, California. 790 dial. American walk-in coolers, right-hand lane. Up against Jace Rader. Jace Rader, R21X, car number 815 on the window. Well, not a whole lot separates them at the tree. We'll see what the 660 says. Oh, and a double breakout win. Brooklyn down to 90, goes at double 8 with a nickel. He gets the win because he was closer to the dial, but he left 2 at the starting line. Jace at the starting line had a 44, so he already had 2 in the bank, but then he goes way up on the dial. I'm sorry, further under. 809 to an 815. Here's Mallory Dozell, left-hand lane, up against Presley Kinman. Presley out of Chino, California, right-hand lane, 790 is the dial. Mallory out of the Phoenix area, The Racing Dozels. There's a whole bunch of them. Mallory looking for an 8:30. Wow. Better reaction time is not going to go to the winner. Presley had a 007 here at the tree, but only runs a 10:16 on that 790. Mallory, she gets the win, 57 at the tree, then goes only 3 above, 8:33 on a 30 for the win. Mia Kruba and Riker. Riker in the right-hand lane, 9:30. Gets to leave first by a little over a half a second. Mia, she's looking for an 890 in the half-scale chassis. Mia comes out of Mesa. Riker, he's out of Tucson. Has the old new wheel car. Oh, Mia, 1/1000th. Squeezed the bolt, 1/1000th. Too much, broke it, and then goes 9 above. Riker down to 30, but was already looking at the green win lights on his scoreboard. Goes 35 on the 30 at 70 miles an hour. Maddie looking for a 790 over there in the left-hand lane. Kathy looking for a 902. It looks like Maddie's going to take that win. Whole lot better right. Light 48 to a 237. So Kathy left 2/10 at the starting line. Wow, and it goes above, goes 916 on the 902. But it looks like Maddie goes 1 above with a 2 to take the win. Malachi Phillips, sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Doors. 890 for Malachi. Right-hand lane in a 2020 half scale. And Hayden George. Hayden, left-hand lane, 890 as well. Heads up. So once again, all sportsmen, you should be in the lanes getting ready to run your category. Of course, double entrance first. Oh, Hayden, red 71. Malachi says, thank you, I'll go 10 green. Looking for the 890. Goes under his 890 with a double 8 and a 9. So a couple under, but it doesn't matter. Those green win lights. Here's Allison Boley, your division category champion, up against Avery Bolding. Avery right-hand lane out of Rock Island, Tennessee. And of course, Allison, Division 7 champ out of Tucson, 70-12. 795 on the window for Allison, and she'll get the win as Avery red light by 16. Wow, squeezed it way too hard. And Allison 30 green. She would have gone under as well. Goes at 91 on the 95. So 4 under at 82. But she already had the win in her pocket. I believe this is Sarah Kidd. Sarah Kidd here in the left-hand lane. 700X car number up against Dawson Rogers. Dawson out of Burke, Texas, and of course Sarah out of Marana. She has about a 6 hun head start. Oh, nice. It is a double green light start. Dawson gonna sneak up on Sarah. Can he get there in time? And does. He was only about 12 above. Dialed to 92, goes to 93 with a deuce. Better light by a couple. 47 to a 62, and Dawson Rogers will get the win. Haley Martin. Haley Martin, 975 in the junior dragster out of Litchfield Park, right-hand lane. Cade Renault, sponsored by Silver State and Renault Family Racing. Cade wants a 793. Now, you see the 71 on the side of the car? Well, that's division champ. Looks like Haley's rolled in pre-staged. Here comes Cade. Cade's in pre-staged on both sides of the tree. Cade rolls in first, followed by Haley right away. Cade goes looking for a 793. Haley looking for a 975. I tell you what, 7 thousandths of a second separates him at the starting line. And Haley, 002 to Cade's 009. 7 thou here at the starting line. Haley goes .611. Looking for it. Looking for that 975. Haley goes a 1013. Cade goes an 812, but 7 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory about 15 feet. It goes over to Cade. Here's Gabriel Sandoval. Gabriel out of Farmington, New Mexico, in a Spitzer chassis. 803 on the window. Up against Cole Thompson. Cole's out of Canyon, Texas. Gets the lead first by a little over 1 full second. 905 against an 803. And the 905 takes the win. Better reaction time by about 1/10. Goes to Cole. Then Cole goes dead 8 at 71 miles an hour for the win. Alicia Moody, 890. 92.9 the bull left lane. Up against Memphis Schofield. Memphis 915. Winslow, Arizona, right-hand lane. Something we haven't seen a little bit. Most of the time they're half scales, but this is an RPC chassis. In the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Alicia, another one of our Texas runners out of El Paso this time. Again, looks like Memphis had about 5 foot away, 46 to a 96. But the win goes to Alicia. Dialed an 890, goes 4 above with a 46. At 96 light goes 94 on that 90 at 72 miles an hour. Alicia 4 above with the win. Macy Coleman, 790 out of Litchfield Park, right-hand lane, half-scale chassis. Against Weston Moody, brother Weston. We just saw Alicia. So see if brother can come around and take this win. 862. Kind of a strange dial for Weston. Oh, Macy red 48. Free time run for Weston. Weston 49 on the tree. Then goes, ooh, would have gone way under. Had it dialed up really soft. 862 dial, 858 run at 75 miles an hour. But hey, those green wind lights were already on his scoreboard. Here's Selena. Selena left-hand lane, 797. Out of Queen Creek, just up north in the Phoenix area. Aubrey Keller. Aubrey out of Sun City. Aubrey's looking for a 920. About a second and a quarter head start for Aubrey in her Spitzer chassis. Both of them in the O's. But one was 0.92, one was 0.63. And on a double breakout win, the 0.92 gets it. That's Aubrey. She goes less under by 2 at 71 miles an hour. So Aubrey Keller comes back. Round number next. Parker Schroeder out of Peoria. Motivational chassis, left lane, 790 up against Brian Price. Brian's in a half-scale chassis out of Las Vegas. He's also 790. So a heads-up race is going to be won right here at the starting line. Who has the better reaction time? Schroeder is in. Tree starts to come down. Tree goes green for both drivers. Now, kind of if you were watching, you would see who had a 52 and who had a 12. And 12 takes the win on a breakout. As Brian, he left 4 at the starting line, 52 to a 12, and then goes under his 90 with an 86, I believe it was. Yeah, an 86. So Parker takes the win, goes one above at 80 miles an hour. Colin Myers and Madeline Smith. Again, another heads up 790 race. Again, going to be won right here at the starting line. Half scale chassis, left-hand lane. And another half scale chassis, right-hand lane. Left lane was built in 2014. Right lane was built in 2015. Better light by 0.003 of a second goes to Colin. But a double breakout win goes to Madeline. Madeline 39. Colin 36. Madeline only 3 thou under. 89 with a 7 on the 790. Mackenzie Radar out of Odessa, Texas. 804 right-hand lane. Hutch Harge, Pace, Florida. Wow. They like traveled forever to get here out of Florida. 895 on the window for Hutch's car. Looks like Hutch was a bit tardy on the starting line, but he's going to get the win as McKenzie breaks out. Looking for the 804, goes 3 under 801 at 81 miles an hour. So Hutch takes the win. Hutch down to 95, goes to 97, so 2 above at 8 at 66. Carmen Nason, Jace Renault. Carmen right lane, Jace left lane. Jace with a 790 on the window. Carmen with an 806. Carmen will have about a 16 Hun advantage. Gets to leave first. With that 806. Yeah. Better green light goes to oh, Jace. And Jace breaks out. He had 3 put away. And then he goes under by 2. Down to 9, he goes to double 8. So Carmen Nelson will pick up the win. Carmen dialed at 806, goes dead 2 after a 69 light. So Jace had 3 put away, but goes under by 2. Abram Grotto, left lane, 890 to Caden Keys. Caden 808. Going to have to chase down Abram. Oops. 9 thou red for Abram. So Caden will take the win. Looking for an 808, goes way under as well. Goes an 801. But on a double breakout win. Caden gets it all the way from Abilene, Texas. Attention pits, double entered Super Pro. Double entered Super Pro. Your first call to lanes 7 and 8. Double entered Super Pro. First call, lanes 7 and 8. Unfortunately, do not have a name for you. Car number 806 in the American Walking Coolers right-hand lane. But Christian will get the win. Dialed at 890, goes 1 above. 891 at 75 miles an hour. Better light by a full 10th. Goes to Christian, and so does the win. Here's Alexis and Hannah. Hannah's left-hand lane, 812. Canyon, Texas. Alexis, Collinsville, Oklahoma. Now, must be the doubled entered rounds, going rounds and going rounds for our double entered junior dragsters. 8-12 against the 797. And the 797 picks up the win. Wow. Hannah had a better light. She was here in the left-hand lane. Better light by 2. But Alexis gets the win. Dialed at 97. Goes 8-0-0. About 3 above. Hannah further down goes at 20 on a 12. Had 2 put away, but that 20 cost her the race. Brett Gonzalez, Shane McKinney. Now once again, Shane, we watch Shane roll up to the beams. Now the car, he rocks the car back and forth about 3 times. So I think he's already done it once. Here comes the second time. Bumps up in. He'll do a quick rock. Once he gets into pre-staged, he'll do a quick rock, another quick rock. So this should be coming. There's the pre-staged rock. Once he gets into staged, another little quick rock. Back and forth in the Mike Boss chassis. Shane looking for a 790. Brett looking for a 794. 4 hun separates him at the starting line, but only 1 thousandths separated him at the tree. Breakout win goes to Shane. Shane looking for a 90 goes dead 1. A 35 pack for the win and Shane. And again, do not have the information for you other than car numbers. Left-hand lane, car number 18791 on a window. Right-hand lane, R21. With an 806 on the window. 15 hun head start. Goes over to R21. Unfortunately, again, wish I had a name for you. Wow. That is the junior dragster that just rattles the rear tire, so it hits pretty hard. At a 49 light. To the left lane's 85, but 85 will take the win. Attention in the pits. Attention pits. Double entered Super Pro. Double entered Super Pro. Your second call. So once again, looks like we are in our double entered junior dragster category. Left lane not gonna make the call. Looks like they broke. Yep. Might even have to clean something up. Wow. I see a little spot underneath that junior dragster, so looks like they pushed Emily back off, so it's going to be a single run for Brooklyn. Brooklyn looking for a 790, but on a free time run for Brooklyn out there all the way from Chino, California. Unfortunately, Emily broke at the starting line. They pushed her off. So Brooklyn looking for a 90, goes 2 under with a double 8. Presley Kinman, 790. Blake Foles, 790. Heads up race right from the start. Again, going to be one right here at the starting line. Who is better on the tree? Is it Presley? Is it Blake? Blake out of Chino. Presley out of Chino. Whoa! How many times have these guys run one another? Uh-oh. There's no noise coming out of the left lane. That's not a good thing. Crew chiefs, dad, mom and dad running back and forth. Now Blake, be a little patient. as he tosses the starter back. Look out! Here it comes. So once again, both of them, it's going to be one right here at the starting line. As Presley, car did not make a lot of noise to begin with, but it's making noise again. Got it started, bumping up into the beams. Tree, oh, tree comes down. Ah, you knew that was going to happen. 22, squeezed the bulb, 22, too hard. Blakes gets free time run, goes 2 under at 82.92 after a 119 reaction time. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super Pro will take all of you. Super Pro, come on down. Double enders first. And Super Pro, come on down. You're all welcome to lanes 7 and 8. Here's Mallory Dolzell. Comes out of the Phoenix area. I believe Mallory, Queen Creek is where Mallory's from. The Racing Dolzells. Well, there's, I think the entire family is either in a door car or a pipe car. And Mallory just following in the footsteps of Mom. She wants an 820. Mallory. Ooh, she would have gone red. Looking for a 20. Goes to 16. You talk about dialed up soft. 4 soft. Looking for a 20, goes to 16 and a 9. But Mallory's by herself, so hey, it doesn't matter. She would have turned on the red light to start with, and she would have gone under, but it doesn't matter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have Randy back in again. So a lot of you are familiar with Randy. On the podcast, usually every Thursday? Yes. Is that when it is? Usually every Thursday around 7 p.m. Tucson time. So if you are not familiar with that, Randy, fill us in.
So since we have a little break, we have a podcast. Excuse me. Facebook page is slow as heck, but it's slow like normal. As is AZ and heck. You can find us there. You can also find me at PRK Automotive, where my husband and I own it, building race cars and classics and hot rods, all that good stuff. Or you can find me at one of the 2 tracks. I'm going to take a couple minutes here for a little track prep. while they finish prepping the track, I just wanted to go ahead and give Trackside Live a big shout out for coming out this weekend, spend their whole weekend out at the track, and all of our sponsors. Myself, PRK Automotive. I'm trying to read off of the live feed, you guys, so I apologize. Time Bandit Performance, Sally's Transmission, Laris Insurance, and sadly I can't read the rest of them because it's too small for me. All right, here we go. Back up and running. Left lane, Tiny Tino in his Nova. Right lane, Keith Dunbar, 67 Mustang. Tino dialed in at 808, Keith at a 755. All right, Tino gets that on the leave. Oh, 8-8, Keith 097. Tino gets the win, 8-11 to a 7-6-1, 77 and 90. Left lane, little S10 is going to leave. 0.59 beforehand, dialed in at a 961. Christine Fife at a 902 in her little SC10. Left lane with a jump in the red 49. Christine with a 43. She's going to take the win at a 9-1-3-3 at 75-65. S10 11-3-67. Bailey Barroquez in a 19 Mustang with 842. Right lane, I just met him. Nice guy, he's out of Lake Havasu, 796. Bailey jumped, 17 in the red, 038. Right lane's going to take the win at a 791 at 85. Bailey at 841 at 85 also. Left lane, the multiple entered AJ Crater, dialed in at 848. Luis Hermosillo at an 882. AJ's got a lot of wins with Parasitic Psycho. Brad with an 021. Dylan running him down at an 004, getting the win on a 471 at 139. Zach 576 at 120. Wes Snodgrass, 67 Camaro on the left lane. Dialed in a 614. Pat Marbach 508 in the dragster. Wes is going to leave a full second beforehand. With a 002 reaction time is going to get that win at a 509 at 135. Wes in a 616 111 with an 018 reaction time. Up next, Gabriel in a 495 and KJ Dess at a 505. Gabriel with a 003 reaction time. KJ at 010. KJ's going to get the win though at a 503 at 132. Gabriel 486 135. Beto dialed in at a 628 in the Lightning McQueen 240 SX. Scott Hess, he's dialed in at a 0. Scott Hess actually dialed in at a 562. Beto with a 007, Scott with an 018. Beto's going to get that win at a 630 at 105. Scott 564, 122. Bill Bullock 587 in the Camaro, left lane. Andy Kadar 667 in the GTO. Unless it's just my voice compared to other people's. Bill on that sexy Camaro, 017. Andy in an 087. Bill gets the win at a 593, 108. Andy with a 669, 101. Up next, Stanley Hammond in the left lane, dialed in at a 616. Tony Henderson, 562. Stanley with an 060. Tony with a 004. He's going to get that win at a 568, 111. Stanley at a 619, 108. Up next, the famous Jimmy Kelso in the left lane, dialing in a 516 to Brent Spence in his 67 Nova. Dialed in at a 653. We've been talking about the paint job on Brett's car, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of time and tape to make that paint job. Brent, red, 027. Jimmy Kelso, 016. He's going to get that win at a 518, 134. Brett at a 653 at 102. Left lane, Curtis Zenzaletta, 681 is going to leave 1 3/4 seconds before the right lane at a 504. Curtis with an 013, right lane with a 10. Curtis is going to break out on a 6.794 on a 681 at 100. Right lane 509, 134. Joe Kidd Jr. left lane dialed in at 675. Dustin Townsend 479. With a 003, Dustin with a 055. Kid's gonna get that win though at a 6.788 at 96. Dustin with a 479 at 144. Left lane, Brian Sutton, dragster, dialed in at a 520. Michael Gardner to 702 is gonna get a little bit of a lead in that Falcon. Michael with that 001. Brian with an 014. Michael's going to get breakout though at a 701 and it dialed at a 702 at 97. Brian 521 at 130 gets the win. Sarah Kidd dialed in at a 669 in the left lane versus Michael Zimmerman dialed in at a 491. 417, Mike with a 003s. He's going to come around her and win with a 492, 140. Sarah with a 670 at 100. Up next, Chris Rogers in the left lane, dialed in at a 620. Ken Passerby dialed in at a 690 in the Vega. Passerby with a big old jump there. 024. Chris with a 027. Passerby's going to get that win though at a 691.96. Rogers with a 6.2 at 108. Corey Beatty up next. In the left lane, dialed in a 669. TJ Ward dialed in at a 795. Going to get to leave a little bit sooner. Just wait for them to light up that second bulb.
Get timed out.
Ooh, TJ. 04 in the red. Corey Beatty with a 002. Corey's, of course, going to get that win at a 667 100. TJ 793.84. Kurt Reif, 526 in the dragster in the left lane. Jeremy Pyler in the 72 Nova, 592 in the right. Kurt with a 012 with the win, 527, 129. Jeremy with a 029 on 594, 114. Up next, Tony Wiley, 522. Faustino Zaragoza with a 648 in the Vega. Reaction times, 017 and an 016, left lane, right lane. Faustino's going to get that win though at a 649, 105. Tony with a 524 at 126.29. Jacob Taylor coming up in the left lane at a 650. He's going to get a little bit of a leave on Dave Johnston at 555 in the Beretta. Jacob Taylor with an 066, Dave Johnson with 016. Dave, though, unfortunately broke out at a 553 on a 555 at 122. Jacob's going to take that win at a 653, 100. Joe Cox Jr. dialing in a 711. Martin Corella, 537 in the Corvette dragster, roadster. Joe's door's not closed all the way, it looks like. All right, we got that door closed. Now we can get up in the beams. Leader at 036, Martin at 067. Martin's going to come around though and get that win at a 5:38, 124. Joe at a 7:15.91. Kenny Robles coming up in the left lane in the IROC. Brian Lopez, right lane. A little IROC on IROC love there. Dialed in at a 6:11. Just waiting for the track to clear. Take that win at a 6:12, 112. Kenny with a 5:41 at 128. Derek Robella's 6:41, another IROC, orange. In the left lane, Joe Levin DeVazzo, 5:42 in the right lane. .44, 106. Joe with a 019, 5:45, 122. Larry's Battalion, 584 in the left lane, another little Camaro. Chris Silman, 596 in the Datsun. But Chris is going to take that win with an 039 light, 5977 on a 114. Austin Downing busting loose in the left lane against Tony Marconi in a 584. Seventeen, 586. Austin with a 6:52.97. Brad Hawk in the left lane, dialed in at 476. Justin Beaver, dialed in at 625. He's going to get a little bit of a jump on Brad, about a second and a half. 794 with 142. Justin 631 and 94.46. Tim O'More coming up in the left lane, dialed in with a 564, and Ken Rader 549 in the right lane dragster. Tim with an 0-2 reaction time. Ken, unfortunately, a little too quick on that throttle with a 004 with a 550 at 124. Tim's going to take that win, though, at a 564, 121. Bruce Schroeder up next. Left lane dialed in a 512. Jerry Duffy Sr. Also a 512. This should be a nice little dragster race here. Reaction time's a 044 and a 022. Jerry's going to take that win, though, at a 521, 118. Bruce at a 581, 123. Randy Smith in the left lane, dialed in at a 550. Jim Barry in the right, 493. A slow crawl up to the starting line. Just a little bit further. We're gonna get there. And we're there. Ooh, reaction times. Randy with an 023, Jim with Randy with an 022, Jim with an 023, but Randy's going to get that win with a 550, 124. It must be the name. Jim 495, 124. I don't know if you guys know this, but Randys of both genders are actually some of the coolest people on earth. I said it myself. Jennifer Kidd, left lane 478. Neil Upchurch 535 in the right lane. Neil with a 003. Jennifer sleeping a little bit at a 0.307. Neil's going to get that win at a 537, 119. Jennifer 482 at a 143. Still flying down there, though. Up next, Chuck Hawk Jr., 496 in the left lane. Brittany Hinkle, right lane, 685. She's going to get quite a little jump on him. Attention in the pits, motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street High School, lanes 7 and 8. Motorcycles, 1 and 2. Junior Street High School, lanes 7 and 8. Brittany on 023. Chuck Hawk with a double 01. Chuck's going to get that win with a 5021, 129. Brittany with a 690 at 97. Up next, Steven, Avidable Rosa, and Pat Neal dialing in a 574 and a 655. Pat 002 red. Steven's going to get that one with a 016, 572, 118. Pat with a 659, 101. Paisley Price in, oh, excuse me, Michael Avidabile, 654. John Carvalho, 648. Michael with that 04 reaction time, John with 027. Michael unfortunately broke out though at a 651 on a 654 dial at 105. John with a 646, 108. Paisley Price, left lane, 478. Jeff Morgan, 725. He's going to get to leave 2.5 seconds before she does. Jeff with a 002, 026 in red. Jeff's going to take that win at a 731 at 93. Paisley 476, 144. Cindy Hawk up next in the left lane, dialing in a 479, and Blake Williams, 494. Cindy's going to take that one with a 034. 480 and at 144 to Blake's 005 red, 494.5 at 140. Jacob Collins in the left lane up next, 461. Bambi Garfield, 536. Bambi 064 in the red. Jacob's going to take that one with an 024, 458 at 151. Bambi though 537 at 127. Up next, David Hamarillo 567. Don Toya 536. Little S10 is going to leave about 3/10 before. Don, that was 0-2. He's going to take that win at a 538, 130. David with a 567, 119. Up next, Lenny 5661. Pat Osmondson in 517. In the red. He's gonna take that one with an 031 at 664 at 104. Pat with a 519 at 133. Up next, Brandon Dolzel at 469. Kiyoki Dessa 463. double 09. Kyoki with a 031. She's going to take that win with a 463 at 148. Brandon with a 472, 147. Nick Downey with 537 in the Daytona left lane. Alan Smith with a 450 in the Dragster. Nick with an 032. Alan was sleeping on that with a 304. Nick's going to take that win with a 540 at 118. Alan with a 454, 153. Billy McDaniel in the wagon, the Chevy 2 wagon, 673. Bill Kidd, 607. Oh, Billy goes red with a double 03. And Bill off to the side. Little electronic failure, but he's going to get that win anyway with a 087 on the leave. Billy, though, with a 685 at 93. Well, we take a minute to get Bill's car off of the track. Let's give a shout out to the track staff that's been working their booties off for the last few days, keeping the track running smoothly for you guys. Also, all of the sponsors on the live feed and everybody else that came out and is supporting you guys in the stands. And I'm going to plug my podcast again, Slow as Heck, because a bunch of you have actually already gone and liked us. So go ahead and like us again on Facebook. Or you can even like my shop, PRK Automotive. If you see me in the stand or walking around, feel free to say hi.
Hey, while it's quiet, listen up. Attention to the pits. Pizza party at 6:30. Pizza party at 6:30. Little racer appreciation. We'd love for you to all come by and grab a slice and a soda. Or if you're out of competition, a slice and an adult beverage. Little racer appreciation event put together. We really do appreciate everybody coming out here and supporting our Hangover Nationals here at Tucson Dragway. And since last night, we got out of here a little late to go have pizza. Tonight, we're going to have pizza. 6:30. Plan accordingly.
Up next, gonna get rolling again. We've got Emmanuel Chavez dialed in at 8-0. In the left lane, Michael McBriar, 672 in the 86 Corvette with the Men's Revival TRT. Guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but at a certain age, your testosterone starts to drop, and it's actually important that you get that checked and stay on top of your health. It can cause all kinds of other issues. So there's a plug for any doctors out there that handle hormones. Manuel with double 09, Michael with a 011. Both broke out, but Mike's gonna get that win with a 671 on a 672, 102, breaking out by just .001. John McDaniel coming up in the left lane with Kristen Slade and Dragster in the right at a 505. John with a double 02, Kristen with a trip zip. She's going to get that win with a 506, 134. John with a 659, 104. Up next, Rodney Ward, left lane in a 630. And Daniel Slade, 518 in the right. Daniel Slade following along with Chriser with a trip set there. Rodney with an 021 breaking out at a 628 on a 630 at 110. Daniel 522, 132. Zach Taylor coming up now with a 576 in the left lane, and Daniel Foltz 479 right lane. Taking our time getting up there. Daniel goes red. 412. That one with a 0185, 74, 120. Daniel with a 483, 143. Hector Hernandez Jr. with a 612 Mustang, left lane. Vito Adranya, 516 in the dragster. .003 and a 005 on those lights. But Hector's going to get that win with a 621 at 108. Vito broke out at a 513 on that 516 dial-in with a 133. Up next, Lightning McQueen again. And then we've got Tony with a 614, Lightning McQueen with a 629. Lightning McQueen, and he jumps. 025 with a 628, 105. Tony's going to take that one, even though he's a little early on that light too with an 021, 612, 111.
You lose your trunk and you don't win.
Poor Lightning McQueen. We've lost a hood, we've lost a trunk lid. Maybe somebody else will lose a door tonight. Hopefully not, but it could happen. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. up next, 617 on the left lane. Luis Ortiz, 623 in the right. Gabriel with a 007 on the lead. 017 for Luis. Gabriel's going to get the win though at a 617 and a 106. Luis 623, 107. Colby Fuller up next, 491. Scott Taylor, 680. In the right lane. Scott's gonna get a little bit of a jump on him. 490, 142. Scott's going to take that win with a 681 at 100. Up next, Nacho Rivera, 465, and Kat Marbach, 501. Red, 01, Nacho, 021, 469, 148 for the win. Pat with a 507, 135. Alan Zacha, 519 in the left lane. Lucas Makovica, 504 in the dragster. That one with a 502 at 137. Allen 517, 128. Up next, Jimmy Kelso, dialed in a 518. KJ Dessa, dialed in a 503. Jimmy with a 008, AJ with a 014. Both broke out. Jimmy's going to get the win with a 516, 132. KJ 501 at a 130. Gabriel Hernandez is back up with a 484 in the left lane. Andy Kadar 668. He's going to get a 1.84 lead. Andy with a 01498. Gabriel with a 010 with a win, 484, 141. Andy with a 668 at 101. Up next, Bill Bollock, dialed into 581. Michael Lapty in the right lane. Bill goes 019 in the red. Mike 014. Bill at a 589, 114. Mike 506, 135. Dylan Moody in the left lane, 466. Matthew Bong, 636 in the Mustang in the right. With a 003, Dylan with a 013. Dylan's going to get that win at a 466 at 147. Matthew 641, 106. Up next, Dylan Smith 501. Tony Henderson in the right lane 561. Tony Henderson gets the win in that last run. Left lane, Leroy. When he gets to the end of the track, he's going to jump out and do a little dance for you guys. Right lane, Jeremy Jacobs. He's going to leave 3.5 seconds before Leroy. Then his 62 Savoy dialed in a 583. Leroy with an 034, Jeremy with 044. Both broke out. Leroy's going to get the win, though, at a 495, 133. Jeremy at a 582, 118. Scott Hess coming up. Left lane, 562. Mike Zimmerman, 491. Scott, 051. But Zimmerman's going to get that win with a 016, 491 at 139. Left lane and then Trans Am is Tanner Theobald, 635. He's going to get a 2.5 start on Dustin Tonneson, dialed it into 480 in the dragster. Tanner bringing the front end up to 2. Unfortunately, he broke out at a 631 on a 635 dial at 105. Dustin's going to get that win, also breaking out with a 056 reaction time, 477. And up next, AJ Crater with the bye in the 01 Mustang Parasitic Psycho, 844. All he's got to do is start and go. Double entered pro, lanes 3 and 4. Pro, if you are double entered, lanes 3 and 4. AJ makes his pass with an 019, 847 at 79 miles an hour. And that was our last Super Pro. We'll move on to motorcycles now.
All righty, motorcycles pulling up. I want to thank Randy. That was the sweetest, kindest, most touching introduction I've ever had in the history of the world. She looked at me and said, "I'm leaving." And I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but not the first woman by a long shot that looked at me and said, "I'm leaving." There was the blind date the one time when I said, "Hey, why don't we meet at Applebee's?" Click. Hello. Dan Snyder on left side, Wes Millard on right side. Let's see if we can get turn and burn mode here. Buybacks are done, and free rides are done, and do-overs are done. And the objective is to get the race done a little bit earlier than we did last night, or a lot earlier than we did last night. Hour and a half to the pizza party. Tick, 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 tick. Both drivers off and away on the green. Dan is out there. Look at Wes. He is closing in a hurry, but he is not going to get him. 6:48 on the 6:41 for the win for Dan Snyder. 5:91 for Wes Millard. That thing looked like it got a pretty good bite early. Solid numbers down low. Just didn't have quite enough performance to outrun down to the stripe. 0.03 of a second. Across the finish line. Okay, now we got a couple of no-bar bikes. One that is stock wheelbase and one that is stretched out a little bit. It's going to be Joe Gurn on the left side. It's going to be Carter Millward in the right. Carter trying to do what I believe his brother, I wouldn't swear to that, but I believe that was his brother that just went down in front. He's like, "Come on, bro. See if we can uphold the family honor here." Double entered pro. Need you in the lanes, please. And the rest of you be ready because it's not going to be long. I mean, really, it's not going to be long. Handicap head start goes to the left side. A little bit more than a bulb, and we'll turn the red machine loose. Watch first, see if you can keep the front end of that thing down. Ooh, that's not good. Yep, and that's worse. Joe's bike kind of stumbled a little bit when he let the clutch out, and you could see that Carter went by him early, was looking over his shoulder down there at about 400 feet going, "You're not going to catch me." That's what he said. I could actually read his lips. 665 way back of the throttle because he had the thing in the bag. Rolling in next. The green machine from right here in Tucson. It's going to be Tom Patterson. Is he actually racing himself? Is that what happened? Did the chip draw? Did he draw himself in the chip draw? You got to be kidding me. Oh, well, at least we know who's going to win. That guy over there. Spent a whole lot of time rebuilding, revamping, and getting everything set up during the offseason. So this is our winter test. 581, 117 this speed. 018 and then a 581. If you like ones and eights, they're like all over that. All right, pro. If you're double entered, you're not in the lanes, you're about to get swamped because we want everybody now. Listen up. Attention in the pits. Pro, I will take all of you to the lanes. Dave Euler. Oh, I see. Dave's got the bye. Tom was actually racing himself, and Dave's got the bye. I know that it sounds weird, but if you're a bracket racer, it makes sense. Sometimes you got to race yourself. Dave drops the hammer at 052 and lights up the scoreboard at 585. at 114 miles per hour. Now we'll get back to side by side. Remember, there's extra cash on the line tonight because they took yesterday's purse and rolled it over. Joe Gurn, who hot lapped his way right back around here. And Sean Phipps over on the right side. See the numbers down on the board. Handicap .21. A little less than half a bulb. Bumping their way ever so gently into the beams. Pro, final call. All of Pro. You should be here. No, Joe's bike wouldn't shift. 624 for the win for Sean. 91 miles an hour. Joe, you heard him drive that thing out there, and it went right straight into the rev limiter and slammed his chin on the handlebars. I mean, like when you're expecting it to take off again and it runs into the rev limiter, ooh. It's like somebody hitting you in the back of the head when you weren't looking. I guess now that I think about it, if somebody hit you in the back of the head, you probably weren't looking because you don't really have eyes in the back of your head, right? Oh, you do? Okay. Okay. Carter Millward rolling back in here, and Bill Cusser on the green bike. Now, the green bike, if I'm not mistaken, that's part of the Patterson clan too, right? Isn't that the... I'm going to start making stuff up now. I think that's the new bike that they built that could actually be had if somebody wanted to buy one of these. You're thinking, gee, that looks like fun. I just don't know where to get one. I think we can help you with that. Wouldn't you have liked to have been at the meeting the first time some guy said, how are we going to keep the front end down because we're not allowed wheelie bars? And somebody said, what if we just stretch the swing arm out about 2 more feet? So yeah, that could work. And then they did it. I'm guessing beer was involved. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Last time the handicap was .21. This time it's .31. Half again as much. That thing kind of like stuttered and sputtered and drove through the clutch, and it looks like Bill may be able to track him down anyway. Nope, not going to get him. 7 flat. 112 miles an hour. Yeah, you look at the 60-foot time over there in the right lane, and if you heard that green machine, it was like screaming and popping, but the thing really wasn't moving like it should have. It goes 628 at 115 miles per hour. And we got the next 2 rolling in, and that's going to be Wes Millward, who hot lapped his way back around, taking on Marlene Willison. And this time it's 22. So we had a 21, a 31, and a 22. Hey, you know what we need to do? I got an idea. Jim, I got an idea. The greatest idea in history. Because we're double entering the motorcycles. Instead of waiting for them to come back, can we put other clocks down there and just race them down and then race them back? I think all we need is a Christmas tree. No. We just need a Christmas tree at the scoreboards. You got the wiring to there. It's 660 feet this way, 660 that way. And then we'll just have to clear the staging lane so they have room to stop. I'm telling you, it's a brilliant idea. It's ingenious, I tell you. It's ingenious. While I was trying to sell that idea, Wes Millward won the race. He was a little bit better on the tree. And then got down there and took care of business, running dead on 4 for the win. Yeah, so, okay. Are they prescription or just, are they nice ones or are they like, you know, Walgreens $3.99s? Okay. Hey, if you want to buy a pair of sunglasses, come see Bruce. He's got them for $10. Dan Schneider left and Justin Willison right. Dan Schneider started to stage and then looked at the scoreboard and went, whoa, 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 wait. He is responsible for checking the dial before he staged, and now I think we're ready to go. No, I'm telling you, I think that's a brilliant idea. All we need is another Christmas tree down there in between the scoreboards. 660 down, 660 back. Remember, like when you were a kid, you go, hey, I race you to the mailbox. And then the guy beats you, and you go, and back. I'm telling you, I think this could work. Red light start. 12th out too soon for Dan. Justin's going to get the nod going 591 on a 588. 116 the speed. So Justin's going to get at least one more practice run here today. And I do believe we should be ready for pro now. And we roll into pro bracket. Nick George in the pickup. And I do believe that's Miss Boulay over there in the Nova. Handicap head start as a bulb. The truck is going to go first. Oh, I'm sorry. We're in the junior. We're in the high school and junior deal. I'm sorry. We're not quite in pro yet. I jumped the gun. I forgot that we had a couple of high schoolers to go. Run. Wind light comes on for the Nova, 779 at 78 miles an hour. It's going to be an 804 for Nick. Nick had a reaction time started with a 3. Hey, do you guys have a conference room? Or can we get like a wall in here or something? It's like the noise keeps going up and down and up and down. You do need a conference room. We had all these like trade secrets and military secrets and sneaky stuff being discussed right behind me. I was going to say I couldn't hear myself think, but you guys have been listening to me. You know that I don't listen to myself think anyway, so that probably wouldn't have been a legitimate excuse. Nate Renster on the left side, Alex Kesterson. Alex over there in the Tesla. Nate in the pickup. They're dialed pretty darn close to heads up. Both of them green, both of them away, both of them off and running, but only one of them is going to win, and guess what? It's going to be the truck. Something about a truck, 1036. Make that 1037 at 64 miles an hour on the 1009 dial. Lexus goes 1019 on the 10 flat. And the truck will return So will it be a trucking event later on in the day? Or can Madeline Smith in the Mini Cooper figure out a way to get around Hannah Thompson? Look at Hannah's on the brakes already. It's going to come down to a double breakout. Madeline Smith is going to win the math, and Hannah's going to be really upset. Had the reaction time. You saw she was on the brakes very, very early, but still ends up coming out on the wrong side of the double breakout math. Hey, you need gas? The fuel depot will be open another 45 minutes. If you need gas tonight, the fuel depot is open another 45 minutes. Plan accordingly. Now, I was going to say next up is Pro, but after last time when I proved I couldn't tell what's up next, I'm going to wait and see. But I'm sure that, pretty sure that, kind of sure that, feel like Pro is next. Yay, Pro. Joe Kidd left, Andy Kidd all right. I hope everybody's got everything buttoned down. I don't want to see any more parts flying off of race cars. Half a bulb going to be the head start going to the GOAT. Team Hot Wheels Diecast. That'd be a great Hot Wheels diecast. Classic GTO. Both drivers away on the green. The Pontiac is Kadar. The pickup is Kidd. The win light is Kidd. He was better on the tree, runs 6:41. Andy Kadar runs dead three, but he left. A couple of hundo back here at this end. Margin at the stripe is 9 thousandths of a second. And that'll bring up Chad Sandlin in the left and Scott Taylor in the right. The classic Chevy, 67 Nova left, 65 Chevelle right. Difference, a little more than a bulb on the old countdown tree. Both drivers get away on the green. Scott Taylor's got the handicap head start. Chad Sandlin is not gonna catch him. Scott Taylor is 002, taking a hundo. He runs 6 thou too quick. 25 under 26 for Chad. He comes out 4 thou on the wrong side of the double breakout map. Now it's Paul Coleman left side, Greg Sauerbaugh on the right. Sauerbaugh in the Formula Firebird. 4th generation. Going to be off and running. We'll see if the Chevelles can go. Paul Coleman hit the gas, and that thing did the old hippity, hoppity, hoopity. Oh, and he's going to win it anyway. Sauerbaugh got there first by an hour and a half and breaks out. 697 on the 7 flat. Coleman hit the gas late. The car spun, jumped, hopped, jumped, sat down, and then took off. No way, no how was he catching Craig, and Craig gifted him the win light with a breakout. Now it's going to be Stan Hammond left, Ken Passerby right. So far the classic Chevelles are 2-4-2. Now Hammond is hoping that the classic Chevelle good luck will trickle down to the classic Nova. But remember, the first pair of cars we had, one of them was a classic Nova. Didn't work out so well for him. Passer be the Vega in the right side. Hammond. Nova in the left side. It's going to be the Nova. 619 on a 617. Passerby got there first, broke out by 11 thousandths of a second. 687 on a 689. Got there first by 300, broke out by 11 thou. After nearly identical reaction times. Now it's Joe Kidd, that's the Outlaw. And Dale Hicks, that's the Camaro. One bulb, the handicap head start. Call it 49. I'll call it 49. You can call it whatever you want. They were separated by 7 thou at this end of the racetrack. They were separated by 3 thou at that end of the racetrack. Joe Kidd wins it. He goes 0-18. He was holding that 7 thou, then runs dead one. Dale Hicks, 27, breaking out, not getting there. Dale didn't do a whole lot wrong. 25 on the bulb is not bad. Then he got there first by 003, unfortunately for him. Kidd had him locked out. Chris Stout now on the left side and Pete Noyen in the right. It's going to be a 701 on a 701 for Chris Stout. 675 on a 675 for Pete. Wow, wow. Difference in start was a difference in finish. 1 Hun difference. Chris Stout had the Hun. They both run dead something, and he wins it by about that. Brings up Kurt Zinzaletta and Tony Marconi. Rotor off and running. The Plymouth Arrow on the chase. Give this one to Marconi. He leaves the starting line at 002. He takes the finish line by 4 Hun. 588 for the win. 678 on the 678. Dead 9 for Kurt. He was 071. Marconi was 00. And that carried the day. Cliff Hall now on the left side, Mark Jones on the right. Which one of the classic Fords you like better? There's no wrong answer. No wrong answer. Both of them are really cool. Super cool. Extra cool. They both get away on the green. The Mustang is out there. Here comes the Falcon. Got him. 667 for the win. 93 miles an hour. 733 from Mark Jones. Cliff Hall better at this end. Eases off at that end. Stays safe. Makes it happen. Now it's Jake Trammell. The Chevy 2. I really like the stance of that car. I mean, it's high enough you can drive it on the street. It's got a license plate on it. As a general rule, I don't like cars that are tucked so low you can't drive them. You know what I mean? Because I like driving them. Brad Hawk over on the other side. Driving one of the family Mustangs. Almost an even start. Yeah, go ahead. Juniors, come on down. 69 and double entries first. Juniors, double entry and 69. Come on down. Brad Hawk goes red, 6 thou. And then goes 6.555. Jake Trammell goes dead 2. Way to go, Jake. 43 on the bulb, but then dropped it right on the number. Double entered juniors and 6 to 9 juniors. Come on down. Double entered and 6 to 9 juniors. Now's the time. Brian Lee left. Charlie German right. 67 Mustang, 72 Nova. I hope you can tell those two apart. I think I need to get to know the Lee family, the Lee brothers, because they really like their classic Mustangs, and I'm really a classic Mustang guy. Yeah, we could just trade some stories, trade some stuff. Maybe I can Maybe they have that part that I can't find. I don't know what it is. Must be something. Charlie German, however, is going to get the win line here. He runs dead on 8. Predicted 683, ran 6.838. Brian Lee predicted 638, ran 646. That thing looked like it tried to spin a little bit when he mashed the gas, and it slowed him down as Chris Citro rolls in next on the left side and Mike Heath in the right. Ford v. Chevrolet one more time. 002, the difference in dial. Both drivers down and away. Difference at this end, 12 thousandths of a second. Difference at that end, 200ths of a second. Chris Citro taking care of business, 652 on the 650. He actually left second, but he was closer to the dial. Michael Heath goes 58 on a 52, and that was just not quite enough. Here comes Steve Lee in the Mustang left side and Ron Height in the pickup over on the right side. Red line start. 006 on the wrong side of the tree is Ron Hyde. He drops the bottom bolt on his side, turns on the scoreboard for Ron. Bob Cohen and Carson Heath. What do you think of the truck? I know, right? What do you think of Carson's car? I know, right? Right. Difference in dial at 10. Reaction advantage goes to Bob. Win light goes to Bob. 708 on 707. Carson Heath runs dead 4, but he was 4 behind at this end of the racetrack. Could not overcome that. Oh, how about this? We got a little Pinto on Pinto violence. My Pinto's better than your Pinto. My Pinto's faster than your Pinto. That 810 you see down there on the scoreboard is supposed to be 870. Poof! By the way, that left lane scoreboard, you can't read it because it's invisible, but it says outticks. Really? Why would I lie to you? Evan Graves on the right side. He's dialed 620. That is a sizable head start. 2.5 second head start. I'm just doing the math in my head, but that's what I came up with. The two Pintos. When's the last time we saw two Pintos racing? Did it happen last night after I went home? It could have. Green lights for both. Here comes Evan. There goes Kyle. There goes Evan. Getting the win. 623 on the 620, 108 miles an hour. Kyle Fritz got there first by 700ths of a second. Broke out by 700ths of a second. He was basically locked out. Joe Cox now on the left side. Mike Reed in the right. Every time I see Joe's Valiant, I like that thing a little bit more. There's a lot to like about that. So, okay, we had a little Pinto on Pinto battle earlier. Now I got a little Mopar battle with Mike Reed in the D50. If they made that truck again, would it be the mini Ram? Wait, what is it? What is a baby? A baby sheep is a ewe. What's a baby ram? A baby. I don't know. Joe Cox is going to get the win. 7:15. Mike Reed. Oh, Mike Reed had a reaction time. Started with a 1. He crossed the finish line second and still couldn't get there. That'll bring up four-door Claude coming up in his Fairmont. And the Fairmont guys, the other two are father and son, but all three of them are buds. They all hang out back there in the pits and they tell stories about Fairmonts. Well, everybody's got a Fairmont story. I mean, it's kind of like a tequila story. Everybody's got one of them too, right? Cole Rouse on the right side going to get a 1 second head start and a little bit of change And he is out there. And Claude is coming. And Claude is not going to catch him. 794 on a 791 for Cole. He is dead one. Taking a strike by a hundo. 87 on 85 for Claude. That's not going to get it done. He was 27 on the tree, was better, but he couldn't run the number. And got overhauled down there as Amy Rogers pulls up in the left side, taking on Aaron McCammond. Aaron in the El Camino. Is that Camaro over there the same one that had the Christmas tree on top of it last night or whatever that was? That's what it looked like to me. They're easing their way in. Slight head start goes to the wagon. And the pickup. Taking off right there with him. Right there with him, right there with him. Ooh, man. Ouch. Oof. Eek. Aaron McCommon goes 596 on a 596. Dead 4. Amy Rogers had a double 0-1 light and got there first, but 4th out too much first. Breaking out by 004. Junior dragsters, all of you. All of you. I'll now take all of you. And a matter of fact, since we got them rolling, let's get the double-entered Sportsman. You guys can head this way, too. I'm taking charge. And get things moving around here. That's Regan down there in the Corvette. Just went red. That's Parker Theobald in the snowmobile. It's going to take the win. Corvette was red by 12. Theobald gets the win, going 629 on a 633. Billy McDaniel left. Tatum Marconi right. Okay, if they told you could take one of those cars home, which one would you take? I'm not sure either. I mean, I'm kind of a Dodge guy, but the wagon's neat. The wagon's really neat. Oh, you can see the wagon again. Because Tatum Marconi smashed the gas 1.5 too soon. Red light's on. Cornet's gone. Wagon goes on. 731 off the throttle. Down there for Billy. Tatum goes 706. Brings up Howard DeVore, who's double dutying with the Nova down there, and Trevor Borowski. The Challenger. Hey, if you want to race tomorrow, you could buy that Challenger tonight. No kidding. I think he'll even help you, get it dialed in, get it ready to go. Could happen. You could own the 1970 Challenger. Well, he's probably mad now, so the price might have just gone down because Howard DeVore just got the win light. He was better on reaction time with 693, 752 on 752. Trevor goes dead on 1, proving you can predict what the car will run, and that'll make things happen. Unfortunately, left a couple of Hun back here. Wes Snodgrass now on the left side, and Mike Munoz on the right. Double-entered Sportsman, come on down. Double-entered Sportsman. To the lanes. Pickup's going to get the head start by a bulb and a half. That's a bulb, that's a half. Oh, that's a red light. Mike cut that baby loose 4 Hun too soon and left the big red cherry glowing on the bottom of the Christmas tree down there. Snodgrass goes 778, took his foot off the throttle. It's like, yay, I won. Yay, I don't have to beat my car up. Yay, I can take it easy from here on out. Marv Wolfmeyer. Waiting patiently. Trying to figure out what it that is that they're trying to kick out of there with the feet. I mean, you know, if it's rocks, that wouldn't take that long. If it's our favorite Texas Chevelle over on the right side of the racetrack. Is that the only Texas Chevelle here this weekend? It might be. It's certainly not the only Chevelle here this weekend. Final call, double entered Sportsman. Double entered Sportsman, final call. We're going to get the rest of you coming here in just a minute. Off and running on the green. Chevelle trying to track down the Vega. Oh, we got him. Wow. Wow. Wolf had the reaction advantage. 673 on a 673. Got an egg in his face down there at the finish line. Dead on zero. Wolfmeyer was solid with a double 06 light up front, but then he runs 710 on the 705. Left the door open. 13th out at the stripe. Dead zero for the win. Mustang on the left side. The Falcon Sprint in the right. Oh, hang on. Oh, hold it. Don't hit that. We're going to need that later. Thank you. Jeff Cox goes red by 1 thou. The Mustang drives off the starting line like it was in high gear, and then came to life, spun the tire, kicked the car sideways, but the race had already been determined. So they'll have a chance to get the Mustang squared away and come back and try it again. Marco Campo, 67 Mustang, and Denny Valvo. Kind of curious to see what Denny's car is going to do this time. The last couple of times that Denny's car was up, isn't that the one that did the burnout twice? Or am I making that up? Did I get that confused with something? I might have. Hey, listen up in the pits. Sportsman, I'll take all of you now. Oh, attention in the pits. Sportsman, I'll take all of you. Denny's car looking better at this end of the racetrack, looking better at that end of the racetrack. 602 on a 605 is going to come out on the good side of a double breakout. Marco was double 02, got there first, runs under by 4. Denny followed him across, runs under by 3. And, well, kind of like golf. 3 is better than 4 most of the time. Hey, friendly reminder, gang. Look up in the sky. See those lights? Right. Now look at the back of your car. See those lights? Are you getting a hint? As the sun dips down below Mount Olympus and the shadows fall across the valley, it's time to turn your taillights on. What's that? Bruce is the one who turned the lights on. Well, we knew somebody had to do it. Jeff Edwards left, Adriel Lopez right. 003, the difference in dial. These two should be side by side all the way down. The turquoise Nova, the slate gray Camaro. They're in the set, they're ready. And they're both away on the green. I love it when a plan comes together. Which one of the Chevys gets to come back? It's going to be the green machine. 652 on the 651, that's a winner. 55 on a 54. Edwards, better at both ends of the racetrack. Wins it by 400ths of a second down at the other end. A.J. Crater and Andy Cater. I never did. I think I asked Google one time what a parasitic psycho was. I don't remember the answer. Oh, I got it. Okay. Andy, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'll tell you what he's doing. He's hitting the gas 400ths of a second too soon. A.J. Crater gets the win on the red light. 843 on the 846. 6660. Kadar drops it dead zero after lighting the cherry. Tyler Sally now on the left. Scott Taylor in the right. I wonder if Scott's related to Tim Taylor. Well, he might be. You don't know. Final call, Sportsman. All of you. Tyler and Scott coming at you, separated by a bulb at this end. You'll see what separation looks like at that end. Oh, come on, guys. I've waited less time in emergency rooms. We're trying to get out of here before 3 a.m. tonight. Dodge on the one side, Chevy on the other side. Dodge gets a win light. Double breakout. 25 on a 26 is under by 1. 77 on 78 is under by 1. How about this 1,000th of a second? The margin of victory. 4 thou, too quick, beats 5 thou, too quick. Joe Kidd and Mark Johns coming at you right now. Finish line stripe, it's going to be a 640. Dead on one for the win. Oh, Mark. 730 on the 732. He got there first by a couple of Hunbrook, out by 14 thou. He had a little teeny tiny itty bitty window to try to get into and couldn't do it. So Paul Coleman going to roll in and take the solo, and then it's junior time. .614, 112 miles an hour for Paul Coleman. And that officially concludes Pro round number 3. Junior's going to be rolling out here momentarily. And we got the lanes loaded with Sportsman cars right behind that. First pair rolling out. Going to feature Harlan Gibson. Got the dial in at 12:30. Going to be Jada Tonneson, that is, on the other side. Dialed in 12:07. So 23, about a half a bulb is. We start off with the youngsters. Both drivers get away on the green. It's Harlan in the left side. It's Jada in the right side. Closed circuit for Team Harlan. I'm going to need a taillight on that thing when it comes back around, please. And it's coming back around because he was 0-13 on the tree, getting the stripe and getting the win. 12:38 for Harlan Gibson. Jada goes 12 flat on the 12:07 and could not get there. He was done in by that Harlan Gibson 0-13 reaction time. And again, Team Gibson, please, let's get a taillight on that thing by the time it comes back for the next round. That sounded a little quicker than a 12-second car, didn't it? It sounded like it to me. It's going to be Shane McKinney. That's a little quicker than a 12-second car. He dialed in at 790. Carmen Nelson dialed in at 807. Pretty easy math to do there. And I do believe the last pair we sent down, that was the last of our younger kids. So going to be incorporated into the older kids. We're going to have some big handicap racing coming up in the next round. Big handicap. I love the way Shane McKinney's rocking the car back and forth. The junior guys started doing that, and gals started doing that a number of years ago because the tires would stick to the racetrack. The car wouldn't move. And, well, basically, you're supposed to make the car move yourself. Shane is taking it to a Olympic level. Carmen Nelson over on the right side going to get the handicap head start here. The runner, a matter of fact, both of these runners all the way in from Texas, they came a long way to race each other here in Tucson, and this baby is over. Hey, Carmen Nelson, come get a bag of donuts. Shane McKinney goes red 19,000, then goes 795. Carmen Nelson goes trip zip 808 on the 807. That's pretty nasty in the junior leagues, or actually in any leagues. But Carmen, come get you a bag of donuts. I'll bring up the AAG machine over here on the left side of the racetrack. Dial in at an 890. Brooklyn Foles over on the right side, dialed in at 790. Both runners dialed on the floor of their category for their age group. Because as you get older, you're allowed to go faster. When you're 6 years old, they're not putting you in a 790 car. Nuh-uh. No matter how old you are, the 790 is the floor of the category, so that's why you see so many cars dialed there. But this is going to be the 1 second handicap. 2 bulbs, countdown, click, 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 click. Both drivers get away on a green. Brooklyn trying to close in. Going to make it happen. 791 at 81 miles an hour. Better on the tree was the left lane. Better on the track was the right lane. Brooklyn goes 791 to 790 for the win. 897. Not quite enough. And just like that, I got 2 more. Jace Renault over on the right side. And Racing Mason here on the left side. Handicap this time, 002. Jason's down on the floor, and Mason's going, my car's not quite that quick. I don't know, though. It's cooling down. It's coming up. Both drivers get away on the green. Down to the finish line stripe they go. Wow, nobody's anywhere near the number. Jason's going to get the win. He goes 802, working the throttle down there at 78 miles an hour. 806 in left lane, not enough. All brings up Adam Grotto and brings up Bruce Mabry.
All right, thank you, Alan. Like we say, Mallory Dolzell here in the left-hand lane. Abram Grotto going to get to lead first by almost a full second for Abram. Abram out of Gilbert in the half-scale chassis, right-hand lane. Mallory out of Queen Creek with an 816 on the window. Abram with an 890 as they roll up into the beams. 816 for Mallory, the Racing Dolzell family. And it is a double green line start. Wow. One of them's got about a whole tenth stuffed away. Find out if she can keep that or not. Nope, Abram Grotto with the win. Nice 0-0-1-1 reaction time. Dialed an 890, goes 2 above at 72 miles an hour. Here's Hutch Harge up against Riker Rohel. Riker going to leave about a half a second earlier than Hutch. Hutch from Florida here in the left-hand lane. Wants an 898. Riker looking for a 930. Now Riker out of Tucson, so Riker, one of our team at Tucson junior dragster drivers, only 12 years old. Of course, look at Hutch, he's only 11. So 890 against a 930. So the 930, of course, half a second first. Wow. Again, one of them's a full tenth tardy, and that would be Riker. Then left lane will take the win. Dials an 898, goes a 906, but had a 90 reaction time, opposed to a 132. Here's Malachi Phillips. Phillips garage doors, overhead garage doors in Buckeye. 890 is the dial, right-hand lane for Malachi. Caden Keys with an 804 on the window. Coming out of Abilene, Texas. All right, sounds cool. Alan back at it again.
Sorry, I had to stave off a financial emergency. My sister needed to borrow $5. Malachi goes red by 0.006 of a second. Gives it away, then runs 893. Caden goes 807 against the 804 dial and wins it. Anybody that knows me knows I'm kidding. My sister in her whole life has never had to borrow $5. It's usually 100 minimum. No, I'm not going to tell sister stories tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Here comes Alexis Ketterson. Now, Alexis has got 2 cars out here that she's racing, right? That one And isn't that the same lady that's driving the Tesla? Isn't that Alexis? Aubrey Keller in the right. Aubrey's dialed in 920, so she's going to get a pretty sizable head start here. Pretty sizable. They bumped in. Oh, now they're in. Alexis was doing the old Torrance light flicker down there. The old blink it a blink it a blink it. Drivers are both way on the green, and the wind light's going to come on the left side. 8:03 on the 8 flat. Couple that with a 22 reaction time, and Alexis wins it. It's going to be a 9:24 on the 9:20. 3 back on the reaction timer as well for Aubrey, and that just wasn't quite enough. Cole Thompson now and Dawson Rogers reading left to right. Cole down there in the green machine. Dawson's going to have to sit and wait for a little bit more than a second while Cole takes off. And sit and wait he did. Now Dawson's going to try to catch Cole before we get down to the old 8th mile stripe, and he did. How about that? 796 on the 795, 12 on the tree, and then 1 above 3. Put that together for 25 total, and Cole Thompson was 075 and locked out. Got there second and broke out doing it. Alyssa Moody now on the left side, and Carmen Nelson coming up in the right. And looks like we're shutting them off down here at this end of the racetrack. We have one down there that didn't get clear. That doesn't look like a car. That just looks like our gate guy down there. We are holding on here for a moment. All right, now it looks like we're ready to go. All right, now we're finally ready to go. Carmen Nelson goes 003 RED. Melissa Moody gets the automatic win, 92 on a 90. Both of them run 2 above the dial. Carmen goes 10 on the 08. But Carmen lit the red bulb. Hey, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. Double entered. Super Pro, if you were double entered, come on down now. Double entered Super Pro to the lanes. Here comes Matty Kruba on the left side and Weston Moody in the right. Weston dialed in 857, so he's going to get the handicap head start because Matty is dialed on the floor. All right, looks like now they are in the hands of the driver. Matty on the left side, Weston on the right side. Like, go get him. Well, we just had a 003 red. Now we got a 006 red. Whoa, 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 whoa. One light, one donut. You both had perfect lights? Now, she looks trustworthy. You look a little shady, I got to tell you. Thanks for being here this weekend. So Matty goes 006 red, Weston Moody. I'm sorry, I just had somebody come in here and try to scam me for 2 bags of donuts. Turns out it wasn't a scam. I owed him 2 bags of donuts. Allison Boley in the left. Blake Foltz in the right. Well, we've seen some interesting handicaps. This one's not so big. It's 008. Goes red by 11 thousandths of a second, then goes 91 on a 90, 793 on a 98 for Allison. That's going to be a winner. Hannah Thompson now on the left side, and Parker Schroeder in the right. I'm sorry, we're back to solving the world's financial crisis up here. Trying to figure out who the hell's going to pay for all that pizza. Like, you don't have a company credit card? I thought you had a company credit card. I only got $8. How much you got? Hannah off and running. Parker on the chase. Hannah crushes the tree and turns it into a win. She's 006 taking a stripe. 815 on the 813. 797 on the 794 for Parker. That part wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. The old 48 light, that part was the not good enough. Now it's going to be Madeline Smith on the left side and Mason Tuck in the right. The handicap head start here is a very James Bond-like 007. Speaking of James Bond, anybody remember 009? Just me? I'm the only one? Okay. Just curious. Madeline left, Mason right. Our doubles are rolling back around here. And both of them lead on the green. 8-mile stripe. Watch for the green lights on the scoreboard. This one's going Mason's way. Madeline actually got off the mark first. She was 016. but 799 was not quite enough. Mason goes 801 at 79 miles an hour. Coupled with an 042 light, and that was enough by 200ths of a second. And looks like what we got, another pair or two. Super Pro, double entered Super Pro. You should be here. What? What are you talking about? I know, I called Sportsman an hour and a half ago. Where you been? Sportsman better be in the lanes. Sportsman had better be in the lanes. I wouldn't skip Sportsman. I love Sportsman. Almost as much as I love beer. Ah, who are we kidding? I don't love anything as much as I love beer. No, it's not 6:30. Jeez. Bruce is over here assuming that I have screwed everything in the world up. He's like, well, did you do this? Did you say that? Did you mention your fuel's closed? Do you know what day it is? It's going to be a 792 at 80 miles an hour. That's going to be a winner for Brooklyn Foltz. Both of them missed the tree, but Christian missed it worse than Brooklyn. Apparently that's what happened. See, I chased everybody out of my office a little bit ago because it was getting so loud in here. And then when they left, they quit listening and just assumed that I screwed everything up while they were gone. Which, I mean, let's be fair. 50% of the time, that'd probably be right. Mallory Dolezal and Shane McKinney. Shane rolling all the way in here from Odessa, Texas. And Mallory rolling down from Queen Creek. What do you think of the graphic package on Mal's car? I couldn't swear to it, but I would bet heavily that that ain't a wrap. The Dolezal business is paint and body. And you know she's going, Grandpa. I'm sorry, the great-grandpa. Maybe the great-grandpa. I don't know. Nah, he's not that great. Off and running his mouth. Here comes Shane McKinney. Reaction time separated 3 thou. At the finish line, separated 9 thou. McKinney is going to get the win. Goes 798 on the 796. Getting there first by 009. Mallory goes 35 on the 33. Pretty good little drag race between the two juniors. 009 at the stripe as both of them run 2 above the dial. And it comes down to the teeny tiny little itty bitty little number out there on the end. And here comes the champ. All hail. Reigning division champ, Cade Renault, once again. How close is Cade to aging out? He's got to be getting close, right? It seems like he won his first championship, like, I don't know, 14 years ago. Probably wasn't 14 years ago, but that's what it seems like. The Silver State Refrigeration. Ooh, I see pizza being delivered down on the starting line. Pizza. That means pizza party. I mean, according to my watch, we're still 20 minutes away, but it looks like the pizza may be here already. That's what it looks like to me. Cade smashes the gas on a solo run. Sounded like he shut off to a 792. Put a 93 on the window, put a 92 on the scoreboard, and that is going to take care of that. So Sportsman should be rolling out momentarily.
All right, up next, Sportsman. Up first,
The best part is it'll be instant, so it goes straight.
Tiny Tino. Dialing in 805. He's going to leave first by a tenth with Cole Rouse. 795. Tino with a .1. Cole with a 069. Looks like Cole's going to get that win with a 797 at 81. Tino at 805, 84. Up next, Kyle Vance, 780. He's going to leave by 1 hair on Dave Muller, 778.
Oh, it's that, sorry.
Kyle with a 167. Dave with a 027. Dave's going to get the win at a 784 at 78. Kyle 812, 83. Up next, Corey Oxford. Christine 5. Christine's going to get a little bit of a leave on him. Dialed in at a 909. Corey at a 732.
Thank you.
Corey with a 223 light. Christine with a 215. Corey's going to get that win at a 753, 76. Christine at a 917, 74. Up next, Mark Clayton, 816. Jessica Robinson at the 835. Mark driving that little Pinto. Jessica in the 79 Malibu.
So it's instant. A wire transfer is instant.
Jessica gets out on him with a 006 in the win, 837, 76. Mark with an 074, 828 at 82. Up next, Tim DeBrock, 875. He's going to get a little bit of a leave on Kinsey Jones at an 805. Tim with an 074. Kinsey with an 038 in the win, 807 at 81. Tim, 880, 75. Up next, Ryan Yanez in that damn smart car. He's going to get a 5-second leave on Jordan, dialed in at 813, and Ryan with a 13.3. Ryan says that his smart car has a 12 cubic inch engine, and given the size of the car, I could totally believe it. That's what it says. Oh my gosh. The smart car, not so smart. Going red, 122. Jordan in 089. Jordan's definitely taking that win with an 817 at 86. Ryan pushing a whole 52 miles an hour. 13-4. I sure hope he trailers that home. Otherwise, he is never going to make it back to the west side of Phoenix. Up next, Jerry Roja III, dialed in at 875 in the little S10. Russ Lindsay, 828 in the 77 Oldsmobile Omega. Ooh. 184 for Jerry, 126 for Russ on those leaves. Russ is going to get that win, though, at the 837 at 78. 883 for Jerry at 80 miles an hour. Nick George, dialed in an 8 in S10. Tony Somas, 980 in that XLR. Oh, Nick with an 022 red. Tony with a 185. He's going to take that win at a 9.7, 75. Nick George with an 811 at 88. I think that the XLR might be the ugliest car that Cadillac ever made, even going back to the 70s. Up next, Steve Shoemaker, 832. The left lane, Steve Watkins at a 739. The Z06 in the right lane. All right, now that the goobers are cleaned up at the starting line, we can get Steve up there. Super Pro, all Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8. All right, Steve with an 099 reaction time. Shoemaker, Steve Watkins with an 059. He's going to get the win at a 739, dialed in perfect. And Steve Shoemaker broke out an 8300. Up next, Cole Rouse in the El Camino. Dialed in at a 795. Luis Hermosillo at an 881. With an 036 reaction time. Luis with a 120. Cole's going to get that win with an 8:34.6 at 70. Luis at a 9:83.69 miles an hour. Robert Martino, left lane, 8:04. I don't even know how many times I've seen him run today. I don't know that he runs, though. Trevor Borowski, 7:50 in the Challenger. At some time, Tino will use those short little legs to finish that burnout and get up to the starting line. Tino with an 0.28 reaction time. Trevor with an 0.39. Trevor's going to get that win, though, because Tino broke out an 8:02.84. Left lane, Denise Heath, dialed in with an 8:50. Jordan at an 8:16. Denise broke out with a 168. Jordan with an 065 is going to take that win at the 8:17.86. Denise with an 8:76 at 79. Here we go, Super Pro. Round 3. Getting down less cars from the, 6,000 that we had earlier. Gabriel Hernandez, left lane, little S10, first gen S10, dialed in at 616. Next door, 676. Gonna leave just a little bit sooner. So funny, the lights come on, the sun goes down, and everybody out here starts putting sweatshirts on because as Arizonans were freezing at 62 degrees. Gabe with a 0.12. Right lane with 0.25. They're going to get the win at a 678 at 100. Gabe 620, 104. Up next, AJ Crater Parasitic Psycho. If you don't already know the car, I'm sure you've seen it before. And my other little buddy, Leroy. AJ's going to leave 3.5 seconds before Leroy. I cannot wait to watch this race. At some point, they're both going to get in the beams. And AJ, move up. AJ leaves. Leroy. AJ with an 0.52. Leroy with an 0.22. Leroy gets the win. With a 495, 139. AJ with an 845 at 74. Up next, Joe Kidd Jr. getting a little over almost 2 seconds of a lead on Lucas Makovica. Joe with an 0.18 to Lucas's 0.13. Joe's going to get that win with a perfect 6.788 on that dial. Lucas with a 5.03, 95 for Joe, 137 for Lucas. Up next, Brian Sutton, Tony Henderson, dialed 521 and 561. Super Pro to the lane. Super Pro to the lanes. If you're not there, you're going to be late. Brian with the win. 523 at 130. Tony, 565, 115. Jimmy Kelsa, 516. Danny Adranya, 513. Little Corvette. Jimmy, red, 009, Danny, 004, he's going to get that win with a 515 to a 517, 134, 136. Up next, Jacob Taylor, left lane in the Duster. Right lane, we got a dragster. Dialed in at 505, Jacob at a 652. Jacob with a 101 reaction. Right lane's going to get that win with an 032, 5095 at 126. Jacob 656 at 99. Up next, Corey Beatty. Left lane, Michael Zimmerman on the right. Looks like Corey shut the car off. Not sure why. Car's back on. We're back in business. Corey's going to leave just under 2 seconds before Mike does. With an 060 on the lead. Zimmerman's going to get that win with an 030, 492 to 136. Corey's got a 672 at 98. Bill Bott, 587. It's going to leave just over a second before Dustin Tonneson in at 478. Bill's going to leave 054. Dustin 022. He's going to take the win at a 479 at 141. Bill was a 589 at 114. Up next, Zach Taylor, 573, and Dylan Moody, 466. Zach with a 013, Dylan with a double 04. Dylan's going to get that win at a 468 at 142. Zach 577, 120. Up next, Derek Robellis, 643. Tony Marconi, 584. Double 03 for Derek. 010 for Tony. Derek's going to get that win at a 643 to Tony's 585. 106, 112. Nick Downing in the Daytona, 535. Ken Passerby, 685. Is going to leave a second and a half beforehand. Oh, those reaction times. 017 for Nick. Ken in an 018. Nick's going to take that win, though, with a 537 at 128 to Ken's 687 at 95. Up next, Gabriel Hernandez, Matthew Bong, 483, 636. Matt's going to leave a second and a half beforehand. Double 06 on that reaction for Matt, but Gabe's going to get the win at 013, 484 at 141 to Matt's 640, 107. Kurt Reif, left lane, 525, KJ Dessa, 503. Kurt Wright with a 014 and a win on KJ's breakout of a 502, dialing in at a 503 at 127. Kurt with a 525, 129. Left lane, Hector Hernandez Jr., 610. Kiyoki Dessa, 463. Creeping slowly, very, very slowly up to the line. There we go. 1, 2. I'm gonna hit that second beam at some point. There we go. Where's 1? There's 2. Hector with a 04. Kyoki with a 009. Kyoki's gonna get the win at a 464 to Hector's 613 at 107. Randy Smith dialed in at a 550. Michael McBriar, 670. That 86 Corvette over there. That dragster, orange and black. Kind of looks like Tony the Tiger in a way. .002 for Randy. Unfortunately, at a 553 at 114, he does not take the win to the 027, 671 at 103 of Michael. Brad Hawk back up at a 478. Tony Pesquera, 610. Tony with an 038 light, Brad with an 022. He's going to take that win though with a 481 at 133. Tony with a 613 at 111. Up next, Christian Contreras dialed in at a 628. Faustino Zaragoza, 648. Christian brings the front end up at a 005, but Faustino goes red 005. So Christian's going to get that win at a 628, 107. Faustino 647, 106. Up next, Timo Moore out of Tucson, 564 left lane. Pat Marbach out of Bisbee, I think, 505. 028. Pat with an 046. Tim's going to take that win with a 565 at 121. Pat, 507, 136. Up next, Beto Dominguez, 627. Martin Corella, 537. That Corvette Roadster. Lightning McQueen, unfortunately, still missing that trunk lid. Does it change the time? Little more drag there. It's like a 240 truck now. Oh, might have hurt his reaction time. 001 in the red. Martin's going to take that win with an 018 reaction. 535 to Beto's 625. 106, 129. Up next, Chuck Hawk Jr., 497. And the S10, not missing any parts. Jerry Duffy Sr., 514 in the dragster. With a 005, Chuck with an 023. Jerry's going to take that win with a 514 to Chuck's 497. 137 for Chuck, 134 for Jerry. Up next, Nacho Rivera. Left lane, Chris Silman. Don't forget, there's pizza and beer at the beer well. Come grab some, racers. Only beer if you're not driving. Motorcycle lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street 7 and 8. High School 7 and 8. Motorcycle 1 and 2. Junior Street, High School lanes 7 and 8. Cindy Hawk, 480. Neil Upchurch, 533. Double entered pro. Double entered pro. You also need lanes 3 and 4. Double entered pro. 3 and 4. Motorcycle, Junior Street, High School, double entered pro. You should all be in your lanes. Cindy Hawk broke out, 003 red. Oh man, 481, 144. Neil Upchurch gets the win, 535, 127 with an 015 light. Steven, I'm not going to say your last name, 570. John Carvalho, 644. He's going to get a little bit of a jump on him. Don 005 red. Steven with the 026. He's going to take that win with a 572, 118. John with a 643 at 109. Up next, Jacob Collins out of Gilbert, 458. Kristen Slade, see if she can do that trip zip again, dialed in at a 505. Jacob, 021 with a win because Kristen broke out 5037 on her 505 dial at 135. Jacob dialed in the 458. He ran a 458. Rodney Ward, 628. Left lane, Don Toya, 535 in the Roadster. There. 019 for Rodney. He's going to take that win at 629 at 109. Don 004, 538, 123. Up next, Lenny Fife out of Tucson, 662. Jeff Morgan also out of Tucson at a 728. All right, Lenny's gonna run all by himself. Jeff, unfortunately, looks like he's having an issue with the car. So 047 on the reaction time. Gonna run a 663, 104. Got a little fluid on the track, so we're going to have a couple minutes here. Double entered pro, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles 1 and 2. Junior, street, and high school 7 and 8, if you're not already there. All pro, you guys can actually come up. All pro. You guys are welcome in lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles, you should be in 1 and 2. 7 and 8 for junior, street, and high school. All right, guys. Well, shortly I'm going to get out of here. I'm Randy. You can find me at my shop, PRK Automotive. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram. I'm not on Twitter, but I am on TikTok. And you can also find me on the Slow as Heck podcast. You'll see me walking through the pits here in a few. I've got a Cornwell sweatshirt on. I had to look and see what I was wearing in jeans. So if you guys want to say hi, introduce yourself. I love meeting all of you. Hopefully you guys are going to see me out here more. But you guys have Alan, and obviously he's just the consummate professional and probably one of the best announcers. And I am super, super thankful to have been able to have shared a microphone with an icon today. I don't want to give him too much credit for being a professional. Just probably is good. Because
You probably did a good job raising your kids. I mean, you either did or you didn't.
I probably am pretty decent at this, even though it's my first larger event. And thank you, Bill Kidd, for allowing me to come out, and Jim.
Allowing you, we were told.
I asked to come out, actually, and hang out with you guys today because I think this is a cool event. And there's a crap ton of you guys. See? I've been really good and held my tongue because normally I'm a sailor. That means, for our Aussie friend up here, I cuss a lot. I have a lot of four-letter words. A troopa. I'm a troopa, mate. Nailed it. That's it. I'm going to Australia. I'm going to go announce down there. Maybe they'll let me go.
16 hours nonstop from LA to Sydney.
16 hours? I can handle that. I can handle that. They say I can fly business, but I'm a broke girl, so I'll be flying coach to Australia, probably in the very, very back of the plane, next to the pooper, next to the loo, mate, the toilet. Don't forget the pizzas at the beer well. No beer if you're driving still. If you're not driving, you can enjoy one.
My heart is fluttering again after that divine introduction. I probably enjoyed it. Probably. Well, Randy's bailing on us. That's what really is happening here. So it's like, hey, you don't want to stay and see how the movie turns out? You got to stay and see how the movie turns out. All right, so we got the track cleaned up, and we're right back at it with a little F10 truck. Now, I really appreciate having Randy come down. Take a couple of solid shifts here today. 1 second. That's going to be the handicap. All right. 0.99. Unless somebody goes red by a hundo, I'm calling her second. Truck is ready. Dan pulls in with the dragster. He is ready. That worked out. They both went green. Dragster closing in a little less 10 down at the finish line. Not going to get it. 16. Going to get the win on the double breakout. The pickup goes 6 thou too quick, 17 on an 18. That's 9 thou too quick. True margin of victory, 0.03 of a second on the double breakout. Ugh. That's just a simple ugh. Jimmy Kelso and Mike Labatt coming at you now. Jimmy Kelso, the first time we saw him this morning, you remember this? Trans brake malfunction. Did the burnout, the car would not back up. They pushed it back to the starting line. He went ahead and staged it and crossed his fingers, but the crossing the fingers part didn't work. Nice meeting you, Randy. But he was able to get the, no. I'm on Twitter. I'm Reinhardt LLC. Or I'm dragannouncer@gmail.com. Oh, problems. You heard it out there. Mike's car shuts itself off, 5:59. For the win for Jimmy. They left within a thou, but that wasn't the story of the race. The story of the race was a problem over there for Mike, and he knew he had a problem, and he's going to just pull that baby over and shut her down. And we certainly appreciate him doing that. Obviously, he can't tell from where he's sitting if it might be depositing anything on the racetrack, and it's pretty simple physics. Anybody who's ever, like, cleaned a kitchen, it's easier to clean up a puddle than a trail. If something's leaking and you go running across the house with it, you got a lot to clean up if you just let it sit there and drool in one spot. So that's why we always ask everybody, when you know you're having a problem, just pull over and stop. We'll be happy to come get you if we need to. Bill Kidd coming up next over on the right side. Now, the last time we saw Bill Kidd, car lurched off the starting line, did a big wheel stand and then quit and died, and he was towed off the racetrack. I speculated at the time that it was some type of an electronic malfunction. I couldn't tell you for absolute gospel truth that that's what happened, but I can tell you for absolute gospel truth that he's got the car back up here and ready to try again. So we'll get the racetrack clear. We'll get back after it. Hey, if you haven't stopped by yet to get a pizza and a soda or a pizza and a beer, I think they still have some. I think. I'm going to grab a fresh bottle of water. I'm going to take my own advice. I'm going to grab a fresh bottle of water, and I may just grab a piece of pizza. I'll be back as soon as the track is clear. In the pits while it's quiet. Attention to the pits. Everybody pat your pockets. And if you're missing a key, and I mean a key, it doesn't look like a scooter key. It really doesn't look like a golf cart key. But it is obviously a specialty key for something. So pat your pockets if you're missing a key. Come see me. Tell me what kind of key ring it's on, and if you guess right, I'll sell it back to you. $50. $60. Track back. We got Scott Taylor on the left side. We got Bill Kidd. Keep your eyes on that Camaro on the right side. Remember last time he was up here, thing lurched off the starting line and had a problem. I do believe last time it was electric related and he's got it fixed, but we're all going to find out together. Don't you just love when we're all going to find out together? Like, cut the cake. Let's see. Oh, red velvet. I hate red velvet. Well, it's better than carrot cake, I guess. There we go. Everything back to normal now. Let's find out, though. Can Kidd track down the Chevelle? He can. Check it out. Check it out. He goes 10 on the tree. He goes 608 on the 605. 79 on a 76. Comes up for Scott Taylor, but could not overcome the 84 light. Man. You know that the stars are lining up against you when a guy walks into the tower and says, "Hey, Alan, nice to meet you. I'm a friend of Leo Glassbrenner's." Leo, who ruined my racing career. I was destined for great things. Maybe I was destined for the third round, but Leo, Leo. Oh, anybody that knows the story knows. Lucas Nakavicka on the left side. Leroy Duran on the right side. Dragster on dragster activity coming up here. It's going to be a double breakout. Lucas gets the win. He's under by 1,000th of a second. Leroy is under by 9,000ths of a second. Oh, Leroy got there first. He was holding a little bit, but he got there a little bit too much too first. 009 breakout. Luke wins it with a 001 breakout. All righty, looks like we're about wrapped up with Super Pro motorcycle. High schooler back there. Pro, I'm assuming you're all back there, but if you're not, this is your final opportunity. And juniors, be ready. I'm not calling you yet, but won't be long. Will not be long. Dylan Moody, left. Tony Henderson, right. Handicap head start's going to go to Tony. The topless Ford Falcon. Somebody built a mold for those things about, 5 years ago now or 6 years ago? Been 3 or 4 of them out there. A cool car, no different. A little something that not everybody on the planet has got. Difference at this end is 9,000ths of a second. Difference at that end, 2 hundo and ooh, ouch, oof. Tony Henderson by 3,000ths of a second. He got there first by 24 thou. He needed 21 for the win. Broke out by 3,000ths of a second. Dylan Moody goes 466 on a 465, and that was enough. Here comes Mike Zimmerman in the left side. And I should know who that Camaro is by now. Still have a little bit of an issue. Some of the cars that are double entered, they come up one time but don't come up the next time. Not 100% sure why, but I think it's Randy's fault. Well, she's gone, so we can blame everything on her for now. Blame it all. I do know the Camaro's going to leave first. A couple of bulbs and change. Too thou, too soon, too bad. Zimmerman goes 488 on the 490. Had a free time run and used it. The Camaro goes a couple of thou too quick as well, but it was the 002 on the red light that sunk his battleship. And just like that, we should be ready to go into motorcycles. on the motor scooters. Let's go. They look like they're having a government meeting down there in the right lane. Did you get pizza? No, I didn't get pizza. You didn't get pizza? Come on. West Millward on the left side. Dave over there on the right. Dave on the bar bike. Wes on the stretched out no bar bike. Handicap is 2. Just 2. 580 to a 582 is a prediction. Craziest thing about the motorcycles, obviously, is watching the tree countdown. When one side will go full countdown and one side will go pro start. But as long as you can't see the other guy's tree, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. I think that'll make it like random, you know, spin like a wheel of fortune and figure out the tree just as you pull on the stage. Off and running. Millward gets a big bite, does a big wheel stand, and misses the big shift. 585 for Dave. Dave was in a whole pile of trouble because he was late. And Millward looked like he was on his way into the next round. And then you heard the thing miss the shift. He slows down. And the wind light comes on the right side for Dave Euler. Justin Wilson now and Sean Phipps. These are a couple of guys who are going to be battling out in Vegas next month when we begin the division championship on the Summit ET Racing Series. Handicap last time was 2. This time it's 17. Still not going to be a big gap between the two of them as they blast off the starting line and down the track, but this baby's over. Red light, right side. Wind light, left side. Justin Wilson getting a new bike broke in, goes 6:02. Shut it off early at 115 miles an hour. 6:09 comes up for Sean at 112. All right, I'm going to have to hold up here just a second. I think there's a little confusion between who was supposed to run who and who's actually running who. We got our Hot Rod V-Rod over here on the left side. Tom Patterson on the right side. Looks like we got everything squared away now. Just a little bit of a communication breakdown there. Oh, yeah. All right, Patterson's car lit back up now, and Dan Schneider over here on the Harley. green. We got to figure this one out down at the other end. Dan took the handicap. He's out front. Tom tracks him down, and Tom is going to win 11 thousandths of a second at the stripe. 581 on a 579. Better on the tree as well. Dan Schneider left a little bit back here and then broke out and still couldn't get there. And Carter Millwood, we saw this earlier with Patterson. Remember when he had to race himself? Yep, that's what happened with Carter, too. The way that the draw came out, he's double entered, and he's supposed to be racing himself. So that's him in the left lane, and that's his ghost in the right lane. The only time it's okay to race yourself is when you're in one of those big dollar bracket race deals and you're in the final. The problem with that is sometimes they still argue with themselves about the split. It's like, but no, I'll take the money, you take the $10.99. What? Oh, absolutely. Street. What did you say? We got 12 pairs of pro, you think? Allison Bollet and Madeline Smith. Winner here will go to the final. Allison Bollet and Madeline Smith. I have a feeling these two have raced each other a time or 2 or 6 or 400 over the years. You got to love the Mini Cooper, don't you? Don't you? I mean, Allison got herself a real race car, and Madeline got herself a Mini Cooper. I mean, come on. Come on. Oh, and a red light start. Allison Bollet goes 008 red, and the Mini Cooper is going to the final. I'm going to have to call Lewis Bloom and find out when's the last time a Mini Cooper went home with a trophy at a drag race. Madeline goes 987. 751 on the 750 for Allison. Had the right number on the window, but had the wrong color on the tree. Nathan Renstra is going to come back. It'll be the pickup against the Mini Cooper. You know, if that had been a long bed pickup, we could put the Mini Cooper in the back of it. Since it's a short bed, I think the smart car would fit, but I don't think the Mini will. Nathan takes himself a solo pass down the old American walk-in coolers side of the racetrack, 10-12. Checking out his dial, had a 10-10 on the window. We'll see if he adjusts that when he comes back for the final round a little bit later on. And that means we got Sportsman rolling out. You know what that means? You know what that means? Come on, you should know what that means. Juniors, come on down. Junior dragsters, 2 lanes, please. What did I say? Did I say Sportsman? Yeah, we do have pro coming up. I'm sorry. We have pro coming up. Sportsman, relax. You're good. You're good. Juniors, I need you to the staging lanes. Let's go. Apparently he was waiting on me. Paul Coleman left. Cole Rouse in the right. The El Camino going to get the head start, and then Paul will be doing the chasing. Paul out of Rio Rico, Arizona. A little south of here. Cole out of Lake Havasu. Lake Havasu this time of year, nice. August, yeah, not so much. Not so much. Every time I think Lake Havasu, remind me of the time that I went on the safety safari excursion. We went up to the river for a week. Do you know how many stainless steel propellers they keep in stock for a Sea Ray? I do, because I bought every damn one of them. Really did. Really did. Cole goes 005 on the green side of the tree, and Paul goes red. And that is game over. 792 on the 791 after 005 light. Wow, Paul drops it dead zero after turning it red. I'm telling you, that's one of those things that get you talking to yourself. You go down to, you get back over to the trailer and just start pounding your head against the wall going, dead zero, dead zero, dead zero. Here comes Tyler Sally in the left and Danny Valvo on the right. 2.5 bulbs the handicap here between the Dodge Dart Swinger and the 72 Chevelle. Now, I'm assuming that the Chevelle's got a big block in it. I don't know that for a fact, but that's my guess. And I'm usually a pretty good guesser. All right, Tyler's in. He said he's ready. He's going for it. Here comes Denny. Here comes Denny. The Dodge is out there. The Chevy's closing in. The Chevy's closing in. The Chevy is closing the deal. It's a double breakout. Then he goes 01 on an 02. That's under by 1. 24 on a 26 is under by 2. So Volvo comes out on the good side of the math. 5,000 is the ultimate math if you want to know. Better light. Get there first. Come out on the good side of the math. Check box 1. Check box 2. Check Wes Snodgrass. Rolling up now. Every time that Camaro comes by the window, I like it even more. This is a really, really clean, nice car. Ain't nothing wrong with Ryan Hyatt's pickup either. And the pickup's green, and since I like green, you know, I always have kind of an affliction for green things. You know, money, grass, the milk in my fridge. Okay, it's only partially. Oh, hang on. Man, the Camaro made a hard move to the right when he smashed the gas. Let's try to straighten it out and get back after it, but he's no saving. Ron Hite's going to get the win, 719 at 88 miles an hour. In case Wes doesn't feel bad enough about having to pedal the car out there, he was 004 and in control of the race until that car made that move. And now we got Stan Hammond rolling in the left side and Charlie German in the right. Easy. Man, Stan's car moved toward the wall. He tried to bring it back, and it started wagging the tail out there pretty good. I think he made the wise decision. He's going to lose the race. He's going to save the car. Stan Hammond had a nickel in his pocket when he left the starting line and parlayed that into the win. Chris Stout now on the left side, and Evan Graves in the right. Well, we had the Pinto battle earlier. Now we got the Vega Pinto battle. I do like the Bob Glidden tribute car, though. Hey, you know, when I was a kid, I was a Ford guy, and, well, Bob Glidden was my guy. My guy. Juniors, I need you to lanes, please. Juniors to the lanes. This time both drivers get away. Clean and green. Chris and Evan. Finish line stripe. Check it out. Evan's going to win it. It's a double breakout. Graves is under by 2 thou. Chris is under by 8 thou. Chris Stout goes trip, zip, perfect, taking 2 hundo to go home. You can still come get a bag of donuts for the perfect light. But if I told you you're going to be perfect taking 2 hun, would you take that? Most guys would. Most times it'd work. That time it didn't. Cliff Hall and Joe Kidd coming at you now. Cliff and the Falcon. And Joe in the pickup. That Falcon's another one, kind of like Snodgrass's Camaro. Every time it comes by the window, I like it a little bit more. 63 model. Bumping in ever so gently. Leaving first ever so slightly. Both drivers get away on the green. Separation at this end, 005. Separation at that end, 19. Joe Kidd is going to get the win. He goes 640 on the 639. That's good enough. 63 on the 61 is not quite for Cliff. He comes up 19 thou short at the stripe, and Joe Kidd rolls on around. All right, juniors, listen up. Attention to the pitch. Juniors, final call. Final call. Jeff Edwards left. Parker Theobald in the right. We got Phoenix against Salt Lake City. Two drivers leaving on the green. Jeff Edwards had the better reaction time, unfortunately for him. Ooh, we got there first by 7 hun. That was 5 thou too much. Parker Theobald's going to get the win. 634. He got away with an 075 light, and Jeff Edwards is going to be hating life when he sees the slip. Got there first by 700, break out by 5 thou. AJ Crater, on the left side, and Jeff Cox on the right. They're coming at you right now. Mustang off and running on the red. 008. The parasitic psycho got something to be upset about now. The 008 red light. Jeffrey Cox, automatic win. 733 for the win. 844 comes up for AJ Cox. He's 098 on the bulb, and his opponent turns it red. That's one of those things where you go, yeah, thank you, dear racing gods. Thank you. When you know you're in trouble, or you should have been, and it gets given back to you. Billy McDaniel now on the left side, and Aaron McCammond in the right. So these two, the decision would be, how much stuff do I have to haul? And do I need to keep it out of the weather? Because you've got a lot of stuff to haul, and you don't care about the weather, you take the El Camino. If you got not quite as much stuff to haul, but you don't want to get rained on, yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. But El Camino's going to come back and try it one more time. Both drivers missed the tree, and then McDaniel missed the dial. And that let Aaron sneak in there, 599 on the 596, to light up the scoreboard and come back again. Joe Cox going to be rolling in now on the left side, and my Texas Chevelle. Handicap is 037. with the left lane leaving first. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, your turn. Come on down. Sportsman. Sportsman to the lanes. Reaction split was 1 thou at the finish line, 14 thou. Joe Cox going to get the win. Breakout for the Chevelle, 672 on the 673. That's 4 thou too quick. Got there first by 14. Needed to get there by 10. And now it's going to be a battle of the Fox bodies. Chris Citro on the left side and the little white fox on the right. Handicap difference in these two. 4. Just 4. Sportsman, we'll take your lanes now, please. Sportsman, come on down. At the finish line stripe, give the nod to Citro. He goes 654 on the 646. He left first. The white car got there first, but ran under by a sizable margin down at the finish line. Like 0.2 of a second got there first and breaks out doing it. Now it's Bob Cowan in the truck and Scott Taylor in the Chevelle. At this point in the weekend, we're probably on a first-name basis, right? Everybody knows everybody. They come up and just, hey, here comes Bob and Scott. I'm really curious of Bob Cohen's truck about what the family history of that truck is. I mean, I wonder if that's one of those that, yeah, my dad bought it new and it's been in the family its whole life, or if that's one of those, yeah, I found it on Craigslist. Because found it on Craigslist is a really good story. It just is. It's still a cool truck, but not as cool a story. Bob gets on the brakes, goes dead 2 for the win. Scott Taylor goes dead 0 for the loss. Bob Cohen gets there first, dead 2, 707. Making it happen. Scott Taylor goes 6.770, but he was late on the reaction timer, couldn't overcome it. True story, there was a kid at Indy one time driving a 66 Biscayne 4-door in super stock. Kid's like 19 years old, I think. And I'm up there announcing, and I'm looking at the thing, and I'm going, you know what, there's got to be something, right? This was Grandma's car or something. This is going to be the greatest story ever. I got to go find out. Jake Trammell on the left side, Joe Kidd in the right side. So I go digging around in the pits in Indy, which is, a pretty sizable accomplishment itself. Both drivers are off and away. Kidd in the right side, Trammell in the left side. Who's coming back? It's going to be Kidd. Man, dead on 5. Apparently you need to run dead on if you want to advance here. Trammell goes 647 on the 650, and that wasn't good enough as he breaks out, getting there second. Joe Kidd, reaction advantage, got there 006. So anyway, I go, I find the kid. And I said, hey, my name's Alan. He goes, yeah, I know that. I said, okay, great. I said, you got to tell me about the car. I just got to know about this. He said, well, my dad bought it about a month ago. And I went, really? Really? And he's like, yeah, I was on Racing Junk. And then, oh, okay, well, it's still a cool car, but it wasn't a very cool story. Howard DeVore and Joe Kidd coming at you now. I got to tell you, you got to watch out for those kids. If one kid doesn't get you, another one will. Finish line. Kidd. 3 thou at the stripe. 3 thou. Joe Kidd had a 2 thou reaction advantage, takes 003 and gets the win, 640 on the 639. Howard goes 690 on the 689 to come up 3 thou short. Come on, man. 3 thou. It's getting brutal out there. Coleman, Tony Marconi. Oh, and Paul drops a red. Level over 9. Going to take his foot off the gas. Save himself from going red and then dead on. 583, Tony Marconi. I'm telling you, you got to run dead on if you want to advance. Marconi goes dead on 7. Didn't need it. Did it anyway. That's going to take care of that. And juniors should be coming out next. Time for a battery swap. My microphone. Please stand by. Hey, it likes those batteries way more better. Sportsman, I need your lanes, please. Attention to the pitch. Sportsman, come on down. That is Jason Knoll in the left lane. That is Dawson Rogers in the right lane. They're both dialed on the hot rod side of what you can do with the junior. 793 in the right, 790 in the left. See if you can figure out the split. Yeah, I think they should use drag racing as a tool in school to teach math. When I was a kid, my dad used blackjack as a tool to teach math. He got out a deck of cards and we sat down and I lost my allowance. I said, gee, Dad, I don't know about this game. He said, well, he said, you got 18, you want 21. If I was you, I'd take another card. I said, okay. Both drivers get away on the green. Jason's left. Dawson is right. Watch for the green lights on the side of the scoreboard. Check it out. Dead 6 for the win. Jason Renault goes 24, dead 6. Dawson goes double 04. But he runs 797. That left the door open. Jason Renault gets there first and gets the win. Sportsman, final call. You should be here. Super Pro doubles, come on down. Sportsman, hopefully you're in the lane. Super Pro doubles, we'll take you now. Mason Tuck left. Brooklyn Foltz right. This is going to be a huge handicap compared to the last one. Huge. 0.08 of a second. With Racing Mason going first. Double entered Super Pro. Come on down. We're just about down to turn and burn time, boys and girls. again. Both drivers away on the green. Mason left. Brooklyn right. Who's coming back? Going to be Brooklyn. Just like the last pair, the better light did not carry the day. Brooklyn goes 791 on the 790. Getting there first. Mason holding a couple in reaction time, but 806 was not enough. Now it's going to be Hannah Thompson in the left and Weston Moody in the right. This time the handicap is one full bulb. Exactly a bulb. And this time it's going to be the right lane. Off and running first. Well, so far, the superior reaction time has not turned on the scoreboard in both of our first two pair. See if that trend continues or if we start a new one. Trends are fun. Breaking trends are even more fun. Unless you're the one that's trending, then you never want that trend to be broken. At least I don't. Both drivers get away on the green. The superior reaction time went to the left lane. And the wind light, well, this time it's also going to go to the left lane. Hannah Thompson. 8:15 at 77 miles an hour. Hey, Team Thompson, can we get a taillight on that thing, please? 8:15 on the 812 for the win. 69 on the 62 was not quite good enough on the other side. Here comes Caden Keys in the left and Hutch Harge in the right. How many guys do you know whose initials are HH? Can't be a ton. Almost a full second to handicap this time with the right lane going first. Caden's got the top light on. He's looking over in the other lane going, come on, Hutch, we're ready. Let's make this happen. Red light start. Hutch, double 05. Too soon. It's going to be an 806. 81 miles an hour comes up for Caden, 894 on the 9 flat for Hutch. So both of them were holding a little bit, but Hutch ended up a little bit red. And that's the name of that tune. Shane McKinney now on the left side and Cade Renault. All righty then. This time the handicap is going to be barely a blink of the eye. Okay, it's going to be a blink and a half. Since they say it takes 2/100 of a second to blink your eyes. All right, both drivers into pre-stage. They roll forward, light that second bulb. Red light start for Cade Renault, the champ. Goes double 06 red. It's going to be a 785 for Shane. Runner out the back door at 82 miles an hour. 791 for Cade at 81 miles an hour, but double 06 red. Here comes Alexis. Alex Ketterson on the left side. Abram Greto on the right side. All right, Super Pro. All my double enters ought to be there. Super Pro doubles. Super Pro, let's get the rest of you coming. Super Pro, come on down. Abram in the right side. Tags a double 04 on the reaction timer, and he's going to take the win, 894. 72 miles an hour. It's an 801 on the 802 for Alexis. Alexis actually got there first by 2 hun. She broke out by 6 thou. Abram left the door open. Harlan Gibson and Allison Boley coming at you now. Now Harlan, that's the last of our youngsters now integrated into the fast cars. So check out the difference in dial. 441 is the handicap. .4 head start. Watch this. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, .4. Green on both sides of the tree. Allison trying to run down Harlan. Harlan trying to see if he can hold her off down to the stripe. Nope, Allison's going to get it done here. 795 on the 794. Harlan Gibson goes 1232. 54 miles an hour. Had himself a nice showing, but Allison just went blasting on by. 25 mile an hour faster down at the finish line. Now it's Alyssa Moody on the left side and Brooklyn Foltz in the right. And the handicap this time exactly 1 second. Both of them as quick as they're allowed. 890 in the left lane, 790 in the right lane. Super Pro. Come on down. I need your lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Brooklyn bumping in. Alyssa Moody doing the same over here on the left side of the racetrack. Goes 11 red, then goes 893 at 73 miles per hour. And it looks like we got 1 left. Carmen Nelson. And then I've got Sportsman at the ready line. So Super Pro. This is going to be your final call. Super Pro final call. Carmen goes 005 at this end, goes 807 at that end. It looks like we've got the Sticky Pig headed out on the racetrack. Going to put down a little more sticky stuff. Keep the track in prime time shape before we go diving into Sportsman. Sportsmen are locked and loaded. Super Pros coming in behind them. So we're not quite turning burn time yet, but we're getting there. Little quick track maintenance, and we'll be right back at it. Hey, once again, really appreciate it. We've been saying it all weekend long, and that's because we mean it. Really appreciate everybody coming to support us, the Hangover Nationals. Kind of nice when the holiday falls on a Thursday and gives us the full 4-day weeks, especially since Ma Nature took a day away from us. But been a couple of days, a whole lot of fun, and we've still got 1 more to go tomorrow. Let the track crew do their stuff out there, and as soon as they give us the all clear, we'll bring Sportsman out. Just to be clear, that's a regular red one. All right, got my Sportsman at the ready line. Got my Super Pros all loaded in there. Motorcycles, you're on deck. I don't need you yet. Don't need you yet. Motorcycles, but be ready. You are on deck. And then I think we're going to have our first final, right? We're down to the final of our Junior Street High School program. And again, don't need you yet. Just be ready. Please stand by. Believe Jim's on the last pass with a little sticky pig. We roll on into the evening here. Thursday notwithstanding, it has been an absolutely beautiful weekend here at Tucson Dragway. Kind of like coming home. Well, for me, because I can sleep in my own bed every night. That's kind of good news and bad news, you know. I mean, the good news is when you wake up in the middle of the night, you're not bumping into crap because you know where everything is. But the bad news is those magic elves don't come make your bed for you. You got to do that yourself. I kind of like the magic elves. I'm big on magic elves. The ones that make your bed and the ones that bake those cookies in the hollow tree. Thank you, Jim, for going out there and putting the old touch up on the racetrack, and let's get rocking. Beautiful 57 degrees out there right now. Long ways away from the old dew point, and let's see if we can keep that spread. Pretty pleased. Corey Oxford in the left side. Kenzie Jones in the right side. 12.5 going to be the handicap. quick down there, but once the red light came on, who cares? Once the red light came on, it just doesn't matter. Steve Watkins left, Trevor Borowski right. If I gave you first pick, what would you take? You like the new Corvette or you like the old Challenger? Tell you, the old Challengers are a whole lot harder to find. New Corvette's probably worth a couple of dollars more. And actually, the Challenger could be yours. Could be. You'd like to go home with that one. 753 on the 751. That's going to be a winner. Margin at the stripe is 0.004 of a second. Trevor gets the win. Reaction advantage went to Steve, but he runs down there, runs 7.30 on a 7.35. Ouch. Dave Muller in left side and Cole Ruse in the right. Camaro went in deep on stage, but it's Cole that lights the cherry. 17,000 number, red's the color. Over is the race. Dave Muller, 775 on the 776. Cole goes 817, but he went red. Comes Russ Lindsay in the Olds Omega. And Jordan Hart and a little red Corvette. They still write songs about red Corvettes. I'm gonna have to check with Grok, but I don't believe there's ever been a song written about an Olds Omega. Well, here's the first problem. What rhymes with Omega? Schmomega? Comega? Almost. Leaving is one. 008, the difference in handicap. Corvette's already on the brake. Look at that flashlight. That's going to be a winner. 0.002 of a second. Jordan Hart for the win. Reaction went to Russ Lindsay, but he got down there and they're both playing the tight and the stripe game, and Jordan Hart sneaks the Corvette in front by 0.002 of a second. One more pair. Be rolling out here momentarily. I think we got somebody hustling back, and then we've got Super Pro in the lanes. Were there any bowl games today? A couple NFL games, though, right? NFL scores today. The Panthers lost to the Buccaneers. Like, nobody wants to win the NFC South. Crazy. Crazy, I tell you. Corvette making his way back. Jordan Hart. Who just laid a 2/10,000th stripe on Russ Lindsay. Hustles right on back to take on its cousin. And Cadillac XLR is a Cadillac version of the Corvette. Tony Somas. And Jordan Hart dialed in 815. There's your green light. Will it be the Caddy? Will it be the Corvette? Jordan again playing the brake light game very early. Going to make it pay off again. 818 on the 815. 976 on the 967 comes up for Somas. Somas actually had the reaction advantage, but he was a 10th back of the dial, and that's why you can see Jordan on the brakes pretty early. So that should take care of that. And if my math is correct, got 5 coming back. We're getting close. PDC, pretty darn close. Down there in Sportsman. Super Pro's back there ready to go, and well, looks like Bruce is. Are you finished being a waiter and being a buyback guy and being a tech guy and sweeping the parking lot and all that stuff? We're gonna let Bruce have his office back and take you through Super Pro.
Alan, thank you so much for covering everything. And, of course, our professional that you are, we do appreciate it. And thank you for being here. Of course, I know you're not leaving yet, but well, we need to take care of you. So if anybody out there can take care of Alan, come on up. Attention to pits, Zach Morris. Zach Morris, if you are still on property, I think somebody came up with your key. All right, Cole Roos, left-hand lane, 8:05. Up against Jessica Robinson. Jessica and the Boo. That's a 1979 Chevy Malibu. 350 cubic inches of small block Chevy up with an 830 dial. Gets the lead by a quarter of a second before Cole does in the El Camino. Another one of our Lake Havasu runners. That's Cole Roos. Of course, Jessica comes down out of Mesa and stuck an 830 on the window. Both of them in, stage and pre-stage. Lights come down on a 5-full tree. It goes green for both drivers. Wow. One of them's got 2 put away. See if it plays out at the big end. Nope, doesn't. Nope. 86 at the tree for Cole. 63 at the tree for Jessica. Cole gets the win. Goes 08, 3 above at 80.48 miles an hour. Attention pits, attention pits. Easy for you to say. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles, motorcycles. This is your first call back to lanes, please. Motorcycles. First call back to lanes, and that is lanes 1 and 2. Jumping into Super Pro. All right, looks like Allie over here in the left lane. Allie with a 615 on the window. Gets the lead by 200 before Danny Andragda. Danny in that good-looking Corvette. 513. So Danny out of Mesa with that 513. And of course the 615. That doesn't quite look like 200 between 615 and 513. So I think something's a little awry, something a little miss there. Whoa, Danny, that Corvette is toward the center. Corvette's out towards the wall. Towards it down the middle, and Danny has to do a whole bunch of driving to get it back. Nice reaction time for Allie. She goes 8 goes 17, 2 above on the 15. Wow. Win goes Allie Schrader in the pickup truck. Here's Brian Sutton up against Dylan Moody. Rear engine dragster coming out of El Paso, Texas. 466 for Dylan. That's a North American chassis, 2014 rear engine dragster. Up against Brian Sutton in his rear engine dragster. That's a 523 on the window. Out of Pueblo, Colorado. Wow, that's pretty cool. Now, being Denver closed down, we've got a few Colorado runners here this weekend. So, in an undercover chassis, left lane with a 523, leaves first. Dylan's got to play catch up. About half of a second out there. Hanging out in the wind, 466 to a 523. Dylan rolls in second. Racers, 2000s separate on the reaction time. And that 2000s goes to the winner. Dylan takes the win, 008 on a breakout win. Brian goes under is 23 with a 21, so 2 down, but he had 2 in the bank. Didn't matter though. 131-21 margin of victory, about 6 feet. Goes over to Dylan Moody. Here's Mr. Michael Zimmerman. Zimmerman Racing Engine, left-hand lane, 488 on the window. Up against Scott Taylor. Taylor with a full 1 second head start. 676 in a 65 Chevelle. Out of Columbia Falls. Columbia Falls, Montana. Wow. He's trying to keep warm. Comes down here and we're in the 50s, but that's better than in the 20s. Taylor takes that win. Had a 10 reaction time, so he had 2 put away. Then goes 3 above. Down to 76, goes to 79 at 99 miles an hour. Neil Upchurch in the Farhan lane. 5:34 is down for Neil. Neil out of Bosque Farms, New Mexico. Up against Gabriel Hernandez. Gabriel, he's one of our three. Hernandez, 56 on the tree, looking for an 83, and goes dead 8 at 142 miles an hour. Nicely done, Gabe. This poor guy, Christian Contreras. This poor guy got turned down at the tech booth. He had a shattered windshield, so he had to go get some plexiglass to put it in. So he's got a whole brand new plexiglass windshield. But he's going rounds right now looking for a 627 over here in the left-hand lane. Mike McBrayer, the Corvette, 670. That's a 1960. I'm sorry, 1986 C4 Corvette. Comes out of Goodyear for Mike. McBrayer is red by double 2. Contreras green by 21. Then goes about 15 above 28 in the nickel on a 27 to take the win away from McBrayer. Chris Selman. Hey, Chris is still going rounds. How cool is that? Attention to pits, attention to pits. Motorcycle, motorcycle. This is your final call to lanes 1 and 2, please. Motorcycle, motorcycle. Final call, lanes 1 and 2. Selman, he's in the Datsun 240. Double breakout. It goes to Chris. That's Joe Kidd Jr. in the Outlaw Nova. Took way too much strike. Down to 73, goes to 7. I'm sorry, down to 76, goes to 73. So he was about 3 under. Or Chris was only about 1 under. Down to 98. Had a better light by 3. Selman gets the win. Leroy Duran and Brad Hawk. Pair of rear engine dragsters. Used Hawk Family Racing is Ford powered. Here in the left-hand lane with a 478. 494 for Leroy. Leroy gets the lead by about 16 before Brad takes the tree. Leroy in a Don Davis chassis coming out of Peoria. And of course Brad Hawk, Hawk Family Racing with that 478. He's out of Tucson. Gets the win. Now the 478 goes dead 6. 6th out back at 143.38 for Brad Hawk. Leroy, he was shut out at the beginning with a 003. Then he goes 2 above. Down to 4, goes to 6 at 134. So Brad Hawk with the win. Goes 11 green and goes 2 up. at 116 miles an hour. Duffy looking for a 5:13, goes 4 up after a 64 light. So Duffy left about 5 at the starting line at 134 miles an hour, and then 4 up on the dial. So margin of victory about 70 goes over to Steve in the Fiat. So we're going to put out that final call. Motorcycles, if you're not already there. Motorcycles, your final call. Lanes 1 and 2. Attention to pits. Junior Street and High School, your final call as well. I'm sorry, your first call. Junior Street and High School, your first call for your final. In lanes 7 and 8. Yoki Isha, 463 dial, right-hand lane. Against Kurt Reif's 463. Heads up race. I take that back. Kurt must have been the one they pushed off. Oh, it looks like Kyoki going to get a bye run. Competition 5 for Kyoki. And it does not look like Kurt is there. So, looking for that 463 in a Miller chassis coming out of Las Vegas for Kyoki. How close can it be to 463? So, might want to save it for competition. Never know. 9. Then goes under. But it doesn't matter when you're by yourself. You can do that. It goes under the 63 with a 61 at 150 mile an hour. Martin Corella. Corvette Roadster 2012. I believe it's a Don Davis chassis underneath the Corvette Roadster body. 537 dial. For Martin. Jimmy Kelso. Jimmy wants a 516 in the Eddie's Engineering rear engine dragster. Big block 565 cubic inches left-hand lane with that 516. Jimmy pulls up. One of them's got about 2. Breakout wind goes to Kelly. Martin goes under his 37 by 6 thousandths of a second and a buck and a quarter. Kelso for a 516. He goes 1 up with a 1 at 127. So margin of victory less than a half a foot. Dustin, he's in the right lane. He's in a rear engine dragster out of Prescott Valley. 478 on the window up against the rounds going Tim O'More. Tim O'More in the Camaro, 564 on the window. Going to leave first by about 0.86. Attention to pits, Junior Street and High School. Your second call for your final. Junior Street and High School. Away. That's Dustin. Left about 6 late. 21 to an 83. And then brings out, goes under his 78 with a 76. Wind goes Tim O'More. 662 for Lenny in the plain white wrappered Camaro. That's about a 1970 Camaro. With that 662 for Lenny. Bill Kidd in a borrowed Corvette Roadster. 607 on the window for Bill. Boston Loose Group, Downing Family Racing, left lane. Now, oh, looks like we're flopped. So Nick Downing. There we go. Nick Downing. Over there in the Boston Loose Group, the Daytona. 536 on the window. Up against Jacob Collins. Jacob out of Gilroy. 458 on the dial. Already into the pre-stage beams. Waiting on Nick. The door car. The Daytona. Comes out of Phoenix. Gets to leave first. 536 to a 458. Red 23. Nick never goes red, especially by 23, but I'm going to give Jacob a free time run. Jacob looking for a 58. It goes a 57 and a 4, so 6 thou under, but it doesn't matter. He's got the win lights on his scoreboard. 29 green, and then goes under at 151 miles an hour. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro. Attention to pits. Pro, your first call. Back to the lanes, please. Attention to pits. Pro, first call. Back to the lanes. All right, Luke Makovica, Tower Side, one of our young junior dragster champions. Dad put him in the big car, and he's been winning rounds in the big car as well as a junior dragster champion Left-hand lane 502 on the window for Luke. They're living up in the Mesa area now, but he's part of Team Tucson. Up against Mike Zimmerman. Zimmerman Racing Engines. Now, a lot of times we'll see Mike either in the Dart, in the T-Bird. Occasionally he drives Kimmy's T-Bird. A lot of times he'll drive the Dart, but the majority of the time he wins races in this rear engine dragster. 489 on the window for Mike. 502 on the window for Luke. Pair of rear engine dragsters. So both of them in pre-staged, looking at one another going, you go, no, you go, no, you go. Attention pits, Pro, your second call, come on down. Pro, lanes 3 and 4, your second call. There we go. 3 goes. That, again, never happens. As Zimmerman goes red by 0.005 of a second. But Makovic is on the green side with a 0.004 of a second. Looking for a 502. Goes one above with a 503 for Makovic. So nice reaction time for Luke as usual. 004 and then one above. So a 5-pack goes over Luke Makovic. Coming out of Albuquerque, Mike LeBate, I believe it is, 533. Over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Up against Rodney Ward, all the way from the 80 miles away Wilcox, 628 in the pick-em-up truck. He used to hang that left wheel about halfway down the racetrack, but anymore, just kind of picks up both of them and goes 109 miles an hour on a breakout win. Dial to 28 goes dead 9 after a 31 light. Already had 2 put away. As Mike goes 59, Rodney goes 31. LeBate trying to catch up, goes under on a breakout. Here's Derek Robles, 642, right-hand lane, 84 Camaro. Up against Dylan Moody. Now, when I was here earlier, Dylan must not have been in the X car, but he had to push him off, brought him around in front of the grandstands, and looks like he's back again, 466. So Derek gets a head start by almost 2 full seconds. Rolling up into the beams, pre-staged on both sides of the tree. Derek, first one in on the stage beams. Oh, no, red light for Derek. The Camaro goes red by 0.000 of a second. Free time run over to Dylan. Of course, as good as Dylan is, he doesn't really need a free time run. He goes about 7 thou under his 66 with a 65 and a 3. And a win on a breakout to Dylan Moody. Attention to pits, junior dragsters, your call to the lanes. Junior dragsters, your call to the lanes, please.